Good. Just before we start, if I can raise one very short point with Mrs. Forbes-Vanterpool. Mrs. Forbes-Vanterpool, we're due some legal submissions on Section 66 and Section 67 today. Sir Geoffrey Cox, when he asked to make those submissions, said that he would get them to us by a week last Tuesday. I gave him extra time anyway until last Friday, and that's been extended until today. Could I just confirm that they are coming in, because we obviously have to organise any oral submissions in relation to them that might be necessary?
Good morning, Commissioner. As far as I'm aware, yes, Council is working on those submissions, and they should be submitted today, at least by 4 p.m.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Mrs. Forbes-Vanterpool. That's very helpful. Mr. Rawat.
Good morning, Commissioner. Can I, for the record, confirm the legal representation present today? We have Mrs. Fiona Forbes-Vanterpool, who is here attending remotely on behalf of the Attorney General and the elected ministers. The representatives of the remaining members of the House of Assembly are not in attendance, either remotely or in person. Our first witness today, Commissioner, is Dr. Carolyn O'Neal Morton. Dr. O'Neal Morton, thank you for coming back to give further evidence to the Commissioner. Much of what I'm going to say by way of introduction you will have heard already, but it's always worthwhile repeating it. On the first occasion you gave evidence, you made an oath. No need to take that again, you are still bound by it. You will see on the desk that you have 2 lever arch files there, which we will have to go through as we go through your evidence. And also there's some loose paper that we may need to look at. As I reminded you not so long ago, do remember please to keep your voice up. It's easy, I think, to forget, but if you can, that will be enormously helpful.
I'll do my best.
Thank you. Could it just, by way of background, can you confirm this, or as a starting point? As Permanent Secretary in the Premier's office, you hold the position also as Accounting Officer, is that right?
That is correct.
Now, the Commissioner has taken evidence concerning the COVID stimulus grants programme that the government of the BVI put in place at the start of the pandemic. As Permanent Secretary or in the Premier's office, you were involved in that process, were you not?
Yes, I was involved. I am still involved, as a matter of fact.
Now, you were sent a warning letter on the 24th of September, which, and again, Dr. O'Neal Morton, we have been through this before, but the warning letter set out potential criticisms that may be made of you on the basis of the evidence that has come before the Commissioner. Now, that arises because you are the Permanent Secretary in the Premier's office. As I've mentioned to you and to others, it is just a notice of potential criticisms. Okay. It is not and does not form the provisional or concluded view of the Commissioner. The purpose of it is to give you an opportunity to respond to those criticisms to ensure that you have been treated fairly. You have, in fact, provided a written response to the Commissioner. And if I ask you just to turn to that first of all, please. You have a copy, Dr. O'Neal Morton?
Yes, I do, Mr. Commissioner.
Could we start off with could you just explain to the Commissioner how that response was prepared, please?
The response was prepared basically, as Permanent Secretary, I drafted the contents and forwarded them to the IRU for vetting and to make sure everything was legally all right. We did the composition at the Premier's office IRU vetted, sent it back to make sure it had conveyed exactly what was conveyed by the permanent secretary, and then it went to the COI.
So this is your evidence, and do you adopt this evidence into the record?
Yes, Mr. Commissioner.
Thank you very much.
And we see, just for the record, Dr. O'Neal Morton, that it's signed by you and dated the 4th of October 2021.
Yes, that is correct, Mr. Commissioner.
Now, you refer in your written response to a document entitled Response of the Office of the Premier to the Evidence of the Auditor General and the Internal Auditor concerning the Farmers and Fishers and Schools and Church Grants Programmes, which was submitted to the Commission on the 7th of September 2021, and you've called that the PO response. Now, again, can you confirm that that is something that you wish to adopt as part of your written response to the Commissioner?
Yes, Mr. Commissioner.
The Commissioner, when this document was submitted, made an order confirming that you agreed with, or asking for confirmation that you agreed with the contents of that response. And can I confirm that you do agree with the contents of it?
Yes, Mr. Commissioner.
And are you in a position, Dr. O'Neal Morton, to answer questions on that report?
Yes, sir, Mr. Commissioner. I'll do my best.
The other matter to draw your attention to is the response of the Premier. He too has been sent a warning letter. The Premier hasn't attended to give evidence on these topics yet, but he has submitted a written response. Have you seen that?
I don't recall seeing that, Mr. Commissioner.
One of the points that is made in that written response is that overall, the Premier's position is that he wasn't involved in the process of designing or administering the schemes that came under the umbrella of the stimulus grants programs. That was a matter left entirely to public officers. And that is detailed in what you've called the PO response. And is that something that you would agree with?
Yes, Mr. Commissioner, there were various committees working on the various schemes, and most of the work was left up to the committees. If there were any difficulties or challenges, it would be directed to the Premier for advice. He would give advice, and then we would move forward.
Given the focus of today's hearing, I'd like to start off, Dr. O'Neal Morton, by just looking at some documents and trying to establish some of the chronology with you. Okay. So if you could please pick up the bundle number 1, please, which will be one of those 2 bundles. Of
part 1, the one that says part 1?
Yes, please.
Okay, where do I go?
If you turn up, please, page 263 in that bundle. Page 263 is a, if you're there, are you there, Dr.
I'm there, I'm
Thank
the
you.
Commissioner.
It's a memorandum 117 of 2020 issued by the Ministry of Finance on the 1st of April 2020. And it refers under background information to the Premier establishing on the 11th of March 2020 the Coronavirus Economic and Fiscal Stability Task Force, which was, I think, chaired by the Financial Secretary, Mr. Glenroy Forbes. Were you a member of that task force?
Mr. Commissioner, incidentally, that is the same week that I had come into the Premier's office as a permanent secretary. I was not an initial member of the task force, but I attended some of the meetings. I recall attending some of the meetings.
But, did you attend as somebody who was designated to be a member of the task force or somebody who was invited to meetings?
It would have been as a PS in the Premier's office.
So therefore a designated member of the task force?
As the PSI, I don't know exactly how the ramifications go, but as the PS, I was invited to attend the meetings. I would have gone to some of them, not necessarily all of them.
Well, what did you understand the purpose of the task force to be?
It was to do a situation analysis of the economic situation in the territory, so as to determine where we are, and in terms of economic status, how do we move forward? That was, in a nutshell, the basic premise behind the task force.
And did you have a time frame in which to submit your analysis?
I don't recall. As I said, this was, and you also said as well, this was led by the Ministry of Finance. They might have been the ones taking the lead and having the deadlines to meet.
If you turn up, please, Dr. O'Neal Morton, page 273 in the same bundle. This is an expedited extract, which is from the Cabinet Secretary to the Ministry of Finance, and with the Financial Secretary copied in, and it's dated the 20th of March 2020. And you can see that it concerns the economic stimulus for farmers and fishermen.
This is very blurry.
Do you have it?
I have it, but it's very
difficult.
It's very blurry to read.
Yes. I think it's the best copy that we have.
All right.
If I can find, if you give me a moment, I'll see if I can find another copy. But
Okay,
I don't think
sure.
we have one. I don't think, I think that is the copy, I'm afraid. But if I read out to you one part of Cabinet's decisions, it was that a working group with technical persons from the Premier's office, Ministry of Education, etc., Department of Agriculture and the Ministry of Finance be established to develop the criteria for grants under the stimulus programme for farmers and fishermen. And it was decided that the permanent secretary in the Premier's office would chair of the working group, and the chairman would then select the recording secretary, and that group should then furnish a progress report on a monthly basis. Now, so that is Cabinet, it seems, deciding to establish, at least in relation to that stimulus programme, a working group. Were you the chair of that group?
Yes, Mr. Commissioner, I would have been the chair of that group.
And do you recall the group submitting monthly progress reports to the Cabinet?
I do not recall monthly submissions, because there was a bit of a confusion in the beginning, because I think the former FS had written to us and said that he was the one to submit the report. So we had to get that clarified as well.
And what was the outcome of that clarification?
The outcome was that we would submit them to the internal audit or whatever, and then, sorry, not to internal audit, to Cabinet. We would submit them to Cabinet.
So the confusion was resolved in your favour, in that the committee, the working group, would be the one submitting reports to Cabinet.
The committee would have had to submit the reports instead of the FS.
Yes. And did the committee do so on a monthly basis?
I don't recall anything being submitted on a monthly basis. There might have been periodic reports to the Cabinet, but I can't recall if they were on a monthly basis.
There was obviously more than one stimulus program.
Correct.
And therefore more than one working group.
Correct.
Did you sit on more than one working group?
I sat on about 3 working groups: farmers and fishermen, the churches and religious organizations and schools, and the transportation. I did not sit on the business group.
Did you chair the 3 groups that you did sit on?
I chaired the 3, and I sent a representative to the 4th one, to the business group.
And in terms of submitting reports, we've spoken of the farmers and fishermen working group. I think I'm calling it working group because of this extract. But I think the documents also refer to a committee, don't they?
Yes, they were called committees. Committees.
I'm happy to use committee.
All right.
But did the other 2 groups that you chaired also submit progress reports to Cabinet?
They would have had to submit them through our office, but it's Mr. Commissioner, during that time, everything was practically a blur. There were lots of things going on with COVID, managing the stimulus, meeting the demands of the public, and also as a new PS in the office, getting my orientation as a PS, finding my bearings around in the office. So there were a lot of things that perhaps went amiss at that time because of the current situation.
Focusing on the farmers and fishermen, on the 28th of May 2020, the Premier made a statement in relation to the COVID stimulus programs. And if you turn up page 29 in that bundle, please.
And this bundle?
Yes, the same bundle.
29?
Yes, please.
I'm there.
This is part of the Auditor General's report on stimulus grants to farmers and fisherfolk. And she records there that on the 28th of May 2020, the Premier stated that the funding for farmers would be used for cutting access to farms, fencing properties, as well as other means to increase and support food production.
Mr. Commissioner, just a second. Which paragraph are you on?
7, sorry, at the top.
7?
I think I mistakenly told you 2.
Okay.
But if you see there that what's recorded is that in announcing the programme on the 28th of May 2020, the Premier stated that the funding for farmers will be used for cutting access roads to farms, fencing properties, as well as other means to increase and support food production. For fishermen, the funding was to be used to purchase engines, nets, and other equipment needed to help them increase their production. As a policy statement, does that accord with your recollection of what the Premier announced on the 28th of May 2020?
Seems about right, Mr. Commissioner, for the reasons for the funding for the farmers and fishermen. It seems about right.
Yes, thank you.
And I'm sorry, we're going to jump around the bundle a little bit, but if you go to page 138, what we're looking at now, Dr. O'Neal Morton is, and we'll come back to this, but it's the preliminary report on the expenditure of COVID-19 stimulus funds by the Premier's office. which followed on from the finalising of the Auditor General's report. Page 138 deals with the farmers and fishermen. And if we see at paragraph 3.2.1.1, it sets out there the criteria by which somebody applying for support as a farmer could succeed in an application. And on page 139, notes any level of agriculture below small commercial was considered as backyard farming. Farmers who did not meet the criteria stipulated for commercial farming could not benefit from the stimulus package. And in relation to fishermen, you have there criteria which include that they have to have been an existing licensed commercial fisher as defined under the Fisheries Act, have held a commercial fishing license within the past 3 years, or have a notarized letter from a fit and proper person verifying that the fisherman has been engaged in fishing for the past 3 years if they don't have a commercial fishing license.
Just before Mr. Howard asks his question about that, this is the preliminary report of the Premier's office in response to the Auditor General's report. I assume, but is this assumption right, that you were instrumental in preparing this report?
Yes, sir. Yes, Mr. Commissioner.
Yes, thank you. Sorry, Mr. Howard.
Not at all. But what, or can the Commissioner also assume this, that in relation to the farmers and fishermen programme, it was directed at those who were engaged in, either as a farmer or as a fisherman on a commercial basis?
That was the initial thought. That was the initial idea.
And a commercial basis, as it were, the smallest commercial basis, that's in the table at the top of page 139. That defines it by numbers of animals or square feet of crops, yes?
That is correct. Yes. That was the initial basis that was formed. That is correct.
Yes, thank you.
And in terms of the period, there was for that stimulus program, there was the application period ran from the 5th of June 2020 to the 10th of July 2020. Does that accord with your recollection?
Thereabouts, yeah.
And then payments started being made from October 2020.
Around that September, October, it was around that time.
I mean, I can take you to it. Those are the details that are in the Auditor General's report. I
would have to recollect the dates because as you realized, we were running 4 stimuluses concurrently. So it was, quite a bit for the office and quite a bit for myself. So
but October 2020 sounds about right.
Last quarter, yes. Should have been.
So if I have a moment, please, Commissioner. In fact, in your PO response that we will look at in due course, what's recorded, and this is at page 228 in that bundle, Commissioner, is that on 18th of October 2020, the first payments to applicants commenced. If you want to look it up, Dr. O'Neal, it's at paragraph 54 in that document.
Yes, I see that, Commissioner.
I just want to, again, working through the chronology, just now focus on correspondence between yourself and the Auditor General's office. If you go to 1069 in the same bundle, please.
1069.
You have a memorandum dated the 13th of July 2020 from the Auditor General to yourself, headed COVID-19 stimulus grants, and it explains that the Audit Office will be performing ongoing reviews of the administration and application of the stimulus programs. And then it refers to the need for controls to be put in place to ensure accountability, transparency and fairness in the application of these funds, and then advises that the control should include a number of measures, including application forms, a process of vetting and approval, a use of a database, and then concludes that an auditor will be contacting the Premier's office within the coming weeks to review the controls currently in place, and asks for some documents such as guidelines and application forms. The Auditor General's memorandum concludes, whilst it is imperative that persons needing assistance are expeditiously provided with the relief, we must continue to maintain public accountability and transparency in the application of all government funds and ensure that the business of the government is at all times carried out at the highest standards. Now, did you, Dr. O'Neal Morton, disagree with any of that?
Mr. Commissioner, I do not disagree with the Auditor General, not a rule of the Auditor General office, but I want to put the situation of the Premier's office into perspective. It was at a time that we were going through delivery of these stimulus programs. Lots of people did not work. People were desperate to pay their bills. They were demanding to get the stimulus programs running. And it was not a normal time in terms of public funds management. Not to say that we wanted to disobey any of the rules, so to speak, but the priority was getting the funding out in a rapid state to the people of the Virgin Islands. That was the priority. And we always intended to go back to Cabinet or whomever to get those measures, to deal with those measures afterwards. It wasn't that we didn't disrespect the office, but just that it was a situation at hand dealing with COVID. As you recall, I came in on the same week COVID was declared a pandemic. It was not an easy task dealing with, and we're still dealing with it. As a matter of fact, the stimulus program is still ongoing. As you can see from the report, there are some farmers and fishermen who have not been paid as yet because of certain challenges we have encountered.
Can I just focus on one thing? The priority was to get money out as quickly as possible.
Yes, I mean, Mr. Commissioner.
And everyone understands the dramatic impact that COVID had on the economy generally, but also to individual people within the economy. Understand that. You said the priority was to get money out as quickly as possible and to go back to Cabinet afterwards. What do you mean by that?
Well, we would, of course, whatever we would have done in terms of the controls, because we realized in retrospect, some of the controls are very ambitious. In retrospect, we realized it was a pandemic, and in retrospect, when you look at other jurisdictions, they didn't have all of those controls when they were distributing stimulus. I think we perhaps were too ambitious with our controls. So the idea was to, of course, report back to Cabinet what measures we had to do in the quest for getting the funds out immediately to the public, which was the priority at that time. So
again, I just want to be absolutely clear before we move on, because Mr. Rabbit is taking this chronologically. At this stage, the Cabinet had set up the programs, made decisions in relation to the programs.
That is correct.
My understanding of your evidence, I'm sure we'll go into this in more detail, is that some of the controls, you say, These are controls imposed by Cabinet.
There were most of them.
So some of the controls imposed by Cabinet, you say you didn't regard them as what? Possible, practical?
In the climate of the situation with the pandemic,
Okay. So
because they would have been possible, sorry, Commissioner, they would have been possible in normal times, but these are not normal times at all, and those were not, and they continue to not be normal times.
But so was your plan? Cabinet had made decisions that imposed conditions on the programs. You didn't regard the conditions as practical, given the general climate, and therefore, what you were? What did you do?
I won't put it that way. After going through the actual stimulus, okay, of course we have the information, and then when we're actually going through the stimulus, the demands from the community, we realized that some of the controls that existed, we couldn't go through them. For example, given the suppliers the monies, people were reluctant to take purchase orders in that time because government may have taken longer than actually giving the money to the person and the person going to the supplier. So all of those controls like that we were talking that would have not been practical after going through to implement the actual stimulus.
And that's an example, but how did you deal with those issues then?
Whenever we came up on a challenge, it was, I would go and ask the Premier, we would discuss it, and he would say, you know, whatever it is, the main idea is to get the funds out in an emergency way, and then we would have to deal with Cabinet to sort out those things. We would have to deal with Cabinet. We would have to write to Cabinet once the once the stimulus is over. And as I said, the stimulus is still on the farmers and fishing and the churches, daycare center. It is still ongoing. It is not being completed as yet. The process is still ongoing.
Thank you very much. That just gives a general picture. I'm sure that you'll have some specific questions.
Dr. O'Neal Morton, if I explain, what I'm going to try and do is just deal with some aspects of your evidence on a chronological basis and look at what you were writing at the time in emails and etc. Because so I hope as we go through that, we'll give you an opportunity to draw the Commissioner's attention to particular concerns that were prevalent at the time, some of which you've referred to. So, but I mean, can we take it that going back to that memorandum that I showed you, that if one calls them the sort of principles that the Auditor General was alluding to, the need to maintain public accountability and transparency to ensure that the government's business is carried out at the highest standards. Those are not points that you would disagree with, are they?
Not at all, Mr. Commissioner.
If you, slightly jumping forward in time, but if you then move to 170, which is just the next
1070.
1070, yes.
Yes.
If I just have a moment, please. Sorry, 1071. So 1070 is, it tells us how that memorandum that we've looked at was sent. It was by email. But if you go to 1071, you get to an email from the Auditor General's office to yourself, requesting interviews with key personnel who can provide information about the stimulus programs that fall under the Premier's office, and asking for electronic copies of all the contracts issued under the ministry for those programs. Now, do you recall replying to this request?
I don't recall replying, Mr. Commissioner, but when I look at the request, I don't know if I could have replied to it because it asked for electronic copies of all contracts issued. The ministry had issued no contracts. Well, I don't recall reclaim, but that would have been something we would not been able to have fulfilled.
I mean, if we look at the PO response, the Premier's Office response, which has been submitted into the Commission, which is at page 247. You see paragraph 170.
247.
Yes, that's part of the response, and I'll ask you some questions generally about the response in due course. But at paragraph 173, there's reference to that email that we were just looking at, because the audit manager then had suggested that an interview date of the 3rd of December 2020, and notified yourself as to who the lead auditors were going to be. Now, that response doesn't appear to, or doesn't record that any acknowledgement of the email or any response followed from your office. So it would suggest, wouldn't it, you didn't in fact reply to that email. Would you accept that?
I can't be sure. I cannot be sure of that.
So this is your document, Dr.
But the question is asking Commissioner, I cannot be sure of that. If a response, it could have been a phone call, I cannot be sure. So I cannot answer yes exactly to that.
Okay,
but when you make phone calls, I mean, do you put a file note down or do you record it in any way? If you, I mean, because what you've had is a request from the Auditor General's office, A, for information, B, to make personnel available by the 3rd of December for interview, and C, that you've been told that lead auditors will be turning up to your office. When you're confronted with that kind of request, even if you deal with it by telephone, would it be your practice as a very senior public officer to make a note of the content of the phone call somewhere?
I may or may have not. I can't recall.
Dr. O'Neal Morton.
I'll have to search.
Well, hold on a minute. This is your response that we're looking at.
Yes.
It is in total getting on for 1,000 pages long with the attachments. Can I take it that had there been a response that you could have recalled or any documents in relation to any response, that it would have been included in this enormous response of yours? Or are you saying that there might be further documents that we haven't yet seen?
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying either of those. I'm saying that I cannot recall if maybe it was a phone call. That is what I'm maintaining, because I'm not saying there might be further documentation, because I know I searched all of my emails and I produced all of the stuff, but I cannot say definitively what you are saying.
Is this true then? But tell me if I'm wrong, that you can't recall any response, but one may have happened. If it happened, it would only have been by telephone.
It might have been. Might have been. I can't say definitely.
But the point you made earlier, Dr. O'Neal Morton, was that in relation to the request for electronic copies of all the contracts, you were not at that point, which is November 2020, in a position where you had any contracts. Is that right?
We never had any, and we don't even have any up to now. We don't have any contracts at all
under this stimulus program.
Under the stimulus program.
Did you convey that to the Auditor General's team?
As a commissioner, I already said I can't recall if I did. I cannot recall if I did. And I want to put it back into perspective. It was quite a busy time that I was going through. So if something slipped my mind, I think that can be regarded as normal.
Stepping outside the program, so if you do have contracts as the Premier's office, do you hold them electronically?
All contracts are held electronically and in hard copy.
if we move then forward in the chronology to page, in the same bundle, 213, please. So we're now on the 10th of December 2020. The Auditor General sends an email to you as PS and says that, as you're aware, the Audit Office is undertaking an ongoing review of the Territory's application of its COVID-19 stimulus funds. This review will require an examination of all related documents, files and records at the Premier's office, as well as interviews with individuals who were instrumental in administering and assisting the COVID-19 relief process. The email then identifies the lead auditor and asks for the name of an individual who will serve as liaison to provide assistance, information required by the audit staff. The Auditor General then says in the email, I'm enclosing excerpts of the Constitution and the Audit Act, which addresses the Audit Office's mandate to access public property and information. You may share this with your staff. Now, the beginning of that email says, as you are aware. Would you accept that that must be a reference to the 30th of November email that we looked at? Or had you learnt about the Audit Office undertaking an ongoing review in a different way?
Yes, it might be a way, and that also led me as a new PS coming into the office. This is my first audit, and I had two auditors simultaneously communicating with me about requiring information. So for me, it was quite confusing. Very much confusing, and as you'll probably see later on, where I requested advice from the Attorney General on the matter, because it was my conception that the internal audit would normally work with the office or offices while the initiative is ongoing, and at the end of the process, the Auditor General would come in. That was my initial conception of audit and auditing.
If we can try and take it in stages, I will take you as we go through the chronology to that request for legal advice. We're now in December 2020. You say that your initial concept was that the internal audit would work with the office. By that you mean your ministry?
Yes, the Premier's office or whichever department they were.
And then once their work had finished, and only then would the Auditor General be able to come in.
That was my conception.
We've seen the email of the 30th of November 2020, but we're now on the 10th of December 2020. Between those two dates, did you have any other kind of discussion with the Auditor General's office?
I can't recall if I had any discussion with her. I know there were emails that she had probably sent, and some of them I see the response where I tell her I acknowledged on there's no date on this one here.
I'll take you through those emails, because these are all emails that are annexed to the Premier's office's response. And as we go through, we'll look at them. And you've explained to the Commissioner that you have gone through all of your emails to see if there's anything relevant.
Correct.
And did you then just hand all of those to the IRU?
Yes, I did. All of those that I went on my inbox and I found all of the emails that were related, all of those that came from Mrs. Webster or anybody, put in the keywords, Auditor General, and all of those, found all of the emails, forwarded to the IRU.
So you've undertaken an exercise of identifying all emails that you received from the Auditor General's office and from the internal auditor.
That is correct. And also my Deputy Secretary did the same. My PA did the same as well.
Well, that's helpful because they are obviously mentioned in some of the emails. So I mean, do you, as far as you're aware, does this response which you have adopted, but does it contain all of the emails that you identified and passed to the IRU?
As far as I'm aware, yes, it does.
So there isn't an email between the 30th of November and the 10th of December between yourself and the Auditor General's office. Do you recall between those dates having any telephone conversations with the Auditor General's office?
I don't recall.
Again, leaving aside the means of communication, do you remember whether there's any other kind of communication between yourself and the Auditor General between those two dates?
No, I can't recall.
The Auditor General took the step of enclosing excerpts of the Constitution and the Audit Act. Did you take an opportunity to read those?
Mr. Commissioner, I scanned them. To be honest, with my workload, I had an opportunity to read them in their entirety, so I did a scan of them so I can become aware of the requirements. And as I said, I respect the offices, but the constraints that the offices were under did not permit me to do a lot of things at that point. So I was able to scan and not thoroughly read. I scanned them to get a general idea, the gist of what the document contained.
Did you, as perhaps is suggested in this email, did you share with your staff the Constitution and the Audit Act extracts?
I don't recall if I did, but I know earlier on, I might have sent out something that came from the DGO on it, but I don't recall sending out her email.
You received some information from the Deputy Governor's office on this issue?
I think it was during a senior manager, a heads of departments meeting where all of the heads of department got information about their roles and everything. That information would have probably been passed down to the staff members via their departments.
But just, I mean, just to clarify your two answers, because your first reference to the DGO suggests that you received something from the DGO about the role of the Auditor General, which you then shared with your staff.
I think it was some, what do you call those? There was some information that was shared to all of the heads of departments that went out. I don't think the act was in there, but I believe perhaps how, I'm not sure, I cannot recall now, but I know that that went out quite some time ago.
But was it at about the time that you were having this correspondence with the Auditor General?
I cannot recall. I would have to search and see. I cannot recall.
That isn't amongst the documents that have been disclosed.
No, because
to the
that was about the DGO. It wasn't relevant to the Auditor General, in my estimation.
But since it referred to audits, it was relevant. It must have been relevant to either the Auditor General's work or the internal auditor's work.
I didn't. At that time, I didn't think that.
Now, what's also recorded in the papers was that in terms of the farmers and fisher folk, there was an increase in the allocation from 2 million to 3.5 million. And that was on the 15th of December 2020. Is that right?
The amount of money that was required had to be increased because initially we didn't capture all of the farmers and fishermen because we were using an application process and the office could not reach everyone. There were some legitimate farmers and fishermen that we didn't reach and the deadline has passed and some of them were complaining that they didn't meet the deadline. So in order to, because the main idea was to improve food production. So in order to keep with that imperative, we allowed some of the HOA members forwarded information to the Premier and to the office. People were meeting you, telling you about names who are fishermen, and some of them did an application, others we used their names to put forward the information so that they could be included. They were legitimate farmers, and we felt that if we had left them off, we would have been doing an injustice to the farmers and fishermen, and also defeating our purpose of improved food production.
But going back to the question, this increased to 3.5 million on the, or was it increased on to 3.5 million on the 15th of December 2020?
I can't remember the exact dates, Mr. Commissioner.
But it was increased at some point.
Yes, it was increased at some point, but the exact date I cannot recall.
Thank you.
The Auditor General gives her figure for the total spend as of the 21st of May 2021 under this stimulus program was 5,140,000. Is that the figure that you that sort of sits in with your recollection of how much had been distributed by then?
I have to refer to notes. I cannot agree with that figure because I'm not certain. That is her figure. That's not my office figure. I'll have to check with my office figure.
You've submitted a preliminary report, which was a response to the Auditor General's report.
Preliminary, it's not final.
Yes.
As I said, Mr. Commissioner, we still have some farmers and fishermen that are unpaid.
Accept that, and we'll look at the preliminary report. But as of the date of that preliminary report, how much had been spent?
Mr. Commissioner, I don't have that in my head. I'll have to refer to my notes.
Do you have your notes with you?
No, I don't have them there. If I knew that you wanted exactly, I could have gotten that from my finance officer. That can be gotten.
If we,
sorry, as of what date did you say?
Well, at the date of your preliminary report, which is I think the 28th of June 2021. If we carry on through the chronology, what appears to then have happened, and we see this on page 212, is that the Auditor General emailed yourself, Dr. O'Neal Morton, and referring to her earlier email of 10th of December 2020, and said, as we await your assignment of a contact person for this audit, please provide us with the following. And she then asked for a number of different documents, including copies of contracts, guidance and criteria being used, and then she asked you to send it to a particular audit manager. In response, on the 29th, and it's just at the top of the same page, but it's on the 29th of January, you replied and you said that with reference to the stimulus packages, all of the programs within the Premier's office are still ongoing. We have been and are in contact with the Internal Audit Department, and they are currently in communication with us, advising and guiding us during the process. And you have highlighted in bold the words ongoing and during the process. You then say that, as I indicated too, and that you give the name of the audit manager, whenever the process is complete, the reports will be sent to your office. By that time, how long had the programs been running for?
That would have been from September, October until January. And hence, because as you notice, as I told you before, ongoing and during, those are my keywords to understand that this process might have been dealt with the internal auditor for now, and then later on the Auditor General. So that reveals my perception of it still. This was in January.
And what process were you being guided through by the internal auditor?
She was asking some questions about information to supply, which my FPO did. It was about 8 items. My FPO supplied 2, and there was some remaining which we promised to supply once we had gotten the information.
The internal auditor's evidence to the Commissioner was that what she'd been asked by Cabinet to do was monthly audits. And in fact, the Cabinet decisions reflect that, the expedited extracts do. Had there been monthly audits by the internal auditor in your ministry?
No, Mr. Commissioner, and as I said before, these were not normal times. Normally, I would imagine that would be the procedure, that would be the sequence, that would be the timing. But these were not normal times.
Dr. O'Neal Morton, well, I understand. I understand that there may have been reasons for this, but the evidence at the moment is that the Internal Audit Department had been mandated by Cabinet to produce monthly audits. They were not produced, as I understand it.
Because, Mr. Commissioner, we had given them, they sent a list, I think is about, if I recall correctly, I think it was initially sent to the FS and then it came to us for 8 items. We supplied in as much as we could have at that time, because recall we were also dealing with 4 stimulus packages in addition to our regular duties, a short staff, Mr. Commissioner. So if we put it all in perspective, the ministry, we had a lot of challenges at that time in terms of satisfying normal and regular practices. Not to say we weren't doing them, but we had challenges in doing them because of the pace of the work and the need to get the stimulus packages out as soon as possible for public consumption.
Thank you.
And you say that the reports will be sent to your office. Which reports were you referring to?
Once we're finished with the process, we will send to the internal audit, and at the end of the exercise, the reports would go to the Auditor General. That was in January at that time.
I'm sorry, but what reports, Dr. O'Neal Morton?
Reports on the stimulus.
But from whom?
Mr. Commissioner, I don't understand. I am the one that's speaking. I represent the Premier's office, so it would be reports from the Premier's office.
Okay, no, thank you very much.
But the Auditor General seems to be asking you for access to, if you like, what could be called raw data. She wants access to applicant database. She wants criteria and guidance. She wants to see contracts. Was it your intention, if that, to let the internal auditor do her work, you would then prepare some reports that you would then submit to the Auditor General?
Because as I said before, my concept was internal audit and then Auditor General after the process is over. That was my idea of audits before I got a response from the Attorney General Chambers, which was in June of this year.
We'll come back to that, but I'm just trying to understand what you in January 2021 thought the role of the internal auditor was, because the Auditor General, forgive me, you have someone who's asking you for documents, and your stance seems to be that in due course you've been in a position to give the Auditor General reports, which suggests that either there would be work done by the internal auditor that would be passed on to the Auditor General, or there would be work done by your office that would then be passed on to the Auditor General, but that in either situation, the Auditor General needn't look at the underlying information.
No, that was not the impression that I've given. As I said before, Commissioner, my concept of audits was that the ongoing process, while the process is going on, the internal auditor would work with the ministry, department, agency, or whatever. At the end of the exercise, the information would then be transmitted to the Auditor General. That was my concept. So because I felt quite confused with both audits at the same time, writing and requesting information. So I got confused, and that is why I know the council said he will go to it, but that was the underlying factor here of submissions. Internal auditor first, and then Auditor General second. That was my interpretation before I got the Attorney General's advice.
Just so I've got that absolutely clear as to what was in your mind in January, which is when this email was. You thought the Auditor General didn't come into the picture until the entire process was complete.
Yes, that was my
and so if that were right, you wouldn't be in the picture yet because the process, as I understand it, is ongoing.
No, and it was quite a challenge to have experienced it because you're getting questions and requests from both sides.
We'll come to that. But anyway, in terms of the Auditor General, you thought Mrs. Webster doesn't come into the picture until the whole process is complete. In relation to the internal auditor, you understood that the internal auditor may have a role to play during the process.
Correct.
But as I understand it, although the internal auditor was required to do monthly audits by cabinet, she did not have the data to do those.
She didn't have a commissioner because there was a list that was sent out with I recollect about 8 items. At that given time, we only had about 2 items ready for her. Those were sent to her, and the others, I think she even sent me reminders asking about her, about them, and I told her that we were working on them. So it wasn't a matter of withholding, it was that we didn't have the information ready, because whenever the internal auditor would remind me about it, I told her that we were working on it still. Okay. And I want to refresh the memory of Commissioner, that this is not the only item we are working on in the ministry.
No, I'm just trying to get a picture in January, and I think I've got that picture now. Thank you very much.
Okay. But taking you back to Carolyn O'Neal Morton to January, at that time, when did you anticipate that the process would be complete?
Which process for?
When you speak in your email of an ongoing process, that you're being guided through the process by the internal audit department. I mean, you then conclude is that whenever the process is complete, the reports will be sent to your office. So when did you anticipate the process would be complete?
I didn't have any idea of when it would be completed, so I couldn't give a ballpark time.
So at that time,
because it's, as a matter of fact, it is not even completed now.
No, but at that
we're still
time,
going through it. It's still ongoing.
You were still up and running with the program. So you could not, in January 2021, you could not have given a definitive date as to when the program would come to an end. No,
Commissioner, I could not have done that.
But how would you've just spoken a moment ago about providing information to the internal auditor. This email speaks of being in communication with the internal auditor and being guided by her. How would providing the access sought by the Auditor General, which is to be given access to databases and electronic copies, how would that have prevented your ministry from continuing its work on the stimulus programs?
Mr. Commissioner, we don't have any databases in the Premier's office related to the stimulus, and the applications that we hold are the farmers and fishermen applications, the ones that we were requested this week, they were all in hard copy because the farmers and fishermen submitted their applications in hard copy. They weren't online. So we had no electronic copies, nor do we hold any databases with applications.
But none of that is explained in an email to the Auditor General. What going through the emails, what you don't see is you explaining to the Auditor General that there are no electronic copies of all contacts. There are no databases. You mean that any material would be in hard copy. You don't explain that, but even if one accepts, firstly, if the information doesn't exist, then there's nothing for the Auditor General to look at. But even if the Auditor General wanted to look at material that was only held in hard copy, how would at that time, January 2021, giving her that access have prevented you and your staff from continuing to administer the stimulus program?
Because, Mr. Commissioner, that is in January. That is a time when I'm still not certain of how the sequence should go. I'm not certain of what I should do at that time. I'm still not certain. That is January 27th. I'm not certain.
No, I'm sorry. There are two different questions here, Dr. O'Neal Smith. The first is, and we've dealt with this, what was in your mind as to sequence? And you considered that the Auditor General didn't come on stream until the end of the process, an indefinite period, but certainly a long way off. But the question Mr. Rawat asked was a different question, and that is, how would giving this information to the Auditor General have interrupted the flow of the programme? The answer may be, well, it wouldn't have done, but I thought that the Auditor General didn't get this stuff until the end of the process. But would delivering this information to the Auditor General have been detrimental to the execution of the programme?
I don't think it would have, Mr. Commissioner.
Very fair. Thank you very much.
If you go to page 211, please, Dr. O'Neal Morton, we see what's the next email in the chain, because on the 29th of January 2021, the Auditor General emailed you. And the Auditor General explained to you that she says, we understand the programmes are ongoing. This does not preclude our office from examining the government's activities, all of which fall within our purview. She explains that internal audit and the Auditor General's office perform different functions and have different mandates with different reporting lines. And then adds, please note that we plan our work to ensure that it does not interfere with the processes of your office. Our access is on the databases is view only, which preserves the integrity of the information. If there are specific concerns, you can address these to me. Please advise when we can receive the information requested below. Our request involves government information. This is within our constitutional mandate. Did you find that email reassuring at all?
In terms of?
Well, explaining firstly the role of the Auditor General, explaining that it's different from the role of the internal auditor, reassuring that their work would not interfere with the processes in your offices. I mean, did that bring any comfort to you, Dr. O'Neal Morton?
Not at that time, because I was still uncertain. I had preferred to have gotten the legal advice on the matter. That would have been reassuring to me.
See, what did you understand by the phrase at the end of that email, within our constitutional mandate?
The word Dr. O'Neal Morton also appears on page 213, which is a document we've already looked at. That's the email from Mrs. Webster of the 10th of December, where in the penultimate paragraph, she encloses excerpts of the Constitution and the Audit Act, which address the Audit Office's mandate to access public property and information.
I don't. What is the question, Mr. Commissioner?
What did you understand, if anything, by the phrase within our constitutional mandate?
It means the Constitution asks that requires that this should be done, but the Constitution, I don't think, does it address the sequence? Does it?
Did you at the time go back and look at the Constitution?
No, Mr. Commissioner, and one thing I must note, with regards to the Auditor General, I note in the emails, they come directly to me rather than myself and my secretary, so maybe that's perhaps why sometimes the response is often late. As I may not have checked my inbox. My inbox is a busy inbox.
If we turn to 216, please. This is the request for legal advice that you submitted to the Attorney General's chambers, and one which you've mentioned before. So it's on the 9th of February 2021. You ask for advice of the sequential process for providing information to the Auditor General, in particular whether the laws of the Virgin Islands allows the Auditor General to act prior to the government's internal auditing process being complete. And you conclude by asking for your most timely response. Now, by that stage, we're now in 9th of February, what stage had the internal audit reached?
In February, we were still waiting on collecting information from our clients in order to send to the internal auditor. We were still in the collection stage of information. Our office, that is, Premier's office.
Now, you, Dr. O'Neal Morton, obviously a public officer of long standing, you've explained before that you actually came back, having retired from public service, you then returned to a permanent secretary role, but that you have held the post of permanent secretary in other departments before, haven't you?
Yes, I had, but it was a different experience.
But as a public officer, have you encountered internal audits before?
No, this was my first and is my first time going through an audit.
Either involving the internal auditor or the Auditor General?
That is correct. This was my first time with the stimulus, but then while we are doing the stimulus, the internal auditor requested, I think it's either 2 or 3 audits of subjects in our ministry, which we helped to facilitate because the information was readily available and that was supplied to the internal auditor's office.
That's a request for audit information outside the stimulus programs.
That is correct, Mr. Commissioner.
I think the one example that springs to mind from the PO response is that the Cabinet directed the internal auditor to do an audit of Prospect Reef.
Prospect Reef, but then the internal audit office initiated one on hotel aid and pioneer status, and we complied with all of those.
But this was your first audit experience, so to speak.
That is correct, Mr. Commissioner.
Given if you had if there was some confusion in your mind as to the proper procedural process, could you have also gone to the Deputy Governor for assistance?
At that time, I thought the one that would perhaps give me the quickest response and the legal response would have been the AG Chambers. That would have been my first go-to, and that's why I did that.
One of the following submission of your written response, responding to the warning letter itself, the Commission asked for a copy of this memorandum in its native form, and then the email in its native form which sent the memorandum to the Attorney General. On your behalf, the IRU responded, please find attached a copy of the memorandum dated 9th of February 2020 and the email that was prepared and sent by your personal assistant to the Attorney General on her behalf of 9th February 2021. We note you've asked to receive the files in native format, however, these are not available. The documents attached are the official documents from the Premier's office as provided by Dr. O'Neal Morton. Can you help with why they're not available in their native format?
The native format, when you refer that, what do you mean by that? You wanted the Word document?
In their original format?
We don't send out Word documents. We normally send out PDFs. We don't send out, in the original, in the Word document, it wouldn't have been signed. So we normally send out PDFs. We don't send out the actual Word document.
And then how do you hold the document?
Sorry?
How do you hold the document?
The PDF, it would be sent electronically, or it will also be on a file as well.
A hard copy file?
Yes, Mr. Commissioner.
The email itself, doesn't adopt the sort of normal standard look of the email that you, this is the email from your personal assistant. Who would it have been sent to? Would you send it to the Attorney General's chambers and then also to the Attorney General's PA?
Mr. Commissioner, my PA might have sent it to the Attorney General's PA. No, she sent it from the PS to the Attorney General. And the second one, we won't have the electronic copy because the response was delivered in hard copy. It was hand delivered to the Premier's office. The response from the AG chambers.
I see.
So we won't have the electronic copy of that. We would have actually had to scan that and then send an electronic copy.
I see. Well, let's keep on the chronology, and we'll come and look at that, the advice that you received at the appropriate time. But keeping on this, the PO response, which was submitted to the Commissioner, describes you as being uncertain of your obligations. You've spoken of having a view, a concept of what the sequence should be, and writing to the Attorney General for legal advice on the sequence. We've seen that. But other than that, in what way were you uncertain of your obligations?
The sequence, because I thought one would come first and then the other one would come after. So that was what I was uncertain about in the main.
Could you not have discussed it directly with the Auditor General?
In retrospect, perhaps, but I didn't think of that because I actually wrote and told her that it's ongoing and we're discussing with the internal audit. We're communicating with the internal audit office.
That was the email we've looked at.
That was the email that we looked at. So
could you have discussed it with the internal auditor? I mean,
I thought it would have been most appropriate to discuss it with the Attorney General, which would have been a third view and outside of the two that were concerned with the audit itself. I thought it would have been best to get someone outside of the actual process. And I think the Attorney General fitted the bill. She was that office would have been, in my mind, the best office to give advice.
If you turn to page 210, please. What follows is that on the if we look at the bottom of the page, on the 17th of February 2021, the Auditor General sends you an email, a follow-up email asking when her office will receive requested information and the name of a liaison. Now, between those two dates, or as of the 17th of February 2021, had there been any further communication with the Auditor General?
After February?
Well, the last communication we saw was the January the 29th of January 2021, when the Auditor General had replied to one of your earlier emails, and then she sends you another email on 17th of February 2021. Between those two dates, had there been any communication between yourself and the Auditor General or her officers?
Between February and when did you say?
Between January 29th, which you can see at page 211, and February 17th, had there been any communication of any sort between yourself and the Auditor General or her officers?
I cannot recall, because it was one on the 27th of January, but between there. I cannot recall.
She also asks for the name of a liaison. Would it have been possible to identify somebody who could be the liaison by that time?
Mr. Commissioner, I'll go back to the situation. I was still confused as to the processes. This is February, when I've already asked for the advice from the AG, so of course I would have still been confused. So I wouldn't have known what to do at that stage.
If we look at page, just sticking to page 210, on the same day you respond to the Auditor General. You signal your appreciation of her having said that she didn't want the process to be disruptive to your office. You point out that you're working with internal audit and focusing on getting queries addressed that office has requested. You say that you want to cooperate, but it will be quite challenging and unusual to deal with 2 audit bodies simultaneously. And then you say, as I previously stated, all reports will be sent to you and meetings will be organised. And you conclude that I hope, along with our regular schedule, that we'll be able to finalise the stimulus packages very shortly so that we can conclude this exercise. What did you mean by, at that time, in what way were you working with the internal auditor?
In that case, as I said before, the internal auditor posed a number of questions, items that he wanted fulfilled. We did about 2, and we had some outstanding, and we were still working on those. And as a matter of fact, we are still working on those.
So the internal auditor was waiting for data from you?
That is correct.
Thank you.
And what did you mean when you referred, Dr. O'Neal Morton, to finalise the stimulus packages?
When it is completed, Mr. Commissioner.
As in completely finished as a programme?
Everything is paid out. All the notes are in order to pass on to the requisite agencies that require them.
Now, you say in February 2021, able to finalise the packages very shortly. So what time period did you have in mind when you wrote very shortly?
Mr. Commissioner, that was a hope that was not realized. That was very optimistic of me, and unfortunately, we didn't get to realize it.
If you turn over, Dr. O'Neal Morton, you'll see that at page 209, on the 22nd of February, the Auditor General replied to you and said that
Mr. Commissioner, sorry, which
209 at the very bottom of the page. Do you see there's an email from the Auditor General to yourself? 22nd of February.
Yes, Mr. Commissioner.
And the Auditor General replies explaining that her office can receive the same information, access to databases and files afforded to the internal audit. And your response just above, which is on March 10th, 2021, apologising for the delay in responding, you say we will supply the information once it is ready. But why was it not possible just to provide whatever information you were providing to the internal audit to the Auditor General at the same time? Because
it goes back to the same thing. This is February. I'm still uncertain of the sequence. I've not gotten that sorted out as yet. So that will still ring true in terms of the response.
But Dr. O'Neal Morton, I understand that point because you've made it very clearly. From your email of the 17th of February, which was looked at on page 210, but by this time you had asked the Attorney General for advice. And what you do not say to the Auditor General is, I'm confused, or I don't understand the sequence, or I think that you shouldn't get any of this stuff until after the internal auditor is finished. You've said it would be to do this simultaneously, which you had at that point no intention of doing, it would be quite challenging and unusual. Why didn't you say, I'm very sorry, but my understanding is that we do this sequentially. The internal auditor at the moment is dealing with an internal audit. We will let you have the data at the end of the process. And again, on the 10th of March, when you're still in this phase, you don't say, that. You say, we will supply the information once it is ready.
Once it is ready, of course, I'm still on the belief that we deal with internal audit and then we'll go to Auditor General once it is ready.
Oh, so when you say, just for clarification, we will supply the information once it is ready, you didn't mean you'd supply the information when you gathered it together. You said you meant you'd supply the information once the entire process was over.
Exactly, because remember, that is still my idea of how it should be done.
But you kept that to yourself. You didn't share that with the Auditor General.
I told her it was quite challenging and unusual to deal with two audit bodies simultaneously.
This was your first experience, despite all the years in public service. This was, you told the Commissioner, the first time that you had actually had to deal with either auditor.
That is correct. And at the same time as well, so it was quite a challenge. It was very confusing.
What was the basis for it to be unusual? If it had never happened to you before, why did you think it was an unusual situation?
Because based on what I hear, the practice, because that is where I got my concept from regarding the practice, that the practice is that internal audit while it's ongoing, Auditor General when it is finished. That information I gathered from practice from other officers who were in the service as well.
And you gathered that in December 2020, January 2020?
I can't recall when I gathered it, but I know I gathered it once the two audits were requesting information.
Mr. Rowett, I know the
yes,
time isn't a convenient time to break. Dr. O'Neal Morton, you may remember this from last time, but we have to break after about an hour or so. It's been more than that this morning for the stenographer, just have a rest. So we'll have a 5-minute break now.
Okay,
Good.
Mr. Commissioner.
Yes, thank you very much. Good, thank you, Mr. Rowett. We're ready.
Thank you, Commissioner. Dr. O'Neal Morton, we were in the email trail on Wednesday, the 10th of March 2021, at page 209 in the bundle, and the Commissioner had referred you to your response to the Auditor General. And on the same day, we see at the top of the page that the Auditor General said, thank you for your email, and then said, can you please provide access to the trade and or other database? Sorry, I'll read that again. In the meantime, can you please provide access to the trade and other databases, as these do not need preparation? The auditors can commence working with these immediately. What did you understand as to be meant by trade databases?
The trade, I'm not sure. She means the trade department, I'm not certain. It says to the trade and other databases, because we don't house any databases at all on the stimulus.
It doesn't seem from the documents that have been disclosed to the Commission, or indeed the content of the what we'll call the Premier's Office response to the Commissioner, that you replied to this email. Do you recall having any discussion at around this time with the Auditor General or her officers?
I don't recall, because my email was at 1 o'clock, but hers is at 4:30. I don't recall.
Right, but subsequent to it, not on that date necessarily, but subsequent to it, do you recall having any discussions with her?
I don't recall, Mr. Commissioner.
If we go to the Premier's Office response at page 250.
250?
250, please. Now this is, we'll look at this response in total in due course, but you will see that paragraph 184, there's a reference to the 25th of May 2021, which is when the Auditor General sent you a draft report, and we'll look at that as we go through the sequence chronologically. But in support of a point made in this response that the Auditor General had not given you any indication of the need for expedition, or that or indication she was working on any timetable. Paragraph 185, the response states, the terms of the Auditor General's Chamber's response to the PS email of 10th of March 2020, in which she had assured the Auditor General the information would be supplied once it was ready, had been to suggest in the meantime, the PS should let her have access to the, quote, trade and other databases, end quote. That, it is suggested, must clearly have indicated that the Auditor General was willing to wait. However, there were no databases in connection with the farmers and fishers or the schools and church grant schemes. Leave that last sentence aside, but did you read that email of the 10th of March from the Auditor General as one which indicated that she was willing to wait?
No, Mr. Commissioner, I didn't interpret it as that, because she was still pressing forward, asking for information when, in my estimation, I was going to deal with internal audit, as I said, my concept that I had, and then deal with the Auditor General. So I didn't get the impression that she was willing to wait, but we would have liked her to have waited on us for the information. We never said we won't give it. We asked if she could wait for it. I don't think pressing and asking for things continuously indicate that you're willing to wait, because as I said, how I knew it before it was clarified was that you'll deal with the internal auditor and then with the Auditor General.
But that was still not shared with the Auditor General. Your thoughts of this sequential approach, that was not shared with the Auditor General.
But I would assume from my letter about my email, about simultaneously having 2 audits on the office would have been clarification enough to know that.
Well, you said that was challenging. You didn't say it was never going to happen, which was in your thought.
But
You suggested it was going to happen, but it might be challenging. That's the way I read the email.
oh well, that's not the
But you
way it was
didn't.
meant.
So right, okay.
And what you didn't convey to the Auditor General was that your understanding from other public officers of the practice was that internal auditor finishes first, and then and only then can the Auditor General come in.
No, I didn't convey that, but from her responses, it was an implication that she didn't agree with what I said, but I wanted a clarification from the AG
I accept that totally. And we'll come to the memorandum that gave you that clarification. But what you told the Commissioner is that your understanding from other public officers was that what you understood to be a sequence, that was the conventional practice. And so in effect, the Auditor General was trying to buck the conventional practice. She was trying to go against the practice within the public service.
I'm not using those words. I never use those words.
But
I'm not using
she was going contrary to what you understood to be practice in the public service, in terms that it's sequential.
I'm not making that submission, Mr. Commissioner.
But did you tell her at any time that your belief that it was a sequential process came from?
Well, the fact that I said about having the audits simultaneously, I would gather that would give the idea that they should not be at the same time. That would have been my impression. I would have gathered that she would have realized from that I was thinking they should not be at the same time.
So, but certainly what you took from the email that we're looking at the moment, page 209, it was not your impression that the Auditor General was willing to wait. Quite the opposite.
I don't think that she was willing to wait, and that is all we wanted, for her to wait until we had finished with the processes, with the information.
But you see, what's said in the response that you have adopted, and what the Attorney General said on your behalf, is that you agree its contents and had nothing to add to it. What's said at paragraph 105 is that email must clearly have indicated that the Auditor General was willing to wait. So is that paragraph wrong?
Who made that declaration?
You did in the Premier's office response, Dr. O'Neal Morton.
Can we go back to that, please?
Of course. Perhaps, Dr. O'Neal Morton, if I take it this way, if you go to page
220.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to call the Premier's office response. And the reason I'm calling that is because in your written response to the warning letter, first paragraph, you adopt it, and you then and you have confirmed that to the Commissioner. The Attorney General has also confirmed in writing to the Commissioner that you agreed with the contents of this response and you had nothing to add to it. Now, the peculiarity of this is that if we go to page 253, it's not signed at all. It's not dated, it's not signed. Can you help, before we go back to paragraph 185, with how it came to be prepared?
Is the Commissioner?
253, please.
What
That's the last page of the document.
Correct.
It's not signed, it's not dated. Can you help with how it came to be prepared?
This is a response from the Premier's office. Correct?
Yes.
The information was gathered from the Premier's office itself. I can't verify why it has not been signed.
But who wrote it?
How do you mean, who wrote it?
Well, somebody has to type all of these words into a computer and produce the document. Who was responsible for doing that?
Information was given to our team, both in-house and the legal team, and they put it all together. I can't say who specifically did the typing. I can't verify that. Who did the actual typing of the document?
Who put it in front of you and said, do you agree it?
Maybe who put it in front of me? It was sent to me via email.
But who sent it to you via email?
The IRU.
Who in the IRU sent it to you?
The IRU has an email address that comes IRU. That is their address. And I can't recall who's the exact person because they have many members. I can't recall who's the exact person.
Okay, well, let's go back to paragraph 185, because what that says at paragraph 185 is the opposite of what you're now telling the Commissioner, because it says that that email must clearly have indicated that the Auditor General was willing to wait.
But how?
But you don't agree with that paragraph. Does it come to that, Dr. O'Neal Morton?
But yes, it might say it was indicated that she was willing to wait. Willing means you have the desire to do, but did she action willing to wait?
Well,
no, because she didn't action it because she kept asking for information. So because this was on the 10th of March and she kept asking for information. So that would say she was maybe willing to wait, but she didn't action the willing to wait.
So this is a paragraph that you can no longer agree with?
No, I cannot say I no longer agree with it. It would have indicated at that moment that she might have been willing to wait based on the response, but action in the willing to wait might have not happened post this declaration here.
So can we put it like this, that it was clear from her pressing you for information that she was not willing to wait?
I might say that.
Yes, thank you.
What it also says at the end is that there were no databases in connection with farmers and fishers or the school and church grant scheme. The databases that the Auditor General asked for was trade and other databases. If you go in the same document to paragraph 52, which is on page 228, you see at paragraph 52 that the Premier's Office response refers to the Department of Trade under the Premier's Office, confirming that it had afforded the internal auditor access to its electronic databases of small business grant applicants. And that happened on the 29th of September 2020. The actual email, there's no reference given, but it seems to be at page 702. You see at 702, there's an email from the director of the Trade, Investment, Promotion, and Consumer Affairs responding to the Internal Audit Department and copying you in. And it confirms that access has been given to not only applications via an online platform, but a policy which includes eligibility and approval criteria, evaluation guidelines, and then it says a final listing of approved applicants will be forwarded shortly. If the Trade Department was able in September 2020 to give the internal auditor access, why couldn't you facilitate access for the Auditor General to that department's databases?
I don't understand the question. The accounting officer for trade gave the internal auditor access. I don't know if she went, I'm not sure if she went to internal, trade department, I'm not sure.
But what this is your own response, the Premier's office response confirms that that's what the Department of Trade had done. That's the paragraph I showed you. It says that it confirmed it had afforded the internal auditor access to electronic databases of small business grant applicants. The reason for showing you the actual email is because you will then have more clarity as to what was actually provided.
Because they had a database to afford them opportunity, the internal audit opportunity to access.
Yes, but my point is that they sit under the Premier's office. The reference in the Auditor General to trade databases might be possibly taken as a reference to the Trade Department. And it's a bigger question. It just comes down to this. If it was possible in September 2020 to facilitate that kind of access for the internal auditor, why couldn't it have been facilitated for the Auditor General?
The Director of Trade is an accounting officer. She can direct anything under her remit. She's the one responsible for that department.
But did you draw that to the attention of the Auditor General?
Mr. Commissioner, I don't know if that's a fair question to me to ask me. I don't think it is. The Director of Trade is the accounting officer for trade, and I would believe the Auditor General knows that.
But if you're asked about trade databases, did you think, well, those may be the Department of Trade databases and direct the Auditor General there? Or didn't you think about it? You may not have thought about it at all.
Mr. Commissioner, that was probably not on my mind at all, because I was thinking my databases, which at that point they did not and they do not currently exist as well. I was thinking of my databases, not anyone else's.
Your databases,
because they don't exist. I'm just saying databases, yeah, but that's what was used.
So if they existed, they would relate to farmers and fishermen,
the churches and
schools, and then the transportation.
Perhaps, yeah. Those are the three that
you were overseeing. Fine, thank you. If you then turn to 208, then if we go back to that. The last communication between yourself and the Attorney General that we looked at.
Just a minute, Mr. Commissioner. Just a minute. Okay, I'm there now.
The last communication that we looked at is from the 10th of March 2021. We're now on the 25th of May. And what is sent to you is the draft audit report on stimulus grants to farmers and fishermen. Now, between 3rd of March or 10th of March 2021 and 25th of May, had there been any correspondence between you and the Auditor General?
No, Mr. Commissioner, I didn't even know that a draft audit report would have been forthcoming at that point.
And by this point, had you made any information available to the Auditor General?
No, Mr. Commissioner, if we look at the date, it's the 25th of May. Okay, I had not heard back from the Attorney General as yet. So I was still.
So you had neither communicated with the Auditor General nor heard back from the Attorney General?
That is correct.
Had you followed up at all with the Attorney General, given that you'd asked for a most timely response?
I did afterwards, and I think the communication should be somewhere in here where I asked for a response, and then I got one, I think on the 25th of June or somewhere about like that.
Was this Dr. O'Neal Morton after you got the 25th of May email? So you got the draft report, and then you chased, at least in inverted commas, the Attorney General?
Yes, because at that point, I didn't realize that this draft report was coming. So I thought, as a matter of course, let me reach out to the Attorney General and see, you know, the response that we were looking for.
Just to put everything into proper context, you were communicating with the Internal Audit Department, and had the data been given to the internal auditor by this stage, or was she still waiting for data from you?
It's still waiting, still waiting.
And is she still waiting?
Yes, because we are still in the process as well, because the information she asked for, there was some payments that we had to pay back in. So we had to get information from Treasury and to compile a report. So all of that is going on. And as I said before, I'm going to repeat it. My staff, we have staffing issues at the moment. I have one person in my finance unit. It's quite difficult to do all of the coordination of the financial transactions for our office, as well as the stimulus.
But as at the 25th of May, which we're focusing on at the moment, the data hadn't been supplied to the internal auditor, nor had any data been supplied to the Auditor General. And I understand you set out the reasons for that, but that was the factual position.
Yes, Mr. Commissioner.
Yes, thank you very much.
I'll take you to the advice shortly, Dr. O'Neal Morton, but if we go to 206, we see the next step in the sequence, which is where you send a rather lengthy letter to the Auditor General, and this is on the 31st of May 2021. You begin by referring to the email of the 25th of May, and then to a telephone conversation on the 27th of May. And then if I summarize, and if I miss out anything that you think important, Dr. O'Neal, please do draw it to the attention of the Commissioner. But just to summarize it, what you do is, first of all, that you make clear that no discourtesy has been intended to the Auditor General, her office, that you, the Premier's office, you say, is unreservedly committed to assisting your office in fulfilling your statutory and constitutional responsibilities. And you acknowledge that there have been shortcomings in providing a timely response. You then go on to refer to the impact of having to deal with requests for information from the Commission of Inquiry. You draw attention, the Auditor General's attention, to the gravity of the inquiry, and you say that it's such that the reputation of the Virgin Islands, its government and its governance systems are under close scrutiny before the international media and the world audience. There are the potentially negative effects of failing to efficiently and effectively assist the Commission. Errors and oversights in submitted documents and other avoidable and unavoidable errors can have deep implications for governance and the economy. And that, you say, is explain why there is the Commission of Inquiry has to have priority over other matters. You mentioned that you acknowledge that the audit of the stimulus program is an important and commendable initiative, and that your office wishes to cooperate. But you then continue to say that you will need a 3-week extension of time in order to study the contents of the draft audit report and to provide a meaningful response to it. You then add that even on a cursory scan of the draft, you had detected some items of information which, to your knowledge, are inaccurate. And you want your technical officers to thoroughly review the document so its contents can be properly verified and corrected where necessary. And then you add that the programs are ongoing and the internal audit is ongoing. And just to ask you some questions about this. Firstly, the telephone conversation of the 27th of May, 2021, did you make a note of that telephone conversation?
That it occurred.
Did you make a note of the content of the conversation?
I probably made a note in my diary because I also wrote it in the letter. And I have a note in my diary.
Of it having occurred, or of the content?
Of it having occurred, not of the content. I might have said that I spoke to the Auditor General draft audit report.
No more than that?
Not necessarily, not more than that, because I know that I would have followed up with a letter, and which the letter would basically say exactly what we would have probably conversed and other things as well.
Fine. Thank you. Now,
I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. In the letter, and I presume also in the conversation, because the letter reflected the conversation, there's still no reference to your belief that the Auditor General should not be conducting an audit until the process was over, and should be conducting an audit only sequentially. There's no reference to that in the letter, is there?
Mr. Commissioner, that's way past bedtime because the draft audit report was already submitted. So I don't think that would have had any value at that time.
Well,
to have mentioned that.
I mean, yeah.
I don't think it would have had any value.
No,
this draft report was sent, so.
But in any event, you didn't mention it.
No, I didn't mention it because there was the report. So I think that it wouldn't have had any value.
Thank you.
You point to, as I've said, the Commission of Inquiry. Now, the Commission of Inquiry was set up on the 19th of January. The first letters requesting information from the Premier's office were sent on the 8th of March. In what way would that have prevented you from complying with a request for information that was made, as we've seen, on the 10th of December 2020 and repeated on the 27th of January 2021?
As I said before, Commissioner, yes, at this time in May, it might have been the COI, but previously, remember, we were working on 4 stimulus at the same time and doing our regular job. I'm a new PS without orientation, so it would have been quite difficult. Staffing was a serious issue. All of those were variables that we had to consider in terms of complying with the request, and those were mentioned.
But Dr. O'Neal Morton, I understand those things, but my understanding of your evidence today is that the reason you didn't send data to the Auditor General is because you believed that the internal auditor and the Auditor General acted sequentially, and the Auditor General did not come on stream until after the process was completed. And therefore, in a sense, I appreciate that there were other things going on.
Those were added as well, Mr. Commissioner, and I emphasize that for the whole of the session about the sequence and other operational matters in the ministry. Those were the main things that would have been the challenge.
Thank you.
Where you say that you're committed to assisting the Auditor General's office in fulfilling statutory and constitutional responsibilities, what statutory and constitutional responsibilities did you have in mind?
In the request of the Auditor General, I never, ever indicated that I won't. I just needed more time to do so. I needed clarity, as Commissioner just noted, on the sequence as well. It was never the intent to dishonor the Auditor General's office and to willfully, as I think I saw somewhere stated, to obstruct the operations of the Auditor General office. I have been a public officer for over 30 years, and most people who know me from my professional life know that I love to say I live by the book of rules, and I like to carry them out. Circumstances sometimes permit, as in the case of the stimulus and other operational matters, the COI that prevented us, and the sequence of audits, all of those things, those were unique circumstances. Those are not regular circumstances.
Well, isn't the only non-unique circumstance that you understood the practice to be that it had to be sequential? I mean, you've explained to the Commissioner, Dr. O'Neal Morton, that despite your length of service, you had not encountered an audit before.
No, Mr. Commissioner, I've never had an audit.
And so what you understood to be the conventional practice came from what you'd been told by other public officers.
That is correct.
And so even when the best of times, you would have still been questioning whether that conventional practice was being followed by the Auditor General, because the Auditor General was wanting information on your understanding what you say you understood it to be. The Auditor General was requesting information prior to the point in the sequence when she should have been requesting information. That's right, isn't it?
My confusion and my concern was the sequence. I expressed that, and that is why I wrote Attorney General.
And is this fair? Again, tell me if it's not. But it seems to me that because you had a belief that the Auditor General and the Internal Auditor had roles which are sequential, when the Auditor General asked you for information, you didn't attempt to comply with it. You didn't set somebody on the task because you thought it's the internal auditor, and you took steps. You've explained you took some steps to get data to the internal auditor, but as I understand it, you didn't take any steps to get data to the Auditor General because you thought Mrs. Webster doesn't come on stream until after the process.
Because I was still of that belief until I'd gotten the legal advice.
I understand that, but am I right in thinking that explains why you didn't try? I mean, with the internal auditor, you took steps to get data to her. You didn't manage to get data to her, but you did take steps to do it. But with the Auditor General, it's true, isn't it, that you didn't take any steps to get data to her because you were of the belief, sequential, Mrs. Webster doesn't get anything until after the process.
That was my belief.
No, I understand that. Yes, thank you.
If we move on in time, in page 203, you'll see, Dr. O'Neal Morton, that the Auditor General agreed to an extension of the deadline for a response to the 15th of June 2021. But then if we go to page 1109, on the 3rd of June, you were one of a number of permanent secretaries that received a draft report, and this is the draft report in relation to religious organisations, civic groups, private schools and daycares. And that asked for a response by the 19th of June. So you now have 2 reports to respond to, is that right?
That is correct, working on 2 of them at the same time.
If we then go to 201, you email the Auditor General on June the 14th, and you ask her for a telephone conversation to discuss the matter of submitting feedback to the Auditor General, and this is, you refer specifically to farmers and fishermen stimulus. Now, at that time, you've had the report for a couple of weeks, but what did you mean by feedback?
The response to the report.
So we'll look at the response in a moment, but were you planning to draft? We're already making steps to draft the response that
I had a team organized to work on it, but it was reported that they won't be ready for the particular time, because I emailed the Auditor General twice on the same day to let her know that we won't have been able to comply with the set deadline,
which was the 15th.
Because of what the team had reported, because we were working on it as a team.
I mean, you can see that what the Auditor General then responded was that you could send the response via email. And on the same day, as you've explained, you then, and this is at page 200, you then say that you need more time to submit the response. You're asking for an extra week, and you point to a number of factors that we've looked at, that you're dealing with requests from the Commission of Inquiry, that you are short-staffed, and that's and that you're dealing with now 2 reports, or 2 draft reports from the Auditor General. The Auditor General then, or what I think that the next step in the sequence, if we look at page 202, you send a memorandum to the Auditor General on the 15th of June 2021, and you refer to your letters of the 31st of May. We've looked at that. A letter of the 14th of June, which I don't think we have, but then an email of the 14th of June, and we've looked at 2 emails from the 14th of June. You refer to a capacity issue, not only in terms of manpower, but because of the demands from the Commission of Inquiry. And you also say that you have requests from the House of Assembly to furnish detailed information, and therefore you ask for an extension of 1 week for each request, which are then by now due, one on the 15th and one on the 19th. Now, in terms of just the request from the House of Assembly to furnish detailed information, what does that refer to, please, Dr. O'Neal Morton?
Those would have been questions, and we normally get quite a lot of those from the House of Assembly. Questions from members to the government.
So individual members in the House?
Mainly opposition members would send questions to the ministers, and well, those that are directed to the Premier would come to us, and we would have to deal with them in terms of getting the answers. And at that time, I indicated that we had staffing issues. My DS is normally the person that takes care of those, and she would have been in and out at the same time.
So House of Assembly members can table questions to ministers. Yes, if they do so, it comes to the public officers within the relevant ministry to draft the answer for the minister. Thank you. It's at this point that you, and if we look at 215 in the bundle, you then write to the Attorney General on the 15th of June 2021, and you attach a copy of your correspondence of the 9th of February 2021. Now, how would this have, it may be there, but how would this have been sent to the Attorney General?
Mr. Commissioner, it might have been an email, perhaps. I am not sure. I'm not sure.
And this was the 15th of June. That was actually the day any comments on the farmers and fishermen report was due. due on the 15th of June.
21st of June. If we go back to 198.
On page
Which
202. Page 202, this was your email of the 15th of June.
202, okay. Go there.
This is your email. Sorry, this is your memo to the Auditor General of the 15th of June, when you say that the deadlines for the two reports, farmers and fishermen 15th, and the religious institutions the 19th. So it's just an observation. Your chaser to the Attorney General was on the day that your response was due.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
But in there, what in that request for legal advice, what you do say is that the legal opinion is now urgent, as the Auditor General draft report is stating that the Premier's office has refused to furnish information, when in fact the Premier's office was under the notion that the internal audit upon completion of the monthly audits as directed by Cabinet would suffice until the initiative is closed off. Subsequently, the Auditor General would then proceed to do a post-audit. Just to clarify this for us, please, Dr. O'Neal Morton, because you seem to be saying something slightly different from what you've said to the Commissioner thus far, because what you've said is that you understood the understanding that it was sequential was based on what you'd learned from other officers as to the usual practice. But here you seem to be saying that it actually derives from the fact that Cabinet had directed the internal auditor to be doing monthly audits, and that would be sufficient until the program's ended, and it was only then that the Auditor General could come in and do an audit. So you seem to now be speaking of a circumstance that directly related to the COVID stimulus programs.
Mr. Commissioner, I'm uncertain of what you're saying. Can you repeat, please?
Of course. Your evidence so far has been that your understanding of a sequential process came from other public officers.
Correct.
That was, as you understand it, the standard practice, irrespective of the situation and circumstance. That's what should happen.
Correct.
Here, because you are referring to the internal audit, that you say Premier's office is under the notion that the internal audit upon completion of the monthly audits as directed by Cabinet would suffice until the initiative is closed off.
Closed off means finished.
Yes, of course. But what you seem to be saying is that it's because of the direction of Cabinet that the internal audit department should be doing monthly audits. So it's because of the circumstances you found yourself in 2020-21 rather than a standard practice.
I don't see how that changes what I said about sequence. What I said about sequencing is internal audit, it's ongoing. Once it is completed, then the information goes to the Auditor General. I don't think this paragraph here changes that notion.
But Mr. Rowett's point is this, was that because of the general practice that you understood was in place, or was it because in the particular circumstances of this case, Cabinet had directed monthly audits by the Internal Audit Department? So was it a general practice, or was it because of the Cabinet's direction?
But the Cabinet direction wouldn't change the concept of the sequence.
So
because the sequence says it goes to one while it's ongoing. When it's finished, it goes to another. The Cabinet direction would not change the sequence.
Thank you. So it's as it were a general principle. Yes.
If
now,
we
Mr.
go,
Rowett, I see the time, but a break where is convenient.
I will do.
Yes.
The next response, and we don't necessarily need to go to the emails, but your request for more time was met by an email from the Auditor General on the 16th of June. Commissioner, this is at your page 199. And what the Auditor General said was that the typical response period for draft reports such as this is 2 weeks, We need to complete assignments in a timely manner to allow us to proceed with our work programme. Please let us have your response to both reports by Monday, the 21st of June. After that date, the reports will be finalised. You then wrote, and this is at page 199, Commissioner, that you wrote on the following day, June the 17th, thanking the Auditor General for the extension, but again pointing to that given current capacity and responsibilities, you're not in typical times. And the Auditor General on the same day then said the report will be finalised at the end of 21st of June 2021. You subsequently, and this is on page 198, then raised an issue as to what was meant by the 21st of June. And the Auditor General then responded that the final dates would be, the final date for these two reports would be the 21st of June, and your response should be received no later than that. If I take you just to one email, 196, please. On the 21st of June, 2021, Dr. O'Neal Morton, you wrote again to the Auditor General, and it was a lengthy email, and you made the following points. So again, if I'll summarise, but if I miss something, please tell the Commissioner. You pointed to the importance of the accurate reporting of figures. You said that substantial progress had been made on a meaningful response, notwithstanding factors such as staffing, other responsibilities in dealing with the COI. You then also said that the normal and prescribed auditing process had not yet been concluded, and so your staff were working on unaudited records. And you then said, point out that the deadlines that the Auditor General was working to were not reasonable. And you concluded by saying that your office would require until the 28th of June 2020 to provide a proper and comprehensive response that would address the errors that you had detected in the report and provide additional information, which was, as you pointed out, consistent with the initial extension you'd sought. You conclude by emphasising that no discourtesy was intended to the Auditor General, her officers, but you are trying to do your best with limited resources. Now, just breaking this down, what you refer to is the normal and prescribed internal auditing process. What did you mean by that phrase?
The internal auditors, their work.
And that goes back to your belief that there's a sequence. You say that the data that your officers were having to work on was unaudited. I mean, there was, as you've described it, an ongoing work by the internal auditor. Doesn't that mean that some of the data at least must have been audited by then?
By whom? Because if the Auditor General has information, where did it come from?
Well, she's obviously got it from sources other than the Premier's office. She hasn't told you at that time what her sources are.
How reliable is it? Except
in her report. But my question is not about the reliability of her data.
Well, Mr. Commissioner, sorry to interrupt you, but that goes to auditing and reliability, because as I said in one of my correspondence, that a cursory look showed that there was inconsistent and incorrect details for some parts of it.
I'll come back to that. What I'm asking you about, Dr. O'Neal Morton, is this. You're referring to your own officers having to use unaudited data. But given that, as we've seen through the sequence of emails, the internal auditor is working with you, undertaking an audit, and you're telling the Auditor General, once that is done, then I will give you information. To what extent was the information, the data available to your own officers unaudited?
Because remember, up to June 21st, we are still working on information because of the deadline that was put in. I had the staff put in extra time, overtime, weekend time to make sure that we were going to meet the deadline. And once that was done, the information would have gone to internal audit to have a look at it and have an audit of the information before it goes to the Auditor General.
Can I just break that down slightly,
Sorry.
Dr. O'Neal Morton? First, we're now on the 21st of June 2021. So the programme had been running for the best part of 9 months, 8 or 9 months. Secondly, the internal auditor who had been required by Cabinet to provide monthly audits, as I understand it, had still not been provided the data by the Premier's office in which to conduct any of those audits. And thirdly, you considered that the Auditor General, Mrs. Webster, should sequentially await the outcome of the entire process. So on the 21st of June, no auditing had taken place at all, as I understand it. Is that true?
No, because we were still June 24th, the stimulus was still going on. Today it is still going on, Mr. Commissioner.
No, it is. No, but
indeed.
But no auditing had been done by the internal auditor or the Auditor General. As a matter of fact, I understand that you've given us the reasons, but that was so, wasn't it, in June?
It was so in June because we were trying for the team to go beyond all exhaustion, sacrifice, come in and work extra to put the information together.
I understand that. I understand that. Can I just put this last proposition to you?
Okay.
An auditor audits the data that he or she has. That's their job. And you get lots and lots of incomplete audits in corporate spheres and all sorts of spheres, but they can only work on the data that they have. So the Auditor General, who was conducting an audit, worked on the data that she happened to have.
Mr. Commissioner, I also saw that I believe an auditor must work on accurate information.
No,
and that is what we realized in this initial report. There was inaccurate information by the Auditor General's office.
I mean, obviously, ideally, an auditor would work on complete.
But I think it's unethical to put out wrong information in the public sphere. I think that's unethical, Mr. Commissioner.
I know, but an auditor can only act on the data that she has.
But then, Mr. Commissioner, won't you agree that if you get information, you need to verify that before it's put out in the public sphere?
Well,
I think that is a responsibility that all of us have.
It may depend. Yes, because the Auditor General had asked for the data and you had not given her any data.
Because, Mr. Commissioner, you come back. That is sequence and that is also happening as well.
I know, but I understand
because
that.
I didn't want to be irresponsible. And I think in one of the emails she had asked to say, give her what you have. I didn't feel comfortable doing that. I did not feel comfortable doing that. I thought that would have been irresponsible to do, to submit it to her. And I wasn't sure as yet. I thought that would have been irresponsible. The same thing with the internal auditor. I wanted to make sure we had the information, put the team together, get the information, make sure what we have is verified as far as we know. And then the auditor would go and do further verification before the information goes in the public sphere. Because once it is out there, which is what I think is happening, the public is the judge, jury, and executioner, and using incorrect information to make that judgment on the Premier's office, which is quite unfair to us.
Well, I mean, I've got to make of the evidence what I can, but I certainly understand what you say, Dr. O'Neal Morton.
Does that follow? Following on from that, though, Dr. O'Neal Morton, does that, I mean, you had a different approach to the two auditors, didn't you? Because in relation to the Auditor General, your rationale for not giving her information was that she was asking for it too soon in the process.
Based on the sequence that I had imagined also.
But in relation to the internal auditor, you didn't want to give the internal auditor information until—
that we didn't have.
A, that you didn't have, but B, until your staff had verified it.
I felt comfortable for them to also do that as well. I didn't want them to give the internal auditor incorrect information.
But
So as I said, sorry if you'll excuse me. So as I said that there were some monies that were paid back in, I didn't want, for example, if they said John Brown got $50 and we sent it to the internal auditor, but then in truth and fact, we were working on doing a refund with the money. So because that would have been inaccurate information going out there.
Well, the accuracy, it just depends on the timing of the audit. And what you want, what you've said is that until what you wanted to happen was that your staff would verify the information. And the purpose of the internal auditor was to do another level of verification.
Well, I think the responsible thing is whenever we're sending information, even within or outside of the office, it is your responsibility to ensure that it is accurate. That is a given responsibility of any office or any officer.
I mean, that view's clear.
Can I just quickly run through the sequence before, and
yes.
I find it very, literally 1 minute. We're on page 195 now. Having written that long email on June the 21st, Dr. O'Neal Morton, you got a shorter email from the Auditor General who asked you to forward the response with, please forward your response with the information already compiled, and that was on the 21st of June as well. You responded on the same day saying that it would be professionally inappropriate to provide incomplete information, especially when dealing with unaudited data. This is a recipe for chaos that I would very much like to avoid. And you then say, we are quite optimistic that the responses will be completed by June 28th, 2021. On the 21st, however,
okay, but you left out the last sentence. However, if we are able to finish before that date, we will kindly submit the response to your good office.
Oh, thank you for that. What then happened, though, was if we look at 194, the Auditor General on the evening of the 21st of June submitted her final reports on fishers and farmers and fisher folks and religious organisations and private schools to the Governor, copying in the Honourable Premier, yourself, and the another permanent secretary. So, Commissioner, that's a good point if we want to stop.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Dr. O'Neal Morton. Can we come back about 2:15, half an hour?
Okay, that should be fine.
No, thank you very much.
Thank you, Doctor.
Good, thank you, Mr. Rice.
Thank you. Dr. O'Neal Morton, thank you for returning to continue your evidence. And Commissioner, for the record, can I confirm that for this afternoon session, the Attorney General and elected ministers continue to be represented by Mrs. Fiona Forbes-Vanterpool. Dr. O'Neal Morton, sorry, could we turn up now, please? I think we're at the 25th of June now. So I think when we broke for lunch, we got to the point in the timeline when the Auditor General had submitted her final drafts to the Governor. And if you turn up page 1107, I'm just taking you now to the response from the Attorney General, which is a memorandum responding to your request for legal advice. Commissioner, for your note, there is a redacted version of this advice, which is how it was first served at page 217 in the same bundle.
Thank you.
Do you have that page, Dr. O'Neal Morton?
Yes, yes, Commissioner, I have that
So
page.
on the 25th of June, 2021, the Attorney General responded to your earlier request for legal advice. If you see, and this is something you noted before the break, can you see handwritten in the top right-hand corner, it's recorded as having been received by hand. You see that?
Yes, Commissioner.
Now, the advice is from, in fact, from Mrs. Forbes-Vanterpool, Principal Crown Counsel, on behalf of the Attorney General. And the advice refers to the memoranda of the 9th of February and the 15th of June, and says that its purpose is to advise on the sequential process for providing information to the Auditor General, in particular whether the laws of the Virgin Islands allows the Auditor General to act prior to the completion of the internal audit process. What the advice then does is to review the duties and powers of the Auditor General under the Constitution and under the Audit Act 2003. And as I'm sure you will have seen, Dr. O'Neal Morton, you were referred to section 109(2) of the Constitution, which outline the duties of the Auditor General, and note that that involves auditing and reporting annually, for which purpose the Auditor General or any person authorised by him or her shall have access to all books, records, returns and other documents relating to such accounts. You're then taken to the Audit Act, which Section 11 of which provides that the Auditor General has all the powers necessary to enable him to perform his function, including power to require a public officer to conduct, on behalf of the Auditor General, an inquiry, examination or audit, and to report his findings, to give the Auditor General access to property that's in the public officer's possession or under his control, to search and provide extracts from government records or records to which the government has access, or finally to give or provide to the Auditor General any explanation or information the Auditor General considers necessary to enable him to perform his functions.
I'm sure, well, isn't that section 19 of the Act?
I'll check.
Not that it matters a great deal for.
But yes,
Dr.
sorry, I
Morton.
should have checked across.
Page 232 of the authorities.
So the Act of 2003. Yes, you're right, Commissioner. It is. I
mean, I don't think it matters for
no,
any purpose other than the record, but
yeah,
and it's the same in the penultimate paragraph, where there's a reference to again, it should be 19 subsection 3. A public officer shall comply with the requirements.
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Yes, so there's a typo in the advice where references to section 11 are intended to be a reference to section 19. But what are set out, as I've summarised, Dr. O'Neal Morton, are the powers of the Auditor General, which allows her to require public officers to produce documents. The advice informs you that there's no specific provision in the Act which subjects the exercise of the Auditor General's functions or powers to any process. It's noted that the absence of such a provision is unsurprising given the recognition of the independence of the Auditor General in section 1094 of the Constitution, which expressly states that in the exercise of his or her functions, the Auditor General shall not be subject to the direction or control of any other person or authority. For completeness, the advice reviewed the Internal Audit Act, which governs the internal auditor's work, and noted that the powers of the Director of Internal Audit largely mirror those of the Auditor General. And the Director also has a power to access any government asset or property, enter and inspect any premises, search or inspect any document or record or information of the public authority, and request from any public officer or employee of a public authority information or document, including electronic data. And it's noted that there are similar reporting obligations on the Director as on the Auditor General. And what's noted is that there is nothing in either the Audit Act or the Internal Audit Act requiring the conclusion of internal audit prior to the commencement of an audit by the Auditor General. And what's the concluding piece of advice to you, Dr. O'Neal Morton, is that section 19.3 of the Act specifically provides that a public officer, quote, shall comply, end quote, with the Auditor General's request for documents or information. The Act does not provide any exception for the completion of an internal audit. Accordingly, the Premier's office should take immediate steps to comply with the Auditor General's request for information. Now, that's the advice recorded as having received at 3:02 p.m. by hand on the 25th of June. Subsequent to that, did you, having received that advice about your obligations towards the Auditor General, did you contact the Auditor General at all?
Did I contact her?
Yep.
No, I did not.
Did you take any steps to comply with her previous request for information?
Information for the report, but the report was already submitted at that point.
So did you conclude that because she'd already submitted her report,
so
the time had passed?
I don't think it would have been necessary to submit anything after the draft report. I didn't think that was necessary. Because even in asking for the extra time, she was saying that was it. The time would have been cut off. So in my mind, there was no sense of submitting anything after that time anyway.
Well, I understand that, but did you read the Attorney General's memorandum?
Yes, I did.
And where was there a limitation on the Auditor General's powers to require a public officer to provide information?
I never said that there was any limitation, Mr. Commissioner. My only query up until the time that I got that advice was a sequence, because I thought it would have been very challenging. As I said in my prior correspondence, I have 2 audits going on simultaneously. I always respect any office in government. Anything that's under the Constitution, that's constitutionally advanced, I respect that. My only challenge was the sequence, because I think in a normal scheme of things, well, this was abnormal, but in a normal scheme of things, more so, to have 2 audits going on at the same time. That was my concern.
I understand that, because you've made that very clear, Dr. O'Neal Morton. But you'd had a request from the Auditor General to provide data. And I appreciate that she produced her report, finalised the report by this time. But you had the request. It's a request that you were bound to comply with under section 19.3. Despite the fact the report had been finalised, you still didn't think it was appropriate to comply with the request, although there's no limitation.
We sent in, Mr. Commissioner, our report and asked it to be made an addendum, and it was not.
No. I'm sorry, that's a different point.
I disagree, because we submitted the information that we had in our possession. I've posted this letter.
I appreciate that you submitted a draft report after the memorandum from the Attorney General, but the Auditor General had asked for data, not your report, the data. Didn't it occur to you that you should still provide the data?
Mr. Commissioner, we didn't have any databases to provide, because as we got a request from IRU, which they say came from COI this week, for information from the applicants. It was still in a box. So what we did is we scanned that information, sent it to the IRU to pass on to the COI. So we had no databases to pass on.
I understand that there was no electronic databases, but section 19(2)(b) is not restricted to databases. It's you have to provide access to the Auditor General for property that is in your possession and control. The documents were in your possession and control, but it didn't after the Attorney General's memorandum, which said you should take immediate steps to comply with the request for information. You didn't think you should comply with the request for information. If you didn't, that's the answer.
I'm not saying that, but Mr. Commissioner, if you would appreciate, once the report had gone in, the Auditor General, in my estimation, the report was completed. That was her final doing. I didn't think that she wanted anything more, because previously she had asked for, we told her to wait until we were finished, but she didn't ask for anything once she sent the report to the Governor's office and copy to our office.
Thank you.
We may need to come back to that, because when we deal with the Premier's Office response, but if we move to page 189 in the bundle. We're now on the 28th of June 2021, Dr. O'Neal Morton. And what you have now you're doing is that you, under cover of this letter, provide to the Auditor General a copy of what you say is the preliminary report on the expenditure of COVID-19 stimulus funds by the Premier's Office, July 2020 to May 2021. You explain that it serves as an addendum to the two reports that the Auditor General has submitted, namely the reports on farmers and fisherfolk and on religious institutions, civic groups, private schools and daycares. You say that you had, in previous correspondence, indicated that significant issues were found with those reports, hence a comprehensive response was needed. And then you point to the impact that there has been, which is a point that you made previously about other demands, but you reiterate that if we go over to the next page, the internal audit process had not yet had the opportunity to run its normal and prescribed course at the time of your draft report. The situation remains the same until now, hence the figures quoted in the preliminary report are unaudited, as is the case with the two audit reports by your office mentioned above. I have the preliminary report on the expenditure. You then conclude by saying you hope the report that you're attaching is useful to the Auditor General's purpose. That sentence on that page about the internal audit process had not yet had the opportunity to run its normal and prescribed course at the time of your draft report. Why did you think it important to make that point?
Because such was the case. What we did is we rushed the things to give, because we had gotten the letter from the Attorney General that said we comply with the Auditor General. There is no sequence indicated. So we decided, okay, maybe my concept of the sequence, we would just go ahead and give her whatever we had in terms of our report, which we requested for it to be added to the report that the Auditor General had.
But not the data that she'd requested.
Commissioner, I'm not certain of how you want me to answer that. I'm not certain of that.
Okay, thank you.
It's described as a preliminary report. In what way was it a preliminary report?
Because the exercise is not completed, so it has to be preliminary. It's not a final report, and neither is the one that was put out in the public domain by the Auditor General. Neither is that, because it's not a final report.
When did you formulate the intention to produce such a report?
When did I formulate?
When did the Premier's office decide that they would be issuing a report about COVID stimulus funds?
You mean the one that's referred to in the 28th of June memorandum?
Yes.
Well, that would have had to been after we have gotten the advice from the AG, combined with the fact that a report was already released and by the Auditor General to the Governor without our input.
Well, may I break it down a little bit, please, Dr. O'Neal Morton? You have advice on, you've got a report after correspondence that we've been through. You've got the Auditor General sending her reports in final form to the Governor and others. You have advice on the 25th of June from the Attorney General. 3 days later, you produce your report, which, as we'll look at it in a while, it's 96 pages long.
Because remember, Commissioner, we were working on this, and this was the exact day that we asked for the extension to go to the Auditor General, not knowing that it would have been published before the 28th of June. That was actually the date we asked for it to be extended to.
Appreciate that.
Which we felt would have been reasonable.
How long before that?
I can't recall, Mr. Commissioner. That's a long time ago.
But when did you decide as a ministry that you would be preparing such a report?
When did we decide? Well, as I said, a report was sent to the Governor. There was no input from us. Of course, we would have been working on behind the scenes all the time to put something together. Nothing was sent from our ministry. So the Auditor General was asking for information and she wanted this report. We were working on it. We asked for the deadline to be extended to the 28th of June, which was not, and it was published before. So while she had extended it until I think it was the 15th, we had started to work on it.
So was this report prepared, the intention that it be a response to the content of the draft reports that have been sent to you?
In essence, yes. And that is why we asked for it to be an addendum, because Commissioner, with all due respect, the report that went out to the public is one-sided. It does not convey the accurate information that transpired within the Premier's office. And we are not pleased as the Premier's office with that.
Because you hadn't provided it.
Because, Commissioner, I explained all of that.
No, I'm sorry, I understand the explanation, Dr. O'Neal. But that's the reason.
O'Neal Smith and Morton.
I'm sorry, I'm terribly sorry, Dr. O'Neal Morton. You've explained why, but she didn't have the data from you.
But then she can't make a final report because what is the accuracy of the data? Where is the origin of that data? From where or from whom did that data come that the Auditor General released to the public?
You're saying she should.
What is the source?
She should have stayed her hand. She'd been asked. She was doing this audit report. She should have stayed her hand until you provided the data.
Mr. Commissioner, we only asked for until the 28th of June. That was not quite far from. I think she had said 21st. That is only 7 days.
But Dr. O'Neal Morton, you didn't provide her with the information she requested. You provided her with a response to her draft report. That's different.
That has information in the report.
It had some information, but not the information that she wanted.
But you wanted databases which we did not have, Mr. Commissioner. We did not have those.
Let's try and take it in stages, Dr. O'Neal Morton. The reason for my question is, let's turn up page 90. Well, in fact, 90. If you go to page 88. This is the front cover of the preliminary report, and in fact, in true format, it's actually a color photo, set of color images put together. Now, when you read this report in isolation, you could see it as having been drafted as a standalone report. Against the background of the correspondence that we went through, it could be said to be a response to the Auditor General's report. It's not entirely clear, and that's why I'm asking the question. Was it produced after the Auditor General had sent you her draft reports and with the intention that it should be a response to those draft reports?
I'm not sure. It might have been, but this ends May 2021. A report might have been done, but of course you'd have had to go through it as a team and make any corrections. So I'm not certain about that. I cannot answer that.
I mean, you either as the Premier's office intended to publish a report like this, whether or not there was an Auditor General's report pending, or you drafted it as a response to her report, which would have meant that when she sent you her draft, that's when you started work on these 96 pages, because the alternative is that you were already doing it, and then you decided to use it to say, well, you have to have this as an addendum.
Mr. Commissioner, I cannot search the recesses of my mind to answer that question, because that happened quite a while ago, so I cannot accurately answer that.
Does page, and I respect that, Dr. O'Neal Morton, but does page 92 help you? Page 92 sets out the purpose of the report. The purpose of the report, it says, is to provide a preliminary account for the funds dispersed under the supervision of the Premier's office with regard to the following programmes, which it then lists. That's the small enterprise, farmers and fishermen, religious organisations and transport. And it simply says this preliminary report also serves as an addendum to the special audit report prepared and published by the Auditor General on the 21st of June.
But how is that going to, that doesn't mesh with the date, because this ending is May 2021, and it cannot be speaking to something that happened in June 2021.
But your date on the front cover of this is 28th of June 2021.
So, but the Commissioner is speaking about it being in sync with what is listed here, but then this date is before this, so then that can be in synchronization.
I mean, it may not matter. I don't understand that, Dr. O'Neal Morton, but I just wanted to know whether that helped you with the when the report started.
No, it didn't help, because it says talking about special reports prepared and published by the Auditor General 21st of June 2021. May comes before June.
But not before the 28th of June, which is the date on the front sheet.
No, but if I'm saying that if this date or if this information in here is correct, then it says July 2020 to May 2021, and then it makes reference here to is a response to the serving addendum to the Auditor General on 21st of June 2021. May comes before June, so this couldn't be a response to something that was done in June 2021.
So the Premier's office was preparing this anyway, irrespective of the Auditor General's report.
That's what I said, Commissioner. I know that we were doing stuff in draft, getting ready for making reportings to whomever.
Okay.
So rather than waiting until the last minute, we had things in draft, and of course, before sending them out, the team would have had to look at it. Because in real situations, I might compile a report, but I would probably ask 3 or 4 persons to also look at it as well.
No, I absolutely understand that these are team efforts in that respect. But can I take it from your evidence that this report was drafted initially on the basis that it would be a freestanding report, simply to set out how the funds were dispersed?
I can go along with that, but I can go along with this. I don't know, that is probably a mistake in terms of the dates, because that can be correct.
Okay, if you turn up page 191, please, Dr. O'Neal Morton. So the next stage in the sequence is on the 29th of June. You write to the Auditor General. And so what you say is, and this letter you explain is intended to be a further addendum to her report. So you've asked the previous day for your preliminary report to become an addendum to the 2 reports she's finalized. And you ask for this letter to be a further addendum. And what you take issue with in this letter is the evidence that the Premier's office refused to cooperate with the Auditor General's office in preparation of her reports. And you specifically cite the evidence that the Auditor General gave to the Commissioner on the 28th of June. And you then set out that effectively, it comes down to this, doesn't it, Dr. O'Neal, and you say this in the letter itself. You say that the statements that the Premier's office was uncooperative with your office are with the Auditor General's office are untrue, and you point to the correspondence, and we've gone through this correspondence, you rely on. And you continue then by saying that on the 9th of February, you'd written for legal advice to the Attorney General, had followed up on the 15th of June and received a reply on the 25th of June. And you ask, as I've said, for this to be published as an addendum. Before I ask you some questions, is there anything else that you'd like to draw to the Commissioner's attention from this letter?
It's the same issue with the dates over there, because the dates are quoted here. So I don't know what perhaps went wrong, but it's outdated. So July 2020 to May 2021. That would not be a correct date.
It's July 2020 to May 2021 is the date on your preliminary report.
Yeah,
but the report itself, I'll show you, it carries the date of the 28th of June. So what appears to have happened is that Auditor General sent her reports in. You then on the 28th of June send your report to her and ask for it to be an addendum. She gives evidence on that same day to the Commissioner. You follow it up with this letter where you point out that there has been correspondence between the two, and you take issue with the suggestion that your office has been uncooperative.
Yes, I did very much so, Mr. Commissioner.
And then you also make the point that there are numerous factual inaccuracies observed in the 2 reports that the Auditor General has prepared. And you say, and this is page 192, that these would be most efficiently clarified in a report that was being prepared by the Premier's office on the COVID-19 economic stimulus programs, which would be provided to you on completion. And that this is, you say that there was a point that you had made in previous correspondence. But can I, we've gone through the correspondence. This appears to be the first time that you told the Auditor General that you had sought legal advice.
Why is it, you've asked me that question about many times today, but why would it have been important for me to tell the Auditor General that I had sought advice? Let me know, Mr. Commissioner.
Well, Dr. O'Neal Morton, if your answer is that you didn't consider it to be important.
I'm curious because the question was posed on more than one occasion. So
because you've drawn it to her attention now in a letter that you're asking for her to, you conclude the letter, this letter of the 29th of June by saying, it's unfortunate that it has come to my having to publish the correspondences between us. However, I'm left with no alternative given the erroneous contents of your 2 special audit reports and the inaccurate statements you've made to the COI in your testimony. And you say it will injure the reputation, if you don't take issue, that would injure the reputation of the government of the Virgin Islands, the Premier's office and the public officers. So it's clear that you considered this seriously. But this letter, which you asked to be published, appears to be the first time that you mentioned that you had sought legal advice. So my question is, why hadn't you mentioned it before?
But why did I have to let her know that I was seeking legal advice? Was that a requirement? I'm curious because you've asked it. The question has been posed on more than one occasion. No, what is the importance of that?
Well, I'm afraid I'll have to consider the importance in due course, Dr. O'Neal Morton. But looking at all of the communications between yourself and the Auditor General, which we have, because you've confirmed that we've got everything that there is, and we've been through it all today. At no time do you say to the Auditor General, before she finalises her report and sends it to the Governor under Section 20, look, I think that you and the internal auditor should be sequenced, and you should come after the internal auditor. That's the reason I'm not giving you any data. What you said is you'll give the data when it's ready. But you didn't tell the Auditor General that at any time, and you didn't tell her that you were concerned about sequencing and had sought the Attorney General's advice on it. That's all.
I did convey that I was concerned about sequencing because I said about 2 audits going on simultaneously. That speaks to sequencing.
You said it was unusual, but you didn't say it's not happening here because you're going to come on stream after the internal auditor. But that we've been through that, and I'll have to make of that evidence what I can. But that's the only.
But I also have a question as well, Mr. Commissioner. I don't know if you are the one that can answer it. Is it typical for the Auditor General to just go ahead and bring a preliminary report, a special report, and just land it in your inbox without warning, without notice, without even having an interview with you? Well, is that typical, one? Well, 2, is that all right? Is that legal to put information in the public sphere that right now the Premier's office is really naked in terms of the information concerning these stimulus as far as the Auditor General's office is concerned? That side is out, ours is not. And I think it's quite unfair to the Premier's office.
Well, I can't give evidence, and our witnesses, the witnesses who come here, can give evidence, and I'll hear evidence from them. But as the Attorney General said clearly in her memorandum to you, you have an obligation to provide the information requested by the Auditor General immediately. You hadn't provided that information for one reason or another, and she had proceeded to produce her report, having given you an opportunity to respond. You didn't put in a response. Again, you've explained why, and that's her report on the data that she had. As I understand it, neither she nor the Internal Audit Department have still yet got the data. They've got some reports which you've put together, which you say are not complete and are unaudited, but they do not have the data that they seek. That's the evidence.
But therefore, Mr. Commissioner, what is the rush? What is the rush? We've not gone through audit before. This is our first time. This is very extensive. So do you think in the interest of the public, it is fair to only put one side out in the public? Mr. Commissioner, well, I put that question to you.
I'm just going to look at all of the evidence. But this is with the backdrop that when Cabinet approved these schemes, they asked for the internal auditor to prepare and send them monthly reports, which, as we've been told, has not been done. So I will look at all of the evidence, but as we've said, I know you don't accept this, but the Auditor General produced her report on the data that she had because, for one reason or another, she has not been provided any data by the Premier's office. That's the position.
But then, Mr. Commissioner, then with regards to that, the Premier's office is the one that is responsible for these initiatives. Wherever this information was sourced, how can the Auditor General rely on that as being valid and credible? How can she?
Well, I mean, we can't go back to deal with.
No, but I'm putting questions on it. And in fairness to us, this information that the Auditor General put out is in the public domain. We are getting licks out there, Mr. Commissioner. We are getting licks because the public domain is judging one side. That is my office. I have to bear that. No,
but this is we're collecting evidence, not conducting a debate, Dr. O'Neal Morton. But I have to consider the evidence, and I'm listening to your evidence, and I will take it all on board, and we'll hear the Auditor General again. But the Auditor General had she was preparing a Section 20 report. As the Attorney General has told you, you had an obligation to provide data. You did not provide the data. You've still not provided the data, and those are parts of the evidence which I'll have to consider. Mr. Rowett. If I may conclude, Mr. Commissioner, what I'm saying is not directed to you. It is that this information is in the public sphere and they're being judged, jury, and executioner out of, for want of a better word, one-sided evidence. And I don't think it's unfair. I don't think that it is fair to the Premier's office. It's quite unfair. That's a point you've made, Dr. O'Neal. And I would like you to weigh that very much so, Mr. Commissioner. And I will weigh that with everything else in the balance. Thank you. I appreciate that.
I mean, if we can perhaps take that point a little differently, Dr. O'Neal Morton, one of the points you raise in the final letter that we've looked at to the Auditor General, the 29th of June letter, which you asked to be also to be an addendum, is that you say that there are significant errors in the Auditor General's reports. Now, those reports are in the bundle that's in front of you. We also have your report. If you go to page 88, the tenor of the email exchanges between yourself and the Auditor General is about the Premier's office having an opportunity to respond to what she has written in her reports. So to tell her where, in fact, she has gone wrong. Now, can you just direct the Commissioner, because it's doesn't appear straightforward, but where in this report from the Premier's office, this preliminary report, does it set out what the errors in the Auditor General's report are?
I would have to go through the report, but I know I recall some instances of information that was given in regards to the fisherman receiving stimulus. There was an instance where it was reported that captain and crew got the same things for the single boat. That is incorrect.
So that is something that's mentioned in the Premier's office response that's been submitted to the COI, drafted by who knows who. But this report which.
What do you mean by drafted by who knows?
But because nobody knows who drafted it, Dr. O'Neal Morton. Nobody will tell.
That would be drafted by a team member of the Premier's office.
Well,
it's not relevant to say Mary did it, Jane did it. Whatever comes out of the Premier's office is a team effort. It's a Premier's office.
We'll look at this, and you can explain that to me when we get to it. This document, who drafted this document? Who drafted your preliminary report? Is that another team effort?
Mr. Chairman, everything that comes out of the Premier's office is a team effort. It comes under the umbrella of the Premier's office.
Now, on the 29th of June, you're writing to the Auditor General saying this report needs to be an addendum, and your letter needs to be an addendum, and all the correspondence needs to be an addendum because of the errors in her report and the errors in her evidence to the Commissioner. So we've gone through all the correspondence, and we've seen the exchanges between you and the Auditor General, but leave aside the Premier Office response because that's not been drafted yet. We're in June 2021. And just looking at the table of contents, which is at page 98, where in that does it identify the errors that the Auditor General had made in her report?
Mr. Commissioner, I'll have to go and read that report. This was done quite a long time ago. I don't remember exactly. I cited one example.
That's not in this report, though. Just give us one or two examples from this report, Dr. O'Neal Morton.
Mr. Commissioner, I'll have to go and look at the report. I think asking me that like that, I don't recall. This was quite a while. I have to look at the actual report and see what it says in terms of the inconsistencies. I would have to read it.
And the report itself, you explain, is based on unaudited data, and I think it's a criticism you make of the Auditor General that she is using unaudited data and then putting it into the public domain. Is that right?
That is correct.
But in what way is your office's use of unaudited data more reliable than the Auditor General's office?
We didn't say our data was audited because our data could not be audited by ourselves. It would have to be audited by the internal audit department. But because of the fact that the Auditor General put that report out, we felt we had to give a response to that because we didn't want that information going out there. We weren't aware that the Auditor General was going to come to the COI and then information would have been made publicly. We didn't realize that. And we didn't see the information that's going to Cabinet nor the House of Assembly as yet, which I think is a normal procedure. Because I don't think that Auditor General report has even reached the House of Assembly. I've not seen it on any other paper.
But the thrust of my question was that you say to the Auditor General there are errors in your report, and we want an opportunity to respond to them. You produce a report which, if you read it, Dr. O'Neal Morton, it doesn't read like a response to the Auditor General's report. It reads like a standalone report itself.
Yes, that's your impression.
Well, I'll take you to some examples in a moment, and you can.
Well, I mean, that is your impression. That is your belief. I cannot change that.
But my point is that why is if you're questioning the use of unaudited data, why is your use of unaudited data more reliable than anybody else's?
Mr. Commissioner, this information would have gone to the internal auditor, who would have, of course, have the information audit, would have sent it to the audit committee, which I understand does not exist. So all of that is a flaw also in the system.
So what you're saying, this would never see the light of day because it would have gone to the internal auditor. No data's gone to her yet, as I understand it, but the data would have gone to the internal auditor. The internal auditor, when she got the data at some point in the future, would have prepared an internal audit. That then would have gone to the Internal Audit Committee, which doesn't exist, so that the process would have stopped there. This would never have got to the Auditor General.
Well, Mr. Commissioner, that is not my fault. Number one, I mean, yes, we had challenges in terms of getting the information out, and number two, I'm not responsible for the non-existence of the audit committee. I'm not responsible for that.
In terms, have you got any? Are you going to take Dr. O'Neal Morton to some examples from this preliminary report?
Well, I'm going to ask for her assistance to explain some parts of it.
Yes.
The first question is, obviously, it's because it's a report. In terms of the underlying information that you used, Dr. O'Neal, where is that held, and how is it held?
What's the question, Mr. Commissioner?
If you look at the report, it has tables and graphs and pie charts. All of that information must have come from data. You need information in order to draw a graph or construct a table. Where was that information held? In the Premier's office?
The information, as I said before, the information for the farming and fishing, and also the churches, etc. The information is in hard copy. We do not have it on a database, so they had to labor and go into the hard copy information and extract this information with the assistance of the team members.
Okay, if you go to page 133, please. This is a section on economic stimulus for farmers and fishermen. So it sets out the what the funding programme will be used for, speaks of the establishment of a working group to be chaired by yourself. We've already discussed that. At the bottom there, it sets out that Cabinet approved criteria document to assess eligibility of those qualifying for the assistance. Cabinet approved an application form and other documents. And it then sets out on page 134 the results of a survey, which then continues through when we get to fishermen, to page 138. Then return on page 138 back to qualifying criteria for the two categories, farmers and fishermen. You then have under heading accountability and transparency framework reference to the auditing being done on a monthly basis by the internal auditor. It then deals with the application process, the assessment process, how payments were to be made. It notes at the top, payments were made directly to suppliers and contractors on behalf of the farmer or fisherman subject to the submission of pro forma invoices. Then speaks of a basic formula. And then there's a section on consideration of for exceptional cases. And then as we go through from page 142, you then have a set of tables which summarize disbursements that were made. So in total across the 9 districts, it tells you that some $2,881,500 were dispersed to farmers. And there's then a breakdown by district of the grants. And that continues, it's put in a different way. So there are different ways, it seems, of representing how the awards were distributed. And when we get to page 145, you have the same thing with fishermen. Again, how many across each district were paid. And that's then shown in a table, in a bar chart, again in the second bar chart. Then it's there's a comparison to the survey. and then there's there's a breakdown of how many got each level of award. Now, that's a quick whistle-stop tour through that section, but the one concern that arises when you look at the big concern that arises when you read the Auditor General's report was that in relation to farmers and fishermen, people were being paid who were not eligible.
What does that mean, Mr. Commissioner?
Well, on what the internal auditor published in her report, she says that there were people who were not registered as commercial farmers or commercial fishermen who received an award under the scheme.
But that was not the only criteria to receive an award under the scheme. You either had to be registered or somebody can certify that you have been engaged in fishing or farming.
Yes, but
there were two ways of being eligible for the scheme.
Just take me to where in this report it says that all of the farmers and fishermen were vetted and were found to be entitled under the qualifying criteria.
Mr. Commissioner, there was a, before we go to that, let me go to 130. No, let me answer that first. As the Auditor General said, the Agriculture Department said they were not in a position to do any assessment, to go out in the field and assess them, to see if they were qualified. So we depended on them being registered. Those that weren't registered, you had to bring a certification. Because agriculture said they didn't have neither the manpower nor the equipment. As a matter of fact, the agriculture applied for stimulus. They applied for 4 vehicles and an engine, which we refused because we told them that you have to get that from your budget request. They were unable to assist the Premier's office in that regard. They were members of the committee and that was said in the committee.
Is that minuted in the committee?
It was probably, so I can't remember exactly where it is, but I know the Auditor General also mentioned it as well in her report. I didn't know report or something. This is mentioned.
But it's just wearing, if you just deal with.
I can't point to exactly where it is. I know I have the information. Because the point, you must appreciate that it's quite a lot to remember exactly where it is.
Well, no, the point about agriculture, Dr. O'Neal Morton, that appears in the Premier's office response to the Commissioner. It's just, this is the document that your office wanted to put as an addendum because you were concerned over the errors that you had identified. It's difficult when reading this report to find out where you highlight those errors and also where you give what you say is the correct picture.
So you are saying that, and if the Auditor General felt that way, nothing was communicated and say, well, okay, you are not referring to X, Y, Z. We never received anything back to say that what you are saying now.
I'm sorry, we mustn't go around in circles, Dr. O'Neal.
No, we're not going around in circles.
No, we just need to guard against it. In this report, which is your report, that you wish to have appended to the Auditor General's report, it said in some places, although it's now not clear, that this was a response to the Auditor General's report. At the moment, I can't see any response element to it, but that's something. That's something which, if you say that there are matters where there is a response, you can come back to us later. Otherwise, this doesn't seem to me to offer any response. But it does set out that your report sets out the qualifying criteria for farmers and fishermen on pages 138 and 139, as Mr. Rowett said. It sets out the documentation required for submission with the application, which includes an estimate of materials, works to be done or equipment required with photos where possible, because the idea of the scheme was to recompense actual expenditure That's all fine. It's got payments being made directly to suppliers and contractors. All of this is in accordance with the Cabinet requirements. But then it says, in a paragraph which springs from nowhere, a basic formula applied was $13,000 for small farmers and $22,500 for large-scale farmers, and so on with these bans. There's no connection between what's gone before and the requirements and the bans. And what the Auditor General says is, well, there's nothing to suggest that the criteria were applied at all, or certainly applied properly. There's nothing in this report which suggests that they were.
Mr. Commissioner, are you referring to the bans? The bans?
No, we've got the criteria which are set out for farmers at paragraph 3.2.1.1, and the documentation, that is estimates for actual work. So where do we see that the basic formula was the application of the qualifying criteria that you've set out? That was the Auditor General's criticism.
But we have that in our response as well, because it was realized that, as I indicated before, the controls by Cabinet, they were quite ambitious, and so we had
are you saying that
make a decision
those
on that.
appear in the later response?
Those are the
Okay, we'll come on to that. But in this document, which was a response which you wanted appended to the Auditor General's report, there's nothing of that in here.
But Mr. Commissioner, and at the same token, the Auditor General said nothing like that. So
the Auditor General said there's no evidence that the criteria were applied. Your response.
That's prior to the report. That's prior to our preliminary that we sent as to be an addendum. That's prior to that.
Yes.
That's what was given here as testimony.
But in the preliminary report, where do we? This is Mr. Rowett's question. Where do we see a response to the criticism of the Auditor General that there was no vetting against the eligibility criteria? Where do we see it?
Mr. Commissioner, I can't quote the report because I would have to go through it again, because as I said, it was quite a while. But with the same token, the Auditor General received it and she didn't write back and said, okay, you haven't provided sufficient information for me to add it as an addendum. Everything went flat. We didn't get any response.
Right. But is that your response to Mr. Rowett's question as to where the evidence is in here?
Is that a fair question to me, Mr. Commissioner?
Okay. Thank
Is
you
that a fair question to me? Shouldn't that be directed to the Auditor General? Did you respond to the Premier's office and say, where are the allegations of the evidence that you made? Nothing came after that.
Okay.
Well, it's a question that can be put to the Auditor General, but the reason for my questions, Dr. O'Neal Morton, was just simply because this is at the time the Premier's office answer to reports that they felt caused concern. As you've told the Commissioner, you feel did not give the full story and was one-sided and put the reputation of your office in bad light. And that's why I was asking whether there was somewhere in there that actually just highlights this is where the Auditor General got it wrong. But let's try and move on. Can I just ask you about one part of the report, which is at 140, please. This is, you've got under assessment process that each applicant who's satisfied the criteria prior to approval by the Premier's office were assessed and verified by the Department of Agriculture and Fisheries or any other entity vested and approved by the Premier's office. Each applicant who satisfied the criteria and who requested repairs or physical structures, amongst other works, were to be assessed by Public Works Department or a licensed contractor or quantity surveyor vetted and approved by the Premier's office, who would further determine the needs and costs to repair structure, cut access roads to farmlands, or any other works or material or resources that may be required. Now, that was the position in June 2021. You've been making payments since October 2020. So that suggests that applicants there was a vetting process for applicants. Is that right?
In terms of the agricultural process, well, those who weren't registered, you would bring your notarized letter certifying that you were indeed practicing either farming or fishing. But in terms of the actual assessment going out on farm, which we mentioned in our confidential response, there were the agriculture department said they were unable to actually go out and vet the farms, which also the Auditor General included in her report, which I imagine she got from the agriculture department, because that is what they said in the committee meeting, that they were unable to do that.
When did they say they were unable to do that?
That was early on in the process.
So is that a sort of?
It's in our second.
We will come back to that, but
it's in our report.
But that's not the report. That's the report you wanted the commissioners to see. It's not the report that you wanted addended to the Auditor General's report. So is it wrong what's written at 140?
What are you talking about?
Well, you say that in terms of being able to assess people, or the Department of Agriculture and Fisheries being able to verify people, or I think possibly even Public Works Department being able to do anything, that was just not possible. There wasn't, essentially, people didn't have the resources to do those things.
No, Public Works, no Agriculture Department.
And you would have known that before you wrote this. That's why I'm asking you whether it was an error.
I'm not sure. You're asking me about things back in time. I'm not sure about that.
If you want to see, if you go to page 32 in the bundle, just whilst we're on this point, I know this is a point that you've made in your subsequent response, but since you raise it now, at 26, the Auditor General writes that audit staff did do site inspections of farms to verify the existence of a sample of person receiving the farmer's stimulus grant. And that was done with the assistance of the Department of Agriculture and Fisheries, whose responsibility involves assessing and assisting commercial farmers. They selected 22 properties for site visits. 11 could not be located by the agriculture staff, and we were therefore unable to verify the existence of these farms. 11 farms were located, 7 on government property leased out to farmers and 4 others on private lands. 2 of those visited on private land showed farming activity which didn't meet the scale of operations criteria for commercial farming. That perhaps harks back to the point that's in your preliminary.
This is quite strange because it's quite strange because the Agriculture Department were members of the committee. The permanent secretary was, the director and the assistant secretary in the ministry, and they told us they didn't have the resources
to do this kind of assessment.
Because
I see.
That was the original plan. But I find it quite strange that they assisted the Auditor General and they didn't assist the committee. I find that strange.
And very early on, you say, in the process.
That is what I said, because as I said before, they even requested 4 vehicles and an engine to assist with the assessment because they say they were unable to do so.
Let's turn up page 176, please. Just want to ask you about something. What you append to your preliminary report is a set of cabinet decisions about the stimulus grant. So it's a set of either extracts or expedited extracts, setting out cabinet's decisions. The appendices are not mentioned though, and they don't appear, as far as I can establish, to have been disclosed to the COI. is that something that we can ask you just to do, to check whether or not they have been disclosed?
I can check that.
Thank you.
Get the number.
If you turn back to one,
Just a minute, let me get a memo number. There is no A listed here. Let me see B. B, C, D, E, F.
if you turn back, Dr. O'Neal, please, to 150. It's worth looking at this part of your preliminary report because it's the part of the report that touches upon the second draft report that the Auditor General had produced. And that's churches, daycares and private schools. So here, what the preliminary report does is set out the qualifying criteria. At page, there's reference to a survey questionnaire, which had a slow initial response rate. Is that survey available?
That was done by the Ministry of Health. Sorry, not the Ministry of Education. They would have, that would be housed by them, not us.
Okay. Now, if you just help me with this though, at the bottom of page 150, based on the types of questions asked and documents requested, the committee recommended a separate application process for churches and religious organisations would not be necessary for the purpose of administering this aspect of the stimulus programme. In keeping with the already established criterion that was set out by the established committee, the formula shown in the table below was applied to churches, and then you just give a banding rate. When you say already established criteria, what are you actually referring to?
Would have been based on the survey that was sent out by the Ministry of Education. And it was felt it wouldn't be applicable to churches and religious organizations because they would have had different needs, perhaps, because we didn't administer the survey, that was done by education.
Appreciate that. So education come up with the survey. Now, tell me if I've got this wrong, but as I understand it, what you've got is from your perspective at least, is 3 different committees. You have a committee for farmers and fisherfolk, which, as we know, you chaired. You've got the churches, daycare, private schools committee, and then you've got the transportation committee. Small businesses, somebody else is dealing with, but you send someone to it. But it's just this reference to the already established criterion that was set out by the established committee. Can you just shed any light on what criterion is being referred to, and indeed what is the established committee that's being referred to?
Because the schools and the daycare would have been based on need. Do you need chairs? Do you need whatever it is to open up the preschools? Their need would have been different to the churches and the religious organizations. So that is based on the survey. The survey asked the different schools and civic organizations, what do you need so that you can be stimulated to open again? So the churches would be a different, sorry?
No, I'm sorry to interrupt. I just want to make sure I've got that right. So the survey was in respect of needs that these various organizations had to reopen.
You would,
Yes.
They send the survey out and people would answer and say.
We need these things to be able to reopen. Yes, thank you.
And then just going through it's set out then in a similar format to farmers and fishermen, as we've seen. There's a reference to the internal auditors, the accountability and transparency framework, and then summary of disbursements set out as a series of table and charts. So it's presented in different ways how the money was distributed. But again, what it doesn't seem to do is engage directly with the issues that flow from the Auditor General's report. So it may be something, I don't think we can take it much further today, Commissioner, but maybe something that Dr. Morton is going to have to look at to try and help us identify where in this report it said that the errors in the Auditor General's work were identified.
Yes, and can we leave it like this, Dr. O'Neal Morton?
Because I think I think I recall that it was intimated that the organization of the payment was done in an ad hoc and irresponsible way. I'm using my paraphrase, eh? So this would contradict that because it was specifically said. For example, the churches was done by membership, the daycare center, schools, etc., were done by school staff and other needs. So it was not an ad hoc manner.
Well, there's, so as far as I can see, there is no reference to the Auditor General's criticisms in this report. But if you rely upon anything in this report to controvert anything the Auditor General said, then could you please let us know? Otherwise, I'll work on the basis that there is nothing.
I think, no, we have covered the stuff that we have probably missed in our preliminary, we covered in the confidential report that we sent to the COI. Those things are covered in there.
So, but are you content for me to proceed on the basis that this particular preliminary report doesn't respond directly to any of the Auditor General's responses, but you rely upon the later report that's been prepared for the COI?
Please take them in combination, please, Mr. Commissioner. Because the Auditor General didn't even respond to what we had sent anyway. So that was disregarded anyhow. But it wasn't paid attention to.
But
don't you agree with that?
No,
it wasn't a.
No, I don't.
There was no acknowledgement of it.
But,
was there?
But for this reason, I mean, why that doesn't seem to me to have force, but I'm willing to be corrected if you go through it and show me where I'm wrong. The Auditor General set out in her report criticisms of the way that this had been implemented, designed and implemented. You then produce a report which doesn't respond to her criticisms. It's just a freestyle report. So there's nothing for her to come back on.
But she could have come back and said this does not directly correspond to my criticism. So I'm lost.
But it doesn't respond to any of them.
Well, then the Auditor General could have said that then that the report that you send does not address my report. That was not said. Nothing was sent. It was as if though the Auditor General, the report was done and that is it. It's final. But
can I leave it like this, that I'm going to proceed on the basis that this particular report doesn't contain any direct responses to the Auditor General, but if you think it does, then you can write to the COI and let me know.
I would like you to consider our second report because, for example, we didn't get any feedback on the first anyway. So I don't know if that should even be considered. I think the predominant and overruling one should be our second report.
We'll come on to the second report, but that's the way I propose to deal with the preliminary report.
Well, I'm not in agreement with that, Mr. Commissioner. I think this one is more conclusive, the one that we would like to be considered.
The one you did for the COI.
Yes, the response.
We'll deal with that. We will deal with that in
very shortly. Yeah, can I just ask one more question on this, and then, Commissioner, I'm going to suggest a break.
Yes.
5 minutes. In terms of preparing the preliminary report, Dr. O'Neal Morton, did you have any external assistance?
What do you mean by external assistance?
As in external to the Premier's office?
The team from the Premier's office worked on it. We don't have any external. What do you mean by external?
Well, you could have used, for example, the assistance of an external accountant to put it together, or a lawyer to put it together.
No, the only lawyer we use in anything is the IRU people.
So you didn't use the IRU people for this one?
No, because they weren't concerned with that as yet, I don't think, no.
Okay, Commissioner, if I suggest a 5-minute break,
No.
and then we will move on to the response.
Yes, thank you very much. Mr. Wright, I've got in mind Mr. Forbes.
Yes.
When
I'll have a word with the rest of the team.
yes, could we just get a message? I know he's joining us remotely.
He is.
But could we give him a time so that he's not
Yep, I will do.
waiting for us? Excellent. Thank you very much. 5 minutes. Thank you, Mr. Rowett.
Thank you, Commissioner. Dr. O'Neal Morton, can we now look at this response? I think I've asked you questions about it and how it came into being. As I understand the position, it's the product of the work of a number of public officers and the IRU. But if you go to page 220, that's the first page of the document. And you then have, I think it's a 34-page document together with 853 pages of material that follows, some of which we've actually looked at. I'm not proposing to go through all of it with you, but can I just ask you for some clarification, please? Because it comments both on the work of the Auditor General and the Internal Auditor. If we look at page 223, this is a section where it said that the internal auditor shows an insufficient appreciation of the policy context. And if you go overleaf at page 224, having set out parts of the internal auditor's report, which we went through when she came to give oral evidence to the Commissioner, at paragraph 24 it says, while it may be implicit in her summary of the aims of such a policy, insufficient emphasis is expressly accorded to the fact that they may be in inherent tension between the factors that she cites as relevant to the design and delivery of such a programme, and the factors that the Auditor General, Internal Auditor rather, cited at the beginning of her report was that the provisions concerning fiscal government policy in terms of economic downturn should be timely, targeted, and temporary. I just wanted your help with this. Just if you can expand on paragraph 24 a little bit more. How is it that the failure to record something is expressly, which the authors of this response appear to accept may have been said implicitly, how does that undermine the internal auditor's findings?
Can you repeat that? We are 24.
You're at 24. What's set out is that there's quotes from the internal auditor, so essentially an introduction really to her report, where she refers to the focus of government fiscal policy in times of economic downturn has been to ensure that the provisions are timely, targeted, and temporary. And that's then analysed, and at paragraph 24, in part of the analysis, it says, while it may be implicit in her summary of the aims of such a policy, insufficient emphasis is expressly accorded to the fact that there may be an inherent tension between the factors that she cites as relevant to the design and delivery of such a programme. So this is an economic relief programme. What's being criticised is a failure to put sufficient emphasis on the fact that there may be an inherent tension. I just wanted just your assistance on this, because what seems to be is that the failure to record something expressly, whilst being accepted as might have been said implicitly, appears to be taken as a point that undermines the work of the internal auditor. And I just wanted to understand how it does that.
Because I think generally it was surmised that internal auditor did not appreciate the climate of what was going on at that time. I think that is.
But how does that undermine her findings, which ultimately are about how the Premier's office managed the funds?
Because As I said before, these were not typical or normal times. So managing the funds, yes, we have financial management regulations, of course, and we look at value for money and all of those things, but the overriding factor in the distribution of the funds was to stimulate the economy, get the funds out there in an emergency manner.
So was it appreciated at the time that you were doing that? Because value for money was to take a back seat to getting funds out of the door.
I wouldn't say a back seat, but I would say that it was a depressing time. People needed stimulation. People had bills to pay. People had mortgages owing. People had utilities. People were out of work. So the priority at that time was getting immediate relief to the public. That was a priority at that time. We're not saying a backseat to value for money, because then we are making a direct comparison and saying it's not important. That is not how we felt.
Well, never mind how, perhaps it's less important how you felt. It's what you're saying the internal auditor should have felt in this that I'd asked for your help on. Because you said that what it's intended to say is that the internal auditor failed to give sufficient weight to some factors. But my question is, how does that failure, if that is what it is, undermine her findings about how the Premier's office managed money?
But because the overriding and the main factor, the main priority was to distribute the funds in an immediate fashion. And there was no, to me, that should have been first and foremost. Yes, the regulations are there, and we did plan to come back and also make people account for what they spent, and also do assessment and evaluation.
So was the approach that was adopted that you would pay out the money and essentially do a later review to make sure that the person who'd been given the money was entitled to it? If they weren't entitled to it, then you get the money back. Was that the approach that was adopted?
Because we even took a paper to cabinet, which was approved for the monitoring and evaluation of the stimulus programs. And we would evaluate whether you would have to respond. Of course, we sent a letter previously and said that you have to account for the money that was given to you. We know it might be slow in coming, but we also send the cabinet paper to emphasize that. You had to account for the money also, and we would do assessments of the various stimulus programs by the respective ministries and agencies. Cabinet did approve that
for a moment, please. When was that paper put before Cabinet?
It was in August. I can't remember the date, but it was done in August and it was approved.
I mean, I don't believe it's a paper that's been disclosed to the COI.
I'm not sure.
It's been approved. And in terms of the assessments that are going to be done by the ministries, is that something that's going to be done in due course?
Yes, it's going to be done in due course. We have various committees, of which the Permanent Secretary is going to chair that committee, and we have the Ministry of Transportation, Ministry of Education, and Agriculture, and all of those working on with the subcommittees in order to help with the assessment and the evaluation of the stimulus programs.
Including accounting for where the money's gone. So
of course.
So if it's, I mean, just to take an example, if it's a fisherman who's been paid out money, and he'll account for it by saying, well, I bought this engine and it cost $10,000 or whatever. Because
when they got the money, the letter said that they have to give account. So we did a reminder. We sent out online a request for you to go online and fill in the information. But we realized that some people were having difficulties, so we had to extend the deadline. And we're also going to have to actually call up some persons and even visit their sites in order to get the information, because not everybody are getting to do it online.
Yes, thank you.
I don't want to conflate applying for a grant and accounting for it. So there was a period where people could apply for the money, submit. If they met the qualifying criteria, they get the money. But what you're now instituting is a process by which you will go back over that and check.
Yes, because some persons have already submitted information that they've spent the money, they sent in a written form and said that they've spent the money on XYZ, but we want to get everyone to submit. So not everyone, because most of the times you may not get all, but as many as possible that are out there, because some people may not have spent all the money and they're probably waiting to spend all of it, but we want to have an account for it.
I think you said as well, but again, correct me if I'm wrong, that when an applicant made the application, they would at that stage have to give an assurance that they would spend it on whatever.
Of course, but it's just a check to make sure that they did spend it. If they ask for it for a boat engine, then we expect to see a receipt for a boat engine coming back to us. And of course, if there was any misappropriation or anything, we would have to get the assistant from the Attorney General office to deal with that matter.
Thank you.
If you go look at paragraph 26, what's said is that, I mean, the point that's made about this is that the need for timeliness may be at odds with the important and desirable goals of value for money and targeting. And there may be occasions when the value proposition cannot be maximized. That's said at paragraph 25. But then what's said is ultimately the relevant but competing factors the internal auditor discusses are matters of policy, the balance of priority of which is for elected ministers to decide. Now that's, is the point being made there that the internal auditor failed to give deference to the fact that policy is a matter for ministers?
We're talking about 27?
26, please.
Okay. Ultimately, the relevant but competing factors she discusses are matters of policy, the balance of priority of which is for elected ministers to decide. What is the question there?
Well, is the argument that's being made against the internal auditor that she failed to give proper deference to the fact that policy is for ministers?
And what are you asking me?
Is the argument being made in this paper, which is the paper that you've adopted, that the internal auditor failed to give proper deference to the fact that policy is for ministers?
I would agree. I don't know what you expect me to answer, because if this is my paper, this is my position.
I'm just asking you to clarify your position, Dr. O'Neal Morton.
But you're confusing me, because if this is my paper, this is my position. What clarity do you seek?
That was the question. I don't think I can put the question any better. I mean, it's as you say, it's your paper, so you've drafted it.
So I accept whatever is in my paper.
Yes, apart from, of course, paragraph 185, which you no longer accept. But
paragraph 185, what was
no,
that?
we don't need to go there.
That's already on the transcript. We need to go back.
The point is, I'm just trying to understand.
I want to know what he's referring to. Remind me of what you're referring to.
That's where you said that it showed that the Auditor General was willing to wait. But today you said that you never took the Auditor General as willing to wait. We went through
willing to wait, but I said she did not action the willing to wait. That's a difference, and I want that to be noted.
All right. But just go back to this. I'm trying to understand what the criticism that is being made of the internal auditor is, because it seems to be that reading this, that's what's said is that she has not paid proper attention to the fact that policy is for ministers.
Or is there no criticism of the it seems to me that this does criticise the internal auditor, because it says, you say, she discusses matters of policy, and it goes on to say the balance of priority of which is for elected ministers to decide. That suggests that she is not sufficiently sensitive to the fact that policy is a matter for elected ministers, for the cabinet.
Matters of policy is for cabinet.
So that's the criticism.
Well, that is correct. Matters of policy are for cabinet, and cabinet comprises ministers.
Why is it permissible then for a paper that's produced by public officers to opine about where the policy balance lies?
Because they're preparing that paper for the minister. Who's
this is the paper. We'll call it the response.
Oh, you mean this one?
This one. Why if policy is for ministers and public officers should never cross that line?
But this paper is for the Premier's office, of which the Premier is the head, who's the minister. So this is also his paper.
No.
This is also his paper.
I see. So this is the Premier's paper as well?
It's the Premier's office paper, and the Premier is the head of the Premier's office. The minister is the head of the ministry.
So,
because if the Ministry of Agriculture brings a paper in here, it belongs to the Minister of Agriculture as well, and the ministry staff. The ministry staff includes the minister.
I see. So we should take this Premier's office response as actually emanating as well as from the Premier.
You should ask the Premier that question, but in my estimation, the Premier's office, the head of the office is the Premier.
I see.
But when the Premier comes, you can ask him the same question.
All right.
And then you can perhaps get his angle.
But let's get your angle. Why is it appropriate for a public officer to opine on policy?
Why is it appropriate?
Yes.
Or inappropriate?
Appropriate or inappropriate? You say it's inappropriate for the auditor.
Anybody cannot opine on anything. But if the minister directs the team or the individuals to give an opinion on a policy, so be it.
Well, I think I'll move on if I may. We've seen cabinet decisions that are appended to the preliminary report. There are attached to this some memoranda, but beyond the cabinet decisions that are appended to that preliminary report of June 2021, have there been other cabinet decisions concerning the operation of the stimulus programs?
I do not recall. Only the one that I just spoke about, the one in August.
That's the one.
That's the only one that I can recall.
If you go and look at paragraph 31.
The submissions that were made to increase the amounts, other than that. But that was before this. That
was to increase the amounts in total of the awards.
So because some of them, I think in September we had went back for an increase. But after that, I don't recall any papers. I can always check and see, but I don't recall any.
The paper describes, and we can see that at paragraph 31, that the public services unmodernized. Do you agree that the public service is unmodernized?
I agree.
And it said for that reason, it's decided that the Premier's office would take the lead in administering these programs because it was best positioned to coordinate and command cross-ministry cooperation and compliance. Was that the basis on which the Premier's office was designated as the lead ministry?
Yes, because in central government, the Premier's office is the coordinating ministry.
Right.
So it would be most logical for the Premier's office to be the coordinator.
And in designing the systems that you put in place at the beginning to deal with the stimulus programs, and we looked at some of those, the use of qualifying criteria, surveys, and things like that, presumably those systems took into regard the criticisms that are made in this response about the of the public service?
I am not so sure because, as I said earlier, I think the controls that were put in were quite ambitious. They were quite ambitious in terms of achieving what was the ultimate goal.
These were the controls put in by the cabinet.
Well, they were forwarded to cabinet and cabinet approved it.
Yes,
but I
so
think
these were
that
the controls.
they were quite ambitious in retrospect.
And in terms of how that worked, and we can take farmers and fishermen, we might pick this up when we go to your response, but the process was that cabinet agreed the size of the budget for each stimulus program. So, for example, farmers and fishermen started off at 2 million. Is that right?
I think that's about right. They started with a sum.
Yes, and then the cabinet then voted for the sum to increase.
Yes, because it was sent back and asked for an increase.
But and then cabinet agreed eligibility criteria documents.
That was previously.
Yes, but in terms of the process, cabinet made all of these decisions. Is that right?
Yes, cabinet had to have made a decision.
Now, the Auditor General in her report said that when she looked at it in May 2021, and this is farmers and fishermen, that the agreed size of the budget was 3.5 million. But by that date, just over 5 million had been distributed. Is that right? That more money was distributed than cabinet had agreed to?
I can't quote the exact amount, but as I said previously, more farmers and fishermen were identified. People who were genuine farmers and fishermen, they were identified because there were individuals, mainly some of the representatives, who were fully aware of the people in their districts who were actually farmers and fishermen. And that information came in. So yes, that is why the budget grew.
But I accept that you've said that before, but it's this. Cabinet sets a cap of 3.5 million and you spend 2 million over that. Did that happen?
As I said before, I'm not sure of the exact amount right off, but I know that we would have had, if we didn't go and ask for more, we'd have had to go back and clean it up, so to speak, and ask cabinet retroactively to approve that money.
Which one did it? How did it happen?
I don't have the documentation in front of me, so I don't want to answer you without looking at exactly what it is in terms of the amount of money and the processes. I don't want to answer without the benefit of that.
I mean, that's something that emerges from the Auditor General's reports, that cabinet agreed a sum, but the Premier's office spent more than that.
It was because, as I said, it was because of more farmers and fishermen being eligible to receive the grant. That is plain and simple what had happened.
I mean, the way you put it in paragraph 89, Dr. O'Neal Morton, I think this is the point, that in retrospect, once the number of those who wished to apply was fully known, because we're far away now from the original eligibility criteria, it became apparent that the bands were set too high, because there was a change during the course of the implementation of the program from expenses to a calculation based on bands, and they were calculated on a hypothetical basis on the number of employees that a particular farmer, fisherman may have had, the number of hours that they would have done, and so on. And it became apparent that the bands were set too high. So what this, and a submission was made to Cabinet to approve further funding. So what this suggests is there was a figure, X, there was a calculation of bands so that X was spent. But unfortunately, when it came to distribute those funds on those bands, we ended up with 2X or nearly 2X. Is that what happened?
Yes, that was what happened, and bear in mind also that payments would have been made and we would have had to continue with the bands. We couldn't have changed it at that point.
No, it says here the bands were set too high.
Yeah, but they were already set and payments made, so we couldn't have changed
No,
it.
you couldn't have changed it.
So we had to,
yes,
we had to do the best that we could in that situation to go back and ask for money from the stimulus program.
Yes, thank you.
If we go to paragraph 40, and this is sort of consideration or response to the internal auditor, but what's said in terms of the internal auditor is what was needed was a flexible, informal and collaborative approach that gave support to the ministry's severely underpowered resources in the rapid construction of the scheme. They needed urgent support and guidance in policy formation, development and evaluation. Is what's intended to be said here that this was the job of the internal auditor?
Are you asking me about the last line?
Yes, please.
I mean, you have to read it in the context of the whole paragraph, though.
Mhm.
Dr. O'Neal Morton, I'm sure you've read the whole paragraph.
Yes, I did. But I know that the last part was not done.
I'm sorry, that wasn't the question. The paragraph starts by saying that the role of the Internal Audit Department was originally conceived by the Cabinet as lending consultative policy formation, support and advice to the ministries and so on, a different function from assurance audits. And then it said what was needed in this crisis was a flexible, informal and collaborative approach that gave support to the ministry's severely underpowered resources in the rapid construction of the schemes. They needed urgent support and guidance in policy formation, development and evaluation. The question was, is it suggested that that was the function of the internal auditor in this case?
It should have been.
That's why she was brought in.
But should have been, I maintain that.
Yes, okay.
But what then did you do as permanent secretary in the Premier's office to facilitate that?
To facilitate what?
Well, the ability of the internal auditor to be there to give guidance in policy formation, development and evaluation.
Well, in terms of policy formation, that would have been done by the committee before the internal auditor came into play.
Right. So that bit is not for the policy formation, is not for the internal auditor.
Yes, it is, but I'm saying that in this regard, it was not done by the internal auditor,
But
which I imagine it should normally be done, but it wasn't done.
what did you do to try and get it done?
What did I do? I just simply obeyed cabinet instructions. Cabinet did instruct me to do that.
Right, so cabinet did not instruct you to have or try and foster a flexible, informal and collaborative approach.
I never said that part.
Right, so what did you do to try and foster a flexible, informal and collaborative
I never
approach?
said cabinet did not instruct me to have her do consultative policy formation support and advice to the ministry. Cabinet didn't instruct me to do that. I couldn't have done
I'm sorry,
that.
they didn't do. They didn't instruct you to do that.
No, they didn't instruct me to do that.
So how did the Premier's office work with the internal auditor?
How do you mean? How? I don't understand your question.
Well, when we looked back to the emails with the Auditor General, you speak of an ongoing process with the internal auditor. Here, there seems to be a criticism being made of the internal auditor that her role had been lending consultative policy formation support and advice, but that wasn't delivered upon.
Which is a normal role, but all she did was ask questions, give me this information. That is all that was asked of us.
I mean,
she knows her role. I don't know her role.
I mean, to be fair to you, Dr. O'Neal Morton. Paragraph 41 says that the consultative role of the internal audit is infrequently used, and it is apparent that there was no experience or understanding in the Ministry of Finance or the Premier's office as to how the internal audit could be effectively and urgently integrated into this process. So, I mean, and this is your document, so you seem to accept that you had no understanding of how to do this.
We have no understanding of lots of things, Mr. Commissioner.
Yes, no, I understand that.
Could I ask just for one detail, please? Paragraph 42 refers to a telephone call between your DPS, your Deputy Permanent Secretary, and the Internal Audit Department on or around 22nd of July 2020, which and it's then cited, the reference is given as Annex 17. Annex 17 is page 591. Which is an email exchange between your Deputy PS, Mrs. Smith Maduro, and I think the PA to the Financial Secretary. There isn't, it doesn't appear, and there is no evidence, it seems, of a conversation with the Internal Audit Department. Can you shed any light on that?
Because, Mr. Commissioner, if you would follow the 21st, Shonda, the same on 591, Shonda is sending an email to, sorry, I wasn't supposed to call any names. The PA of the FS was sending an email to the DS in the Premier's office, noting that the Financial Secretary from the Director of Internal Audit had questions and queries which the FS would like your assistance with answering. And then the DS answers and say, noted, will do my best to respond by stated date.
Yeah, it's the last line of paragraph 42 says that your DS then spoke to the Internal Audit Department on the telephone in July 2020. And this is given as the reference to support that piece of evidence.
I know that the DS spoke with somebody in internal audit, but I don't know if this is the correct reference.
Well, okay,
I can't swear to that.
All right, well, let's move on then, and we'll see if we can deal with it in a different way. If you go to look at paragraph 55, please. What's said, and this is in terms of the provision of information to the internal auditor, is the government's position. And I'm going to pause there because although this document is headed response of the Office of the Premier, what it does as we go through it, is refer to the government. So is it intended to be more than the response of the Office of the Premier?
No, it's not. The Premier's office is part of the government's position.
Right, so the Premier is the government.
I didn't say that. I said it's part of the government.
But the reason I asked Dr. O'Neal Morton is because the elected ministers are also represented. So this has been, so far, this document has been said to be the response of the Premier's office. It is said to be agreed by yourself and the Premier. It is said to have been prepared by public officers and members of the IRU, but it refers to the government. So is it a document that is also agreed to by the elected ministers?
But it speaks to the government position. The government position encompasses the Premier's office position. I don't know why we're splitting hairs on that. I'm not sure.
All right. It says on the omission of officials to provide all the information requested up to that date, and that's the 18th of October 2020. And this is information that the internal auditor had sought. It is first, unlike an assurance audit, no formal audit notice and entrance meeting had been initiated. Secondly, officials in the relevant ministries were not familiar with the internal audit department acting in a consultative role and did not see them either as a resource they could use to help them or as carrying out a formal audit with familiar procedural steps. And then at 56, it says, the compelling priority to deliver the immediate relief package with overstretched resources and under great pressure did not give scope to public officers to provide timely answers to inquiries and requests for information that were not seen to be of immediate relevant help in the tasks they faced during the crisis. And thirdly, which is a point you've made, that key personnel were at home, not in daily communication. And it concludes there was, under the constraints faced, poor communication and coordination between the officials. Now, this is the conclusion of having your response having set out a sort of line of requests from the internal auditor for information. I'm just trying to understand this. Presumably, you were aware that Cabinet had asked the internal auditor to carry out monthly audits of the programme.
Yes.
And presumably, and you've said this, your job as a public officer is to carry out the wishes of Cabinet. You comply with the decision of Cabinet.
Yes.
So if the internal auditor tasked by Cabinet to carry out monthly audits seeks information, is there any proper basis on which a public officer can refuse that information?
I don't know to whom you're referring when you say refuse. I did not refuse, Mr. Commissioner.
Well, let's use your words of your thing. Can you omit?
Refuse. Sorry?
Can you, the government's position on the omission of officials to provide all the information requested up to the 18th of October is as follows. And it then gives 3 reasons that I've read out. What I'm asking is, if Cabinet had mandated, as you agree, the internal auditor to carry out monthly audit, what was the basis? There is no basis, is there, on which you can either omit to provide all the information or refuse to do so?
No, but please do not use that word refuse to me, because it's offending me, because I didn't refuse. And that is accusatory. I do not accept that word.
Without using the word refuse, Cabinet mandated monthly audits by the internal auditor.
Correct.
And that was in, I forget precisely when, I think September 2000. As I understand it, the internal auditor has yet to do an audit because she hasn't been provided with the data, and we're a year on.
But did she set up an entrance meeting like she did with Prospect Reef, which Cabinet mandated? Did she set up one like she did with Hotel Aid and Pioneer Status? That was done.
But did you?
I don't have to tell the auditor, internal auditor, her job. That's not my. That's not my remit.
If it's not your remit to tell her your job, why is the question of whether she set up an entrance meeting or not relevant?
Because that is what should have happened.
But no, what should have happened according to Cabinet's decision is the internal auditor carry out monthly audits.
But the internal auditor also has steps to follow as well.
So because she didn't follow
I never said that. I never said that, because if you would recall, I said from this morning, we supplied information and we were waiting on the rest. So I don't appreciate that everything is thrown on the Premier's office. I don't appreciate that.
The reason it's thrown on the Premier's office, Dr. O'Neal Morton.
And some other responsibility should go elsewhere, because
but
Dr. O'Neal Morton,
Dr. O'Neal Morton, the reason it has to be on the Premier's office is because this is the Premier's office's response. So this is what you're saying. You're saying that there was an omission of officials to provide all of the information requested by the internal auditor. What precedes that point is a line of emails in which the Premier's office is aware, So what the starting point is that the Premier Office concedes that there was an omission to provide information. My question is...
All of the information, not...
Yes,
we
fine,
did
okay,
provide
all of,
some.
the, all,
We
all,
did
the
provide
yeah,
some.
all of the information, but it wasn't enough, it seems, for the internal auditor to do what she set out to do, what she wanted to do. And the question is if Cabinet has told you that's what should happen, is there any proper basis on which you can omit all of the information that's been requested?
We never omitted all of the information. Mr. Commissioner, as I said before, we submitted what we had in hand and we promised to submit it.
Well,
I've said that perhaps 100 times for
just look at 55. Is that wrong then? The government's position on the omission of officials to provide all the information requested up to date is as follows. Is that wording that you're not comfortable with?
Mr. Commissioner, who submitted this document to the COI? I said that before, if it was submitted on behalf of the Premier's office, it is our document.
So you were content with paragraph 55?
And it is true that we were not familiar with the internal audit department process as well. We are not familiar. As I said before, this was my very first audit that I did, very first. Although I didn't in government so long, this was my very first audit.
Did the prospect reef audit happen quite late in the day? Were you already in dialogue with the internal auditor about the stimulus packages?
Yes, we were, because that was after.
And Prospect Reef came, the Cabinet's request that Prospect Reef be audited came sometime down the line.
Yes, and they sent an email asking to set up meeting, ask for personnel, they interviewed persons. That was done. We also did hotel aid and pioneer status with internal audit department.
Right, I think unless we're going to go around in circles, I'm just going to move on.
No, I just said that to prove that it was not, it appears as if though there's a thought that there was obstruction of the audit process. And that can't be further from the truth because there were 3 audit processes that we went through while the stimulus is going on. So I can't see how it would be said that we didn't cooperate when in one side we cooperated 3 requests. We did that. 1 is still ongoing. And I think we got some more information from another one last week. So,
but the data requested by the internal auditor in respect of this, for one reason or another, was not provided.
Because we didn't have it, Mr. Commissioner. Well, we can't provide what we don't have. And that if I had it, I would have given it up.
But that doesn't feature as a reason.
Sorry?
In this paragraph, we didn't have it isn't given as the reason. A lack of familiarity is given as the reason. The need to deliver the immediate relief package is another reason. And the impact of the pandemic in terms of staffing and availability is the third. What it comes down to is that...
They all feed into the fact that we didn't have it, because had we had staff, were we aware of certain things, perhaps the information would have been available.
It's not a big point, Dr. O'Neal Morton.
No, but
the point,
so Commissioner, with all due respect,
it's just what I'm pointing out is that you're making it quite, what you're saying, your evidence today is actually, no, if we had had the information, we would have given it. It doesn't matter that whatever else was going on, it was the reason that the internal auditor didn't get all of the information was because all of the information wasn't available. That's it. So if you
no, there were more reasons and you read them just now.
But the one reason that doesn't feature is the one reason you're now giving. That's the only point I'm making, drawing to your attention.
Mr. Commissioner, all of these relate to the information not being available. All of them do.
So you said that these 3 reasons all relate to the fact that the information wasn't available to give over.
That is correct. Particularly one with the staff, because if staff were available, it would have been a different story.
Can you help me with something else, please, Dr. Morton? If you turn up page 790, which is one of the appendices to the response.
790.
Yes, please. You have it? It's a document that's in the index to the response. It has the same title, Expected Impacts of COVID-19 on the Agricultural and Fishing Industry of the Virgin Islands. It's not dated. I just wondered whether you can assist us further by just explaining just where, who produced this document, who prepared it, where is it from?
As a commissioner, I don't think that's a fair question. I can't just look at a document. There's hundreds of thousands of documents I've looked at. I would have to, and I'm sure the commissioner knows where this document came from.
It came from your document.
Which one of the documents?
Well, Dr. O'Neal, the response has, and you can see it at page 254, it has a long index of annexed documents.
The response that we were just going through?
Yeah,
but I said before, it was done by the team at the Premier's office and the IRU.
Yes, and their position and your position is that you have read it, you have seen it, you agree its contents.
That is correct.
And I'm just asking for you to assist the commissioner in
because
relation
you're
to
asking me who did this. I already answered that question. I said is that both teams did it.
So this document at page.
If this is for that, it's both teams did it. But I don't see any.
But is it a document that's prepared? But it can't be a document prepared by the IRU or your office for the purposes of this response. It must predate it. But it's a document that has. It doesn't show that it emanates from a particular ministry. It might be an extract from a document. It doesn't carry anybody's name. All I'm asking is just where it came from.
I didn't put a document in there. You will probably be the better one to say where it came from. I can't answer that question because I am not sure. I'm not sure if it's my document or someone else's document. I don't know. Weren't you the one that received this? I don't know where it came from.
The first time that we've seen this is when it's annexed to your document. It's annexed to your response. Your response contained a number of documents that had not previously been disclosed.
That's strange because my document had page number in and I don't see, this is your page number in it. So
yes, it is, but it's a page number.
I don't see my page number in there.
If you look in the right-hand corner, at the bottom, you will see your page number.
Starts with your page number 533. Anyway, you can't help us with that.
I'm unable to help with that right now.
Can you help us with this then? If you go to page 793. This is a cabinet memo from the Ministry of Finance, economic stimulus farmers and fishermen. If you go through to paragraph 8, which is on 795, we have reference to the working group having developed this paragraph 8, following documents for Cabinet's review and approval. And that includes the criteria and eligibility document, application form, priority listing, updated farmers and fishermen's list, and templates and production logs. Now, I think those were all approved by Cabinet, weren't they?
There was an extract issued, so it should be here as well.
Subsequent to that, subsequent to your criteria and these forms being established, did Cabinet amend them at any time?
I don't see the extract for this paper, so I can't answer that. Because a paper might go forward, but the extract will tell exactly what was approved. I don't see the extract for this. There is an extract, but I don't see it here. So I can't answer that without the benefit of the extract.
So it may be that there are other papers around these decisions that are not part of this response.
No, I'm just saying that I can't answer it from the actual paper because a paper might go to Cabinet. Once the Cabinet discusses it, they may not have approved everything that was asked for in the decision. The extract would be able to give me a better idea. I don't see it.
Just hold on.
I don't see it.
You can see it at 176, actually.
176.
I mean, the question is, so Cabinet approves these things. We can see that they approved the criteria document, approved the application form, approved the priority areas, noted the updated list, approved templates and production logs, and approved that the initiative be audited on a monthly basis. So, but my question is, subsequent to that, did any of those get amended by Cabinet at any time?
Yes, I mean, sorry, just to confirm that these were approved. You confirm that they're approved, Dr. O'Neal Morton, in paragraph 77 of the Premier's office's response. You say that the working group proposed eligibility criteria, which the Cabinet then approved. So these were, the eligibility criteria were approved. So we have the eligibility criteria. They were approved. Were they ever changed? We don't seem to have any documents, I don't think, that suggest they were changed. But do you know of any change in the eligibility criteria?
Other than what was there in terms of the registration and the notarized statement? I think those were the two main eligibility criteria.
Well, that was the evidence you had to prove, wasn't it, to be eligible? You had to either show you had a, for example, if you're a fisherman, you had to show you had a license, or you had to show that you had to have a notarized letter.
Correct.
But subsequent to Cabinet agreeing eligibility criteria, for example, did Cabinet ever amend those criteria?
I don't recall it being amended.
At paragraph 70, Dr. O'Neal Morton, you say that, and this is an issue, we are moving on to farmers and fishers now.
What page are we on?
Page 231, please. What's said at 70 is we better look at 69, that that the Farmers and Fishers Programme was intended to be an emergency response to an immediate need to inject money into a particularly vulnerable sector of the economy. And that stimulus would generate urgently needed economic activity in a very low wage industries, create employment and increase local food production at a time when there was a real risk that food imports might be interrupted. For this reason, contrary to the impression that might be created by the Auditor General's report, the programme was never intended to be confined to those who appeared or had appeared on the commercial register of farmers and fishermen, or who were licensed to fish, but to reach quickly and as widely as possible throughout the farming and fishing sector. I just want to understand what's meant by intended to reach more widely. Was it intended to catch anyone or to capture anyone who was not farming or fishing commercially?
No. It was meant to, because I think when we started, we realized that the registration, much people were not registered. And I think even the Auditor General's report pointed to it that a number of persons had started to register once the applications went out. And we were aware there were persons who were fishing or farming, but they weren't registered. So that is where that second criteria came in with a notarized letter. So you could get either the Department of Agriculture or somebody to verify that you are indeed a farmer or a fisherman.
On a commercial basis. Mm-hmm. I mean, the point that's made, though, is that in the Auditor General, it's not about people being registered. The Auditor General's report is that if you take the example of farmers, on the list that was in Cabinet, the Cabinet list, those were checked against a database in the Department of Agriculture, and you had 203 farmers being paid nearly $3 million, and of those, 103 were unregistered. So the point she makes in that report is that 49% of the total who receive funding were unregistered. That on the list of commercial farmers, you had about, so of 203 farmers to whom nearly 3 million was paid, 103 were unregistered with the Department of Agriculture. Almost half of the persons on the Cabinet list of commercial farmers were not registered farmers. There were 164 other payments totaling, again, nearly 3 million made to individuals who were not registered. So the point is not so much about, one point that flows from the report is not about the fact that you had people who were registered and you knew about, and there were people who were coming in and registering, but it was that payments were made to people who were just not registered.
But those were the ones who had to bring a notarized letter in order to get a stimulus. If you weren't on the registry, you had to get a notarized letter. And we did receive letters from the Department of Agriculture from various persons saying that Mr. John is a fisherman who fishes commercially, etc., etc. We did receive those. They're all in the box.
So that's a point where you say the Auditor General's wrong.
Quite correct, because
so everyone that she identified as unregistered was in fact someone who was the beneficiary of a notarized letter.
Because she only focused on those who might have been in the registry, but based on the initial criteria, you could have either been registered or have a notarized letter to say that you had been in food production. And
who held the notarized letter? If someone came along,
it came in with your application. You had to submit it with your application. It would
come into the Department of Agriculture.
No, it would come into the Premier's office. That was where the applications were coming. But some people would have gone to the Department of Agriculture. That might have been their stop to get a notarization letter. And all of those were appended to their application form.
And so would you say the same point is good in relation to fishermen?
It's the same, it's the same.
But where the Auditor General is saying you're making payments to people who are unlicensed, she hasn't, all of those people were legitimate because they would all have had a notarized letter.
I had a notarized letter, yeah. And in the final analysis, we encountered persons, well, I don't want to call the production because it would be known. There was an individual who was a farmer that was well known that produced a certain crop, and he did not register, or he was not registered, and he didn't fill in an application, but it was discovered by one of the representatives that he is a commercial farmer and he has acres of land producing crops. So he was encouraged to put in an application because it was evident that he was a farmer.
But all of the farmers and fishermen that then you say who have been paid were either registered for farmers, licensed for fishermen as a commercial fisher, or produced a notarized letter.
Or they might have been identified by other individuals.
Or identified by other individuals.
Because there are lots of persons, Commissioner, that are popularly known. Everyone here knows all of the fishermen and basically all of the farmers, basically outside of our office. We may not have knowledge of all of the fishermen. I was given an example of a farmer just now that he was well known. If I call his crop, people will recognize it, but he missed out. And he was not in a position to do certain things, so he was assisted in doing his application.
So is it right to say that some of the farmers and fishermen, but we don't know how many, but some of them were neither registered or licensed, nor did they produce a notarized letter?
We may say that once we have finished cleaning up the results. We haven't done that as yet.
But we can't say how many because you haven't looked. I mean, you haven't looked at the.
We haven't finished as yet, so
okay,
we'll have to do a summary once we're finished. And also in terms of the reporting that we ask Cabinet to let us do, the monitoring and evaluation, that will also help us to identify.
But that hasn't started, as I understand it, yet.
Yeah, we put the information out on the internet, but we had to do an extension until the 15th of this month because people were having difficulties signing on and so forth.
Can I just ask you one question about, there are a couple of documents, Dr. O'Neal O'Neal Morton, sorry, which are annexed, which appear incomplete, but I think, Commissioner, we'll just have to write about those.
Yes, that's right.
Can I just ask you one question about paragraph 172?
Are you going to deal with any of the paragraphs between those two paragraphs?
I wasn't going to. I was just looking at the time, but I can.
Could I just raise a couple of queries about the paragraphs 83, 84. The first thing, we may not be able to take this much further, but the paragraph 83 says that the working group who provided the criteria, which had been approved by Cabinet, had overlooked the fact that if payments were made direct to suppliers, which Cabinet instructed they should be if possible, which cumulatively exceeded $10,000, it would have been necessary to execute petty contracts. And suppliers would be reluctant to accept purchase orders because of the time taken for the government to pay them. So is that's presumably what you say about that?
Yes, that is so, and also the fact about the certificate of good standing, because even up to now there is a difficulty in getting those issued, and no, the Treasury will not pay a purchase order if there's not a certificate of good standing from the supplier. So that would have been a hindrance. That would have been a kickback in terms of processing the payments. It
was a Cabinet requirement to focus on payments to suppliers where possible for obvious reasons. You didn't think that it would be wise to go back to Cabinet, who could, for example, have waived some of these requirements?
No, what I did, I went and I told the Premier of our challenge.
Yes.
And he said, we will go ahead and we'll do that. And at the end, we will write to Cabinet and inform them about the controls and how we were not able to handle it.
So in respect of this control, and I think possibly others, you spoke that had been imposed by Cabinet, you spoke to the Premier and he said, we'll go ahead and we'll take it to Cabinet after the event.
And yeah, we'll deal with it afterwards.
Yes. And just before I go on to paragraph 84, has anything been taken back to Cabinet yet?
No, not as yet.
Okay, thank you very much. The other thing is on paragraph 84, it says by about mid-September 2020, without any progress being made, officials, it says, it does, I mean, public officials is widely defined here, concluded that for ease and speed of delivery, it would be necessary to adopt a banded system of standard grants and to pay applicants directly, obliging them to verify their expenditure retrospectively. And that then refers to Annex 43, which I'll need to find just a second. Page 920. Yes, it's page 921. Unless we don't know what this is.
It was actually going to be one of my questions. It's listed in the index as extract from SSASC report, but I don't know what that stands for. It appears, I mean, extracts from this report appears more than once in the material. It's an SSAC report, but
I mean, if you're going to ask Dr. O'Neal,
well, it was simply to ask her what the SSAC report was, but I think we're best off writing to someone.
We can write to you about that. But in any event, this sets out. We're not quite sure where from, but this sets out how the bands were arrived at for the farmers and fishermen. Yes. So this is in your document, so you'll know this.
Okay.
So, for example, for the fishermen, the band was worked out as well. The farmers might be easier. No, in fact, they're all the same. It's 25 weeks, which is the length of the whatever you want to call it, the subsidy, times the minimum, times the number of employees, which is just given as a number, times the minimum wage to give an estimated earnings, and then 3/4 of it provides the amount of the grant. So for small farmers, it's 25 weeks times 3 employees, times the minimum wage of £6, which is £18,000 for the period, times 3/4, which is $13,500, and the same for large farmers, but the number of employees for large farmers is 5. So the bands were worked out on this basis. In fact, underneath it's set out in an arithmetical way, which is clearer. So that's the way the bands were assessed. So, but what happened in mid-September 2020, you say, is that the applications were coming in. As I understand it, the applications required a farmer or a fisherman to say, what I want is, I want a new fence and barbed wire, or whatever it was, or a new engine for a boat, and it's going to cost $6,000 or $15,000 or whatever it would cost. And that was the basis of the application. The application form, as I understand it, said that had to assure you, the Premier's office, that the money would be spent on items to do with the farming or fishing, and that's what came in. But giving money based on those estimates was scrapped in favour of this banded system, which wasn't based upon need or expenditure at all. It was based upon an estimated number of employees, which was just taken as a figure, together with the minimum wage, together with an 8-hour day, a 6-day week, times 3/4, and that ended up with a sum. That's how it was calculated. But also, this says in paragraph 84, although that's how it was calculated, the beneficiaries of the grants were obliged to verify expenditure retrospectively. So that goes back to actual expenditure. Now, this was the scheme that was implemented, and you've explained that. At the moment, I just can't see any logic in this scheme.
In abandon?
Yes, because, for this reason. The applications were based on expenditure. The individuals who get the money have to account for expenditure, but in the middle, there was a calculation as to how much they got, which was based not on expenditure or need or anything, except a hypothetical calculation.
Because, Mr. Commissioner, we had some anomalies on the needs. For example, there was a farmer who wanted to do some planting and asked for money just for the coconut trees, but the farmer also sent in a photograph. And we realized based on that, the money that she requested would not have been enough. So she was not in a position to really assess her needs. That's the first one. That's an anomaly below. The one above, one of the farmers asked for a grant of $400,000. Had he gotten his grant, that would have almost be 25% of what the amount was. So had we given him what he needed based on his request, what would we have done with the rest of us? We wouldn't have had sufficient money. So we thought that it would have been fair to at least create a banded system, working about number of persons, calculating using minimum wage, how much times per day that you might work, and come up with a reasonable figure. But now, bearing in mind now, Commissioner, they have to account for whatever monies that we give them.
I understand that, but there's a number of steps in this process which I find not quite rational. One is to have a banding system which is based upon hypothetical income, and highly hypothetical, because we know from your report that 2/3 of farmers have other jobs which mean that farming is not their main source of income, and therefore to work out farming income on the basis of them working an 8-hour day, 6 days a week is not hypothetical. It's simply not a correct basis on any view. But it also to work out the bands on the basis of hypothetical work as opposed to expenditure, which goes in for the application and at the end they have to account for, it seems to me to be very odd. What it does, and it explains some of the examples which on the face of it appear inexplicable and appeared inexplicable to the Auditor General. If a farmer says, yes, I do have some needs, I need to put up a fence and some barbed wire, it'll cost $500. So he puts in an application for $500. What does he get? He gets $13,500 worked out on a hypothetical basis, which has absolutely nothing to do with his particular circumstances. And he's given $13,500, which doesn't reflect his need, which is for $500 at all. And so that's another irrationality. And the other, which is not really, well, it may well be irrational, but it's certainly optimistic. He gets given a year, 18 months ago, $13,500. You haven't yet started the exercise of him accounting for his $500, and you're then going to ask for $13,000 back. It's just possible that this man or others in his position may have spent the $13,000 and you're not going to get them back. So just the scheme seems to me to be full of rational flaws.
But you mentioned a point about farmers not working full time. I don't know if the Auditor General is aware that some people who have farms are not the actual workers, it's a business. So that's why we came up with 3 and 5 and 2 persons, because we are fully aware that there are persons who, I might have a farm, I have 2 workers working on the farm, but I go to my job in the day. They're a farmer still. They're a business farmer, but people work, they have farm hands working for them. So I don't think it's so far-fetched and hypothetical.
So,
And Commissioner, if they were given too much money and they cannot account for it, they have to pay it back. You don't think they'll pay it back?
I don't know.
Well, they will have to pay it back.
Okay, so
They're hearing you talk about it now. They
But-
might get scared.
but what was the logic or rationale of giving somebody who wanted £500, $13,500, $13,500? What was the rationale for that?
Because as I said before, some people express a need, but the need in the absence of an assessment, which agriculture wasn't able to do, we had to do some superficial assessment based on photographs and based on our prior knowledge.
No, I understand that. So if somebody, as they did, because you've told us this, made a claim for $400,000, that's fine. He or she can be capped at whatever the cap is. That's fine. But for people who claim less, I simply don't see the logic of giving them more.
No, well, we couldn't cap the 400. Where do you suggest we cap the 400? We couldn't have capped him because he would have taken the lion's share. We wouldn't have had any money
But
left.
for an individual who applied for $500,
Mhm.
he gets a letter saying you applied for $500. Here's $13,500. But obviously we'll be asking for $13,000 back in a few years' time. I mean, it just seems to me to be a very odd way of going about it. But you don't think that's odd?
I don't think it's odd, and I can't relate to exactly $500. I would have to look at the.
It wasn't.
The,
It was less. It was less than $500 in the example I'm thinking about. But that doesn't matter. There were quite a lot of people who were paid more than they said they needed.
They have to submit evidence of either using the money or they have to pay it back.
Okay, and in any event, that's the scheme that you thought was a good scheme, and you're now doing the assessments and getting the verification with a view
And
to.
even some people submitted information even before we sent out the call for putting out the information of what you spend the money on. So we received.
And have people paid money back?
But not as yet, because some people have not, based on what they said, some people have not spent all of their money because after the pandemic, there was some of the individuals who went to secure materials, etc. There was a lull in terms of getting certain things.
A shortage.
So people were delayed. So we have to give them a chance as well.
I'm sorry that Mr. Out.
No, I mean, it's possible though, isn't it? Is it, Dr. O'Neal Morton, that if someone had applied for $500 to spend on fencing and then actually been given more than that, if they can, when they're asked to account for it in due course, if they can give a proper justification for it, they can say, well, I spent the 13,000 on other things to do with the farm.
If they have receipts for it,
they would be allowed to keep it.
Of course, because that would be the evidence. Because sometimes we might make an application for something, and then when they probably started, they realize, well, okay, I've done this, but maybe I need to do that.
So as long as they can justify that the money was spent
Yes.
for the purpose of their commercial business,
Correct.
then they're not at risk of it being.
But if they have not spent it on that, then they must pay.
Yes, I mean, if they spend it on a non-farm, non-fishery purpose,
Correct.
then
They would have
you'd
to
be knocking on the
return
door.
government monies.
I see.
And Mr. Rout, you may be able to help me with this, but I can't find it at the moment. I think in the appendices to the Premier's office's response, there are some letters anonymised, I think, but some letters which were sent to individuals informing them that they had got a grant, but I can't.
If you give me a moment, Commissioner. think it's if you start at page 182 or 181.
So just looking at 182, probably all in the same form, but that's in a sort of standard form for a farmer or a fisherman, and it says that the acceptance of the money by the individual signifies an acknowledgement that they agree to furnish the Premier's office with a full account of the expenditure of the funds being granted. Yes, there we are, and that's a letter from you, Doctor.
Yes, that is correct, Commissioner.
Good. No, thank you very much for your help on that.
Could I take you back to page 232, please, Dr. O'Neal? Just help us with 77 and 78. I think we've looked at the extract of it. It says as extract of a cabinet decision of May 2020 shows that although a budget of 2 million had been previously approved and the working group proposed eligibility criteria for the award of the grants, which the cabinet then adopted, no firm proposals were made to cabinet, no decisions taken as to how the amounts to be awarded to each applicant would be determined. The programme was again intended to be audited monthly by the internal auditor. This is a reference to the farmers and fishermen scheme. But then it says that these details appear to have been left to the working group and to the lead ministry. It's just, were these details in fact left to the working group and the lead ministry?
Because they weren't in the cabinet decision.
So your position is they were in fact left?
Yes, they were, because the cabinet didn't decide to say you should do X, Y, Z. That wasn't indicated.
So the banding scheme didn't come out of the cabinet decision. It came out.
It came out of the office.
Yes, it came out of the Premier's office. Okay, thank you.
You just explain, if you look up, it's page 811. Now this is, I think this has been produced to support as evidence of someone claiming $400,000. But could you just explain? Sorry, I'll wait until you're there.
Just a second. Oh, it's a chart, a table.
Yeah, it's a table. Farmers and Fishers Economic Stimulus Grant. So I assume was it a spreadsheet that was held that is in the Premier's office? You just help with any information you can give on it would be helpful.
Who sent this in?
It's one of the documents annexed to the Premier's office response.
Okay, this seems to be an early table. I say that because I see incomplete. Because I know in the early stages, there were a lot of people with incomplete applications, and we had to make calls to the individuals to in order for them to complete the application. So when I go to 822, you see there are a number of incompletes. We had to make calls to the individual. So I believe this might be an earlier list. But I did send in a later one on the request of the IRU. They said the COI wanted one, so I did send in a later farmers and fishermen list.
I see. Okay. All right.
But this, I think, it's
an early,
much earlier
early
because
list.
when I see incomplete and I realize that some of these names we had indeed paid because we had called them and they were able to complete the information on the application because they were missing parts.
I follow. I understand. So it's basically an early schedule.
Yeah, that might have been an earlier one.
All right.
I'm sorry, just one last question about the banding, which you've been very helpful in explaining that. The Premier's response to the warning letter on this topic says that he was not involved in the process of the design or administration of the schemes, which he entirely left to the public officers. So in respect of the adoption of the banding scheme, was that something approved by the Premier?
He knew of it because we told him the difficulty we were having in placing the amount, so he was told about it. And like I say, with the other information, as a policy person, he would have to take it back to cabinet and say this was done.
No, I understand that, and that hasn't been done yet.
No.
But I just wondered.
You want to know if he's aware of the banding?
No, you say he's aware of it, but did he approve it?
Yes, he did approve it. I won't have gone ahead without his
Thank you.
approval.
I won't go into it just to save time, but one of the points to make, and this is at 235, is that, and you say this in your response, I think, O'Neal, is that you reject the suggestion that's made in the Auditor General's report of the Premier's office being involved in either falsifying or modifying sums that were paid out. Is that right?
I totally reject that, Mr. Commissioner.
And sorry if I'm going over the same point, but the point is the point that it was for the Premier's office to come up with the banding system, and that's what you ultimately applied.
That's what we did.
So Cabinet made a decision, Premier's office came up with a banding system, and you then, going forward, that's how you allocated sums.
Correct.
So it was not driven by somebody saying, I need X amount, but the Premier's office deciding which band they would fit into. And ultimately then having this backup system where you would go back to people and ask them to account for the system, for the amounts they've been paid.
So you see why, Commissioner, I'm very discontented with these words floating around, inflated, falsifying. They are not nice terms to speak about our office. I'm very disappointed in those terms.
Yes,
it puts us in a bad light, a very bad light, and that's what's out there.
But I understand that. This simply reflects that some farmers and fishermen were granted more, sometimes far more, than they needed or applied for.
The Commissioner, falsifying, that is a very heavy accusatory word. Falsifying, inflating, those are not complimentary words. Those are not words that people accept. And for the Premier's office to carry that shame, because that is shame, without being justified, I don't think that is fair.
No. Well, you've explained why people got a lot more than they applied for or needed.
Yes, but the Auditor General was that they're very unfair to our office.
Yes.
You do accept, though, don't and this is at your 97, that there were, what's said is the government accepts for reasons that are given in the response that some of the controls envisaged by the Cabinet were not adopted, and that what's it said is that the committee didn't adopt some of them because they were impracticable. But that was ultimately the decision of the committee. So cabinet had decided on that there should be certain controls, but as the committee got to work and as you got to work, you reached a view that such controls wouldn't work, and so with the agreement of the Premier,
because the controls were impracticable, and we wanted to get the funds out there immediately to be released to the public, and that would have been a kickback.
And if I just take you to 99, this is part of the report where you're actually responding to what the Auditor General. This is one of the findings of the Auditor General, is that more than half of those fishermen's stimulus grants recipients were not licensed as required.
I'm sorry, I was on page 99.
Sorry, 236, paragraph 99,
sorry,
please. I'm sorry, Dr. O'Neal Morton.
$236.99.
Yep, it's a point that's made that the unlicensed fishermen received money under the scheme. And what's said is the government considers that in exceptional circumstances of great urgency and need, the objectives and benefits of the policy it pursued, amongst which were to encourage unlicensed and unregistered fishermen to become registered and increasing local food production, justified the policy of their inclusion. Just help us with who is being included here. Is it unlicensed fishermen that are being included, or unlicensed fishermen who are then encouraged to become licensed so that they can be included?
It includes both of them.
So you did indeed, the scheme operated so that unlicensed fishermen could obtain monies under the scheme.
With a notarization, or some were identified as well.
So you had a verification scheme.
Correct.
So that they could do that.
And remember, we also have a back checking scheme in terms of accounting for the money as well.
Okay. This is the point where, which you've mentioned before. If I take you to 100 to 102 on the same page, and where you say that this is, the grants, the Auditor General says that payments were made to both vessel owners and crew members, resulting in multiple members on the same vessel receiving grants. This included grant awards to multiple vessel members requesting assistance for the same equipment. And what's said is the government doesn't accept the premise of the Auditor General's conclusion, which is based on the assumption that those who registered as crew must therefore only fish or have an interest in the vehicle. Just help me with that. I mean, how else can you be registered as crew?
Okay, there's a situation from 2017 after the hurricane. Some of the captains, they lost their boats, and in order for them to go out and fish, they had to go on another person's boat, but they had to be registered as a crew, because you can't just go out on a boat without being registered as either captain or crew. In the instance of the boat that we have highlighted here, that was a situation. There were 3 persons on the boat. 2 were registered as crew, 1 as captain, but the other 2 were actually captains of boats that were not working after the hurricanes. So in their own right, they had a right to apply for the stimulus so that they could repair their boats, so they can go back on their own boats once again. So there was no check to realize this here, that in order to go out on a boat, you must be registered either as a captain or a crew. 2 of the members of this boat, they were crew members, but they're actually captains. They have their own boats, but their boats are broken at the moment. So they applied for stimulus so they can repair them and then go out on their own boats.
So their claim was not in respect of the
boat that is named here.
Of the boat that is they claimed in respect of, but another boat.
No, they claimed it for their own boat because they're not a captain of that boat. They're not a
So
captain of that
what you're,
boat.
I mean, if we put it in context for the transcript, so the Auditor General gave an example of a case where 3 individuals, one the master owner or captain, and 2 crew members were all awarded grants, and it appears grants in relation to the same boat. You say that was wrong because in fact the 2 crew members were not given grants because they were crew members on that boat. They were given grants because they were captains of their own boats, which at the time were not capable of putting to sea.
So they got the stimulus for their own boat, not the boat that they were crew member, not that they worked on.
Right. You say that it appears that the Auditor General didn't carry out any basic checks. I'll read that again. She appears to have carried out no basic checks to see whether her assumption is accurate. And that's the assumption that those who are registered as crew to a vessel must therefore only fish or have an interest in that vessel. What basic checks can you carry out?
You can call a licensing agency. You can call the captains themselves, which based on the application, we verify that. We called them again to verify that. With these same names of the vessel that was listed here, we call the captains ourselves personally and verify that. And a basic check with a licensing would have showed that these persons are also captains as well, but they're working currently as crew members on that particular vessel. The licensing agency would have that information.
But in terms of auditing, these 3 individuals made a claim in respect of the same boat. The 2 crew members who you say own other boats didn't make a claim in respect of the other boats. They didn't say, I'm the master of this other boat. They said, I'm a crew member of boat A. So in terms of...
They made it in their name, but they're not an official crew member of that boat. They are going out as a crew member in order to fish on that boat, but they're captain of their own boats.
But in respect, I understand that. I do understand that. But their claim was in respect of the boat in respect of which they're a crew member, not in respect of another boat of which they may be master.
That is not what they verified with us. We verified it and we know for a fact that these 2 individuals own their own boat, but it's broken.
But that's not on the documents that, well, as I say, it seems that they made a claim as a crew member of boat A, not in respect of being captain of boat B.
Because they actually, probably where they put what they're doing now, their profession, maybe that's what they put the crew members, and maybe that was the misleading part, but no check was done to verify if they are actually crew members of the boat. So because you're making a claim that this was a faulty claim, so to me you should verify.
But as a matter of audit, the auditor just looks at the documents.
Really? Okay. But it's.
But you've checked and the documents are not right.
I've checked and the individuals are only crew members on the boat. They have their own boats.
Exactly.
That is what they were claiming.
So as crew members of boat A, they're not entitled, but as masters
of their boat,
B, they are.
They are.
And you received applications from them as master of their own boats?
I cannot tell you exactly what's on the application, but we call them.
No, to verify. Did you call them after this detail had come into the report?
We call them after that, yes, to verify.
But at the time that you were processing the application, I mean, do you have an application from someone who says I'm a crew member of boat A, or is it I'm applying as captain of boat B?
But you've got to remember the persons on this boat, they are well-known persons.
No, I appreciate that, Dr. O'Neal Morton, and
So we mightn't have had to check anything because we already knew that they own their own boats. We were just verifying.
But it's about what you did before you gave the money out. So did you receive a document, because you could have received 3 documents from 3 people, all of whom say they associate themselves with one boat, in which case that's the basis on which they get their money. If in fact there were documents at the time before the money came in that linked each of them, they were all saying no, they weren't telling the Premier's office that they worked on the same boat. They were actually saying they were captains of 3 boats. Then that supports what you later discovered after the report. So at the time when you were looking at it, do you have 3 pieces of paper from 3 men for 3 different boats?
We have 3 pieces of paper. I can check, but we know from personal knowledge that there were 3 different boat owners. We know that from personal knowledge. And we would have 3 different pieces of paper because there were 3 different applications.
Yes, yes.
All right.
Yes, that doesn't respond to the question, but I think I understand. It seems what happened is that these 3 individuals claimed as master and 2 crew members of boat A. In fact, and that's how the auditor audited it, because she audits what she sees. In fact, the crew members were masters of boats B and C respectively, and therefore had a claim in respect of a different boat from the one they claimed for. And you have now confirmed that that's the case. But of course, we haven't seen the documents. It makes things very difficult.
Could I just move on quickly, Commissioner, just to a question about because the response deals with the Auditor General's response, and we can all read it. So I think just, if I could ask you, please, just go to page 240, please. Now, this is part of the section of your response, Dr. O'Neal Morton, where you have set out the government's response, or your office's response, to the Auditor General's report in relation to schools, daycares and religious organisations. What's said at paragraph 126 is that the Auditor General at paragraph 8 of her report does not fully reflect the government policy in respect of grants to churches by characterising it as to assist daycares, preschools, private schools and religious organisations with the cost relating to reopening compliance and compliance with health protocols. In fact, the broad policy objective of the grants was to support the continued operation of the churches in maintaining the important contribution to social cohesion that they are known to perform within Virgin Islands society. And you then refer us back to paragraph 109, which sets out that churches are a valued and essential part of Virgin Islands society. None of the references, I think, there's only one, which is to an email, sort of really explain the position at paragraph 127. If I could ask you to look at page 926, please. This is a cabinet paper from the 16th of June 2020. If we go through to paragraph 4, what's said is to assist to bring back some sense of normalcy for residents to be able to attend church services, funerals, weddings, to allow schools, preschools and daycare centres to open. A number of social distancing measures will need to be put in place at these establishments. and then it says continues. It then refers to private schools, preschools and day centres struggling to keep their staff on full-time pay because there's no income being generated. It says to assist private schools, preschools, daycare centres, churches and religious organisations to prepare themselves to receive students, participants and parishioners. Once more, the government seeks to establish a COVID relief fund to support them in the amount of $1 million. If you look at 933,
and just in the same document as 927 that Mr. Wright's quoted from, on 929, it said that it's important that the criteria have to be established for the costs of reopening, so they can be included in the application form, and they were included in the application form, because an assurance had to be given that the costs would be used only for reopening the establishment. And then on 930, it said, again in line with what he said earlier, that the Premier's office head of expenditure is, and then it gives a number, and the subhead with another number, coronavirus prevention exercise. So this was all to do with the direct costs of reopening, social distancing and all of that sort of stuff. Sorry, Mr.
No, we see the same point then in a paper at 933, please, Dr. O'Neal Morton, because this is, and again, it's a paper from the Premier's office, but 8th of September 2020. The purpose is given us to inform Cabinet of the committee's work towards the development of the policy document for the implementation of the COVID-19 economic stimulus package for daycares, preschools, private schools, etc., to assist them to reopen and operate safely in the COVID-19 era. And then the second, it then speaks, the second paragraph speaks to the absolutely vital role in our community that these organisations plays, that their closure is a major setback to the social well-being of society, and concludes, it's hoped that this stimulus will help these institutions in the Virgin Islands that have been adversely affected by the COVID-19 pandemic crisis to prepare themselves for reopening. Now, it was certainly, if we look at page 19, the reference there, this is the internal auditor's report, but she speaks of government through its economic response initiative seeking to provide some assistance to organisations such as churches, daycares and private schools to defray the cost of implementing social distancing and health requirements required for reopening. So it's just against that background, Dr. O'Neal Morton, can you point the Commissioner to the evidence that supports that there was either a change in policy or a widening of the policy beyond it being just about preparing for opening?
Okay, well, when you just read on page 933 on the Cabinet paper, for the purpose, number 2.
Sorry, give me a moment.
933.
Paragraph 2.
Paragraph 2. Daycares, preschools, private schools, churches, and religious organizations play an absolutely vital role in our community. And their closure due to COVID-19 pandemic crisis is a major setback to the social well-being of the society. All of these institutions play a critical role in the social well-being of our society. Churches have a hugely critical role.
But you've got to go on and read the next sentence, Dr. O'Neal. It is hoped that this stimulus, yes, it's not really
but the reopening is good, sorry.
Will help these institutions that have been adversely affected to prepare themselves for reopening. It's all to do with reopening costs.
Yeah, but being closed they don't have a social impact anymore. That was what I wanted to focus on. That is why I read that, but it's a major setback. They're being closed to the social well-being of the society. So once they're closed, the society cannot benefit from all of these institutions, particularly the church. The church played and plays a critical role. The church feeds people, the church gives people clothes, they do several outreach programs. The church is a bedrock in the society.
So it was important to get them open again.
It is very important, Mr. Commissioner.
So, but the papers, as we've seen, focus on the costs of reopening.
Well, reopening triggers the social well-being, opening once
absolutely.
more.
So getting them open gives, I mean, it's actually called societal protection in some of these papers, as opposed to economic stimulus, which is farmers and fishermen. So this is all focused on the cost of getting them reopened.
For the well-being, the social well-being.
Yes, for all of the benefits that flow from them being reopened. Mr. Rawat's question is was there any policy change from paying whatever it was, $1 million was allocated, paying $1 million to get these important vital institutions reopened? Was there ever a policy change?
A policy change, you mean after September 8th?
Yes.
Or at any time, because what the response suggests is that the Auditor General didn't really reflect the government policy. But what she says is that the policy was to assist organisations such as churches with the costs relating to reopening and compliance with health protocols. So it's not clear in what way she doesn't echo what's said in the papers that we've looked at. And so my question was just, you know, at some stage in the process, did the policy widen? Did it change in some way? Or was it always about allowing churches, for example, to be able to open safely so they could continue to serve an important function in society?
In churches, schools, religious organizations. That was the main goal, and that consists of many things. So the policy won't have changed because that was their main role.
So the policy was use the funding to be able to open, allow churches, schools to open safely.
For the social well-being of the community.
That was the consequence of them reopening.
But that was the reason why you wanted them to reopen.
No, I understand that. I completely understand that.
So let's don't forget that.
No.
That is the most important part.
I understand that. But in terms of where the money's going, the policy was to give the money to get them reopened.
For that reason.
For that reason, quite. Yes.
We go to paragraph 130, please. There's paragraph 130, it's page 241, please. What's set out there is one of the conclusions of the Auditor General in relation to religious organisation, daycares, and the grants award recommended by the Working Committee were adjusted in the Premier's office without any effort to maintain the apportionment within the available budget. And what's said is that the government does not accept that this conclusion is pertinent to matters that lie properly within the scope of the Auditor General's functions. The decision to adjust the grant awards and to increase the budget for the scheme within the overall sum set aside for the COVID-19 relief package was a policy decision that was submitted to the Cabinet, was wholly a matter for it to decide. If you could just shed some light on that answer, because it doesn't seem to actually respond to the point that's made in the Auditor General's report. Were grants awards recommended by the Working Party adjusted in the Premier's office?
Mr. Commissioner, was that question again?
the auditor, you'll see there that the Auditor General has made a particular conclusion, and this is part of what's said to be the government's response to those conclusions. Paragraph 130 doesn't really say why the conclusion is wrong. It says that it's not relevant to matter, it's not within what the scope of what an Auditor General can do. It's a policy decision and therefore not for the Auditor General. But it's two questions. Firstly, you say that, or the response says that the budget for the scheme within the overall sum set aside was a policy decision that was submitted to Cabinet and was wholly a matter for it to decide. So first question is, did Cabinet decide it?
Which one are you on, 130?
130, yeah.
I'm sure Dr. O'Neal Morton, you remember the background to this, but the working committee in relation to the religious institutions, etc., were given $1 million by Cabinet, allocated $1 million by Cabinet, and they worked out on the basis of the applications they received which religious institutions, etc., should get money to come in at $1 million. That was what they did. That then went to the Premier's office because you were the account holder, and the money was not distributed in that way. The money was increased from the £1 million that Cabinet had allocated to whatever it was, $6 million plus, on the basis again of bans, apparently irrespective of need. The first question is relates to whether Cabinet did approve that change in policy.
It might have been. I would have to look for the Cabinet paper, but I am aware, and I recall that just like with the farmers and fishermen, there were some churches that were not included in the survey, as a survey was done. Some of the churches were not included. So in response from the Ministry of Health, which had the register of non-profit organization, there were a number of churches that were omitted, and they were in various areas in the community. And we thought it would only be fair to include them because we know the critical and vital role of churches. But so that also increased the number. That variable was increased.
But did they have a need for funds to reopen?
They would have had a need, Mr. Commissioner, because basically all of the people from in the churches, even from 2017, some churches had received damage. They couldn't open. If you go around now, you'll see that there are some churches that are still not in their home place. Some of them are worshiping elsewhere. And there was a need to bring all the churches back on track. There was a need, a basic need, a community need.
Did the churches who you said were added to the list that was provided by the working committee, did those churches need money to reopen to be, as it were, COVID compliant?
Yes, they needed money to reopen and also to do outreach, which is one of the main things that the churches here do. They do outreach into the community.
So that's not COVID related. That's simply part of their.
But that's for the
function.
Social well-being as well, because some of them feed people, and during that period, that wasn't happening for some of the churches.
So this change in policy from money to reopen because of COVID, that was the original policy approved by Cabinet, to giving churches money to enable them to do more generally good and charitable works. That change of policy, was that a change in policy approved by Cabinet? We haven't, I don't think, seen any documents relating to that change of policy.
No, but for the social well-being, that covers a gamut of things.
But I'm not saying that this.
So cabinet wouldn't have had to change that because that was already there in the paper.
I'm not saying that the money was not spent on good works. I'm not saying that. What I'm asking is, was there a change in cabinet policy from here's $1 million to allocate to churches and schools to enable them to reopen in a new COVID world? That's a particular project, to a completely different project, a completely different policy to supplement the income of these establishments generally to enable them to do generally good works, for example, outreach, for example, other charitable works. It's a different policy.
I wouldn't say that it's different, Commissioner, because when we look at the cabinet paper, it talks about the social well-being. All of those variables fit into the social well-being of the community.
Agreed, but it says that as important background. But as we've seen, the money was to reopen, to get these establishments reopened, to enable all the benefits to the community to arise. But in any event, you know of no change of policy by cabinet. We haven't seen any.
But we won't have had a change of policy because it's already there in the paper. Okay. It's already there in the paper.
Commissioner, could I ask for a short break for the stenographer?
Yes, certainly. How long will you be with?
Not much longer.
No, good.
I'm sure to Dr. O'Neal Morton's relief.
Okay. We'll have a 5-minute break, quite right, Mr. Rowett, and we'll come back and we'll conclude your evidence, Dr. O'Neal Morton. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. O'Neal Morton. Can I just raise one thing, and we will write to you about these, so
Okay.
you don't have to remember. But in relation to in relation to the fishing boats that we were discussing, where there were 3 applications, perhaps in respect of one vessel, and you've explained that that was checked, and there are 2 other vessels. In respect of those 3 applicants, could you please send us the applications?
I think those were sent to the IRU. I don't know if they've gotten to you. We scanned and sent them, but I'll double check.
The applications.
I'll double check.
And we will, yes, and we will. But it would be helpful if we could just have those applications on Monday morning. That would be very helpful. Thank you. But we'll write to you to confirm.
Okay.
The bits and pieces we've asked for. That's
okay.
Very good. Yes, Mr. Rawat.
Yes, could I ask you, Dr. O'Neal Morton, just to turn up page 242. You see at paragraph 138, it starts setting out some correspondence, which is between the internal auditor and your deputy and then yourself. And it ends, and do you see it 140, where, so the internal auditor has come back to you asking for more information. This is in November 2020. And it concludes with you saying to your deputy, this is confusing to me because you thought the financial secretary had indicated he was responsible for reporting on these stimulus packages. And you asked the deputy to confirm the situation with the financial secretary. I think a while ago you said, if I remember rightly, that what was resolved was that it was for the Premier's office to report on the
Yes,
packages.
It was later resolved because I believe maybe the FS, because the Ministry of Finance took the paper, maybe he thought it was him, and then he had written and said he needed to do the report, so that's why I said it was confusing. But it was clarified. It should have been the Premier's office.
Could we just go back very, very quickly to paragraph 132?
132?
Please, Dr. O'Neal Morton. This is about religious institutions, etc. And what you say here is, in the interest of expeditious distribution of the grants at a time of great crisis and need, a standardised system of banded awards was adopted. And again, how was that done? You'd again got the applications in from churches saying that to reopen we need X dollars, but you went to a standardised banding system. And who did that? Who formed the system?
That was in the Premier's office, because what we did is we looked at the population of the various groups. And that was how the banding was decided. Okay, so
just so I've got this right, you had the applications in saying we need X dollars to reopen, and you effectively put those to one side and calculated what? You did a calculation, but was the calculation presumably was not based on the $1 million that you had from Cabinet? How is the calculation done? The working committee's calculation was done by taking the $1 million and splitting it up, but your calculation wasn't.
Because as I said previously, the number had expanded from the working committee, and we needed to get the money out quickly. So the number of the institutions had increased. So the amount of money that was delegated would not be the same anymore, since we added more institutions to it.
But the new institutions, some of them hadn't even made applications. It wasn't based upon applied for need. It was based upon your banding. So how did the banding come about?
It wasn't based on our banding. It was based on, as I said before, when we approached help, because we had to see the churches are non-profit organization. We had to check the registry to make sure they were functioning. So for example, if we had gotten 20 applications, when we went to health ministry, we realized there might have been 50 registered. So we said, okay, we are providing a need for the churches, etc. So let us get them organized, and we will provide funding for them as well.
I understand that.
Mm-hmm.
But what the working committee did is they started with $1 million, which Cabinet had allocated, and then looked at the applications, and they split the $1 million up between the applicants. You found some more applicants, but you didn't, as I understand it, say, well, we've now got 30 or 50 applicants rather than 20 to split the $1 million up between. You didn't start with $1 million that had been allocated. So how was the calculation done? What were the parameters of the calculation?
We did it, we had formula for based on the number of the population in the churches, the schools, the daycare centers, etc. That is how we worked it.
But
And
I'm sorry, carry on.
And at that stage, yes, if we were in ordinary times, we could have gone back to the committee, but that time was September. School should have been reopening quite soon, and we wanted to fulfill that need of having the schools up and running for opening. So a decision was made based on the population. You have X, you'll get this amount of money. You have Y, you'll get this amount of money.
Understand that, but when you add up all the sums of money you came up with, you didn't end up with $1 million.
We ended up with more than
that the cabinet had identified. You ended up with something like over $6 million. So why in the algebraic formula that you were working out, didn't the $1 million appear at the bottom line?
Because then some won't have gotten anything at all.
Well, they would have got less, but they would have got the $1 million that Cabinet had allocated to them.
But then the money might have not been sufficient, because there were quite a lot of churches we discovered. And then there were daycare centers, private schools, etc. There were quite a lot of them. So the $1 million would not have been feasible to have them open again.
But Cabinet, I assume, knew how many establishments were involved, and they allocated $1 million. Why did you decide in the Premier's office that it shouldn't be 1 million, it should be 6 million?
Cabinet didn't have the exact number, because as I recall, I think the number of schools that was given was an incorrect figure. So we had to adjust that figure also.
Okay, yes. But anyway, Cabinet allocated $1 million, and the Premier's office, I think, I'm not sure the Premier did the Premier approve this too?
All of those things, we would let him know what was going on, and he told us we would deal with them now because of the urgency of getting the money out, and we would have to straighten up those with Cabinet.
So again, and we've been through this, I know, with farmers and fishermen, but just to confirm, so Cabinet allocated $1 million for direct reopening costs. The Premier's office increase that sum by a banding system to whatever it was, $6 million plus, on the basis that the Premier would go back to Cabinet at some later stage and seek approval. And is all of that correct so far?
No, we didn't increase it only by the banding system. The variables changed. The amount of institutions increased. So that affected the sum total, the bottom line total. The amount of institutions.
Yes, because the bottom line was a function of
that would have affected the
banding
banding as well.
Okay, I understand that. But in any event, the sum went up from 1 million to $6 million plus dollars, and the Premier approved that on the basis it would go back to Cabinet. Has that gone back to Cabinet?
Not as yet. Not as yet.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. I think if Commissioner, I can move on to just something else.
Yes, thank you.
Dr. O'Neal Morton, I just want to make sure that you have an opportunity to make clear to the Commissioner your position. I mean, as we've gone through, we have dealt with aspects of the preliminary report, which the Commissioner has read and will read again. He also has the full detail of the response that has been submitted for the COI together with all the exhibits to it. What I want to just make sure you have an opportunity to do is to just make sure you set out your position in relation to the warning letter. If you go to that, do you have that with you, please, Dr. O'Neal Morton? I don't need to read out all the preamble to it, but if you turn up page 11,
Page 11.
yes, please.
11 or paragraph 11?
Page 11.
I don't have that.
You don't have, if you don't have,
Oh,
there should, I hope, be a page number in the.
okay, yes.
Do you have it? And do you see the paragraph that begins? Sorry, give me one moment.
Page 8, I think it starts.
Yes, that's where it starts. I'm sorry.
Page 8, Dr. O'Neal Morton. At the bottom of page 8. The bottom of page 8, it should start on the available evidence. It appears that, and then paragraphs 1 and 2.
So this is dealing with the position in relation to stimulus grants, farmers and fisherfolk. And so what's noted is that the total amount paid under that programme was 5.14 million as against a budget of 3.5 million. And what's said is that it appears there was a failure, I'm going to summarise, to adequately assess, plan and budget for the stimulus grants programmes aimed at farmers and fisherfolk, a failure to put into place adequate measures to ensure that payments made through the programme were in fact made to eligible commercial farmers and fisherfolk as intended, that payments issued to farmers were inflated, and in particular they're almost 3 times greater than the amounts requested, a failure to involve 2 key agencies, the Ministry of Education, Culture, etc., and the Department of Agriculture and Fisheries, which contributed to the failures, and a failure to adopt Cabinet's mandated procedures for implementation and monitoring of the programme. Now, in terms of those, on the failure to assess and the failure to put in adequate measures to ensure payments made through, would it be fair to say that you would rely on, in particular, the contents of the Premier's office response?
Yes, that's correct, Commissioner.
And again, to make clear, the potential criticism that payments to farmers were inflated is one that you would robustly reject.
I reject that entirely.
In terms of the failure to involve other agencies, was this a programme that was, I think the answer may be yes, but that was led by the Premier's office?
Yes, it was, but I don't understand that claim because on the committee were members of these agencies.
I see. So I mean, it's not something we've really canvassed. So the point you would make is that the working committee would have had representatives of these agencies.
As mandated by Cabinet. It's on the Cabinet paper, which show the members of the committees.
Now, the failure to adopt Cabinet's mandated procedures, I think you've just explained, and you've explained the position to the Commissioner, is that, you know, and in the paper, you would say that there is as everyone got to work, there was a difference in terms of what Cabinet had asked for and what could be achieved. And ultimately, the Premier will be taking changes back to Cabinet.
Because idealistically, when the controls were put together, to submit the Cabinet paper, they were ideal. But once you start to implement, you realize that in the interest of time and getting the monies out to stimulate the economy, those controls were not practical. They were not practical. They were not workable.
Now, the next set of potential criticisms related to the religious institutions, civic groups, private schools and daycare. We have gone through that in some detail, but again, what they said, what the potential criticisms that arise is a failure to, and this is at page 11, Dr. O'Neal Morton,
Okay.
a failure to adequately assess, plan and budget for the programme. Grants were awarded without any regard to defined or published criteria and without any assessment of financial need, and a failure to put into place adequate measures to ensure that payments made through the programme was on the basis of need, as was the intent of the scheme. The funds were provided, funds were provided as per the intentions of the scheme, and that public money was properly safeguarded. I think, and please just, if you want to add more detail to assist the Commissioner, please do so. But again, is this something the way you would point the Commissioner towards the response?
To the other, yes.
Yes, your response is similar to the farmers and fisherfolk response.
Yes, correct.
Yes,
I think the reason for taking you to the warning letter in particular, though, Dr. O'Neal Morton, is the last set of criticisms, and that is at page 11, that there was a failure to cooperate with the audit process conducted by the Auditor General. And this was in breach of section 10, it should be section 109 of the Virgin Islands Constitution, as well as section 19(2)(d) of the Audit Act. This failure to cooperate was deliberate, with the intention either of delaying or impeding the audit process. This failure meant that information in relation to government spending of public money was wrongfully withheld, resulting in an absence of transparency and accountability.
Well, my understanding of your evidence, but I want you to add anything that you want to add, is that following the advice of the Attorney General, you accept that there was, I was going to say may have been, but I think you accept that there was a breach of section 109 of the Constitution and section 19(2)(d) of the Audit Act 2003, because the Attorney has confirmed that you ought to have complied immediately with the request, but you don't. But can I just go on? No. I want to hear from you. But you say, going on to the second sentence, that failure was not deliberate, and there was no intention to delay or impede the audit process. It was a result of your understanding that the internal auditor and the Auditor General were sequential exercises, and therefore the Auditor General was not on stream at that time.
And it was also a matter of having the information in addition to that. So a breach implies that a person intentionally set out to break the rules, and I cannot accept that, because that is not what I did.
No, I understand that. I understand it wasn't in. I understand your evidence that it wasn't intentional. But section 19(2)(d) say that you have an obligation to comply with the request for information, and for one reason or another, and you've explained it's this sequential point again. Really, that's the reason you didn't do it. But your main point is, I think, is that any failure was not deliberate, and you had no intention of delaying or impeding the audit process.
I had no intention, Mr. Commissioner, of doing that.
Is there anything else you want to add in respect of this potential criticism?
No, I know you summed it up, because the criticism of it, this failure to cooperate, was deliberate, which it was not. It was not deliberate, and intention of delaying or impeding the audit process. I totally disagree with that. My experience in the public service, I have not had any difficulty with following any rules in the public service. I'm a stickler for rules. Anybody that works with me can tell you that. So to insinuate or even indicate that I would be a public officer that would blatantly break the rules is outside of anything that I stand for. I would never do that. I love my country. I love to follow the rules. I'm a law-abiding citizen. I would never do that.
Thank you very much.
Dr. O'Neal Morton, can I take you to the last one, because it's in the same vein, which is that there was a failure to cooperate with the audit process conducted by the internal auditor. This included failing to provide monthly reports in respect of each stimulus program, failing to provide any implementation as to the implementation of these programs. Now, both the, and you'll be familiar with their reports, both the Auditor General and the Internal Auditor explained that they suffered, or they did not receive information when they sought it. But again, and you will have seen from the advice that you received from the Attorney General's chambers, that again, there's an obligation on public officers to cooperate with requests from the internal auditor. But would your position be similar to that as with the Auditor General? Firstly, that there was no intent on your part not to assist, and secondly, that there were other factors at play, including the availability of information.
And because in this number 10, and failing to provide any documentation, that is totally untrue. I provided, as I said before, numbers 1 and 2, there were 8 items. And I promised that as soon as we had gotten them, we would give them. We are still not completed with the information, so we weren't in a position to provide them. So saying we did not provide any is totally untrue. And I totally reject that.
Thank you, Dr. O'Neal Morton. Other than that, is there any other point on those, in particular those 2 potential criticisms, that you wish to draw the Commissioner's attention to?
Yes, Commissioner, I want to say the criticism that I levied, it must also be borne in mind that as a public officer, this is the first time I'd experienced an audit. That is number 1. Number 2, the climate under which I was operating, working on 4 stimulus, trying to get the money out into the community. I came into the Premier's office as the PS in March, no orientation. I'm still doing my self-orientation because I didn't have any time. I was baptized by COVID. COVID is still continuing. We are still working on efforts because as a coordinating ministry, we have to coordinate certain reopenings. We are now coordinating for the return of the cruise ships. So I have to deal with that because I coordinate with customs, immigration, port authority, airport authority, and health. So it's constant work. So it's not that I'm negligent. That is not the kind of person I am. And these criticisms do not reflect Carolyn O'Neal Morton at all. Not at all.
And you've given explanations as to why things happened. And you know, I understand your evidence, Dr. O'Neal Morton.
May I conclude just in terms of just your actual response, Dr. O'Neal Morton? If you've got that to hand, please. Just
my response, Commissioner?
Yes, which is not the Premier's office response, but the shorter 4-page response that you produced. Do you have that? Thank you. It's just some additional details. You explain there that that on receipt of the Auditor General's reports and after her evidence to the inquiry and that of the internal auditor, you facilitated an investigation carried out by public officers assisted by the IRU to look into how the 2 schemes have been designed and administered, to collate information to consider and respond to the auditor's evidence and reports for the purpose of the inquiry. That's the Premier's office response that we've been looking at. You say the Cabinet, this is at 3, having taken decisions in respect of the schemes, their design and implementation were carried out wholly by personnel in the Premier's office with some assistance from the Ministry of Finance. I recall that after the cabinet decision, the Premier had instructed me and other public officers that the priority was for the monies approved by the cabinet to be distributed urgently. Now, the Commission raised a question about that paragraph with the IRU, which was whether you could provide copies of any disclosure in relation to the Premier's instruction to you and other public officers. And the response that came back was as follows. Dr. O'Neal Morton has confirmed that the information conveyed to her by the Honourable Premier was not via a memorandum or other document. This information was directed to her in the course of meetings, of which minutes are not available. Is that right?
That is correct.
So just in general, minutes with the, or meetings with the Honourable Premier are not minuted, or?
No, not in general. It might have been a situation where we're going to say, Premier, we need to do X, Y, Z. I would have probably gone into his office and say, we have an issue we need to do, not only for this, but for other things as well. We need to do X, Y, Z, and he would instruct me as what to do.
So he would just give you a verbal instruction?
Yes, that would happen.
Do you make a record of the instructions, or does anybody make
Sometimes
a
I do and sometimes I don't. It depends on the pace of the day, and the pace during this time, it was very quick.
You then deal with the farmers and fishers scheme, and in that, this is the paragraph 4. You say, I explained, and one of the conditions that was put in place was payment of grants to suppliers of equipment and materials sought by applicants for their businesses. You say, I explained this problem to the Premier and asked whether he would agree to the payments being made to the applicants rather than to suppliers. And you say he did agree to the proposal. And this Commission asked you through the COI to provide copies of any disclosure in relation to the proposal and Premier's agreement to the same. And the answer was, Dr. O'Neal Morton has confirmed that the information conveyed to her by the Honourable Premier was not via a memorandum or other document. The information was directed to her in the course of meetings of which minutes are not available. So this was another situation where it was just, you went and spoke to the Premier and he gave you a verbal direction.
Correct.
At 5, you say that you had in September 2020 informed the Premier that the sums allocated for churches was insufficient after monies had been allocated to schools to fulfil the purpose of the Cabinet in approving the grants. And you suggested that a paper be put to Cabinet to approve an increase in the amounts to the churches, and he agreed to that suggestion. The paper was approved by Cabinet on 28th of September 2020. And you were asked again by the Commission to provide copies of any disclosure where the Premier was informed in September 2020 that sums allocated was insufficient. And the answer back from the IRU was in exactly the same terms as I've just read out. And again, so again, it was a verbal agreement from the Premier.
But the proof was in the paper.
I see.
The proof would have been in the paper.
At 6, what you say is, as far as I recall, I did not consult the Premier further on any of the details of the scheme. These were left to the public officers and personnel in the Premier's office to design. The grants were then made by the finance planning officer, who worked with the Treasury in the usual way to make the payments. In the case of the farmers and fishers, each applicant was required to sign a statement agreeing to be liable for proving to the government how the money had been used. Now, the Commission then asked for copies of any such statements signed by applicants. The response from the IRU was that Dr. O'Neal Morton has confirmed that the information conveyed to her by the Honourable Premier was not via memorandum or other document. This information was directed to her in the course of meetings of which minutes are not available. That seems as a response not to fit in with the query that the request that the Commission made, which was that to see copies of the signed statements.
Number 6, you're talking about?
Yes.
Okay, because actually what happened is that whenever somebody came to collect their checks, they they received a letter, of course, which say that they are supposed to make a claim as to what they spend the money on, and they do on the sign out sheet, of course, with their ID. So that was what they were signing the sheet to say that they received the money. So I think maybe statement might have been an incorrect. Probably could have been sign a sheet. Maybe statement would have been, would have probably changed that to sign a sheet agreeing to be liable, because once you sign the sheet, it said that you had collected the check, and the letter with the check say that you have to provide the information.
I suppose my point was more directed towards the request of the Commission was to see statements that were signed by applicants, whether it's statements or sheets, but to see the documentation. But the response that the IRU provided was that you had not minuted a discussion with the Premier, which didn't seem to make much sense.
Okay. But whatever it is, if you send a request, we can have that. We can have the sheets, but the sheets without a sample. Are you interested in a sample and a sheet?
I think probably the best way forward is for us, what you're saying, Dr. O'Neal Morton, is that the applicant would sign on a sheet and be given so they'd sign for the check, and they'd be given a letter which would tell them that they're liable.
Account for,
But they don't sign a statement or a document that says,
no,
I agree to be liable.
That maybe will sign a sheet, because when you sign the sheet, you say, I've received the check. And with the check was a letter saying that you are liable for providing information. So maybe the semantics will probably,
what they don't sign is a piece of paper saying, I agree to be liable.
But you sign the sheet saying you have accepted the check and the letter that says you're agreed with that. So maybe the semantics are a bit off, but that is what actually transpired.
They're given a letter saying you will be liable.
They are.
But they don't sign any kind of piece of paper that says, I agree to be liable.
No, but when they sign the sheet that says you have collected the check and the letter is in there, the letter says that by collecting this check, you agree that you are liable.
And did the Attorney General look at that letter to make sure that the money was recoverable?
I can't say. I'll have to double check that, Mr. Commissioner.
Thank you.
If I could just have a moment, please, Commissioner.
If you can write that in the...
Yes, we'll write you, Dr. O'Neal Morton.
Okay.
Commissioner, I think I've reached the end of my questions. Can I conclude by thanking Dr. O'Neal Morton for her time today? It has been a longer than usual day, and she's been patient with the Commission, and we're grateful for the time that she's afforded us. Can I also thank her for the way in which she has given her evidence today?
Yes, and can I echo that? Thank you, Dr. O'Neal Morton. It has been a long day. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for the way in which you've given your evidence. It's been very, very useful and helpful. Thank you very much.
Okay, you're welcome. Thank you too.
We resume on Monday with at least one witness.
At 9:30, I think.
I think we're planning to sit early if we can at 9:30.
Okay, good. Thank you very much. Thank you again.